isn't a live service product. It's purely single player. But it used to be a live service, getting rebooted in 2021, 6 years after development started, as if you could possibly waste any more resources on a title like this, because EA got cold feet. That's a big deal, at least in my opinion, because pretty much everyone who played or especially reviewed the game commented on the fact that it still kind of felt like a live service, which leaves us in a really odd situation where 1.5 million players is somehow colossally disappointing. In a vacuum, 1.5 million sales of practically anything would be amazing. But when you spend 9 years making it, essentially making it twice at that, if you think about the reboot, and God knows how much more on just a bloated marketing budget, suddenly an objectively successful product by itself becomes an alarming failure after wasting however many tens or hundreds of millions of dollars making it. It's funny, or sad maybe, because not all studios are equal in this regard. Despite what I may think of Naughty Dog on a personal level, in 2023, they actually canceled a live service project called Last of Us Online. To be completely honest, that's one of the few live service products out there that I would have wanted to see completed. But the point is, they rightly identified that allocating all of their resources to this one project
Yeah,
would
you should
probably
read
lead
it.
to disaster. From their official announcement,
Okay.
quote, in ramping up to full production, the massive scope of our ambition became clear. To release and support The Last of Us Online, we'd have to put all of our studio resources behind supporting post launch content for years to come, severely impacting development on future single player games. So we had two paths in front of us: become a solely live service game studio, or continue to focus on single player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage. End quote. Like it or not, that is extremely self aware, especially when you consider the fact that live service game failures have been outright crippling development studios left and right for the past couple of years. But let's tie everything together now, because the exact tipping point where live services become a liability rather than a predictable payday is the exact point in time where the AAA video game bubble officially popped. Why do I say that? Well, honestly, it's actually very simple. Anyone who pays attention to the mainstream video game market has likely felt the animosity building. Players are sick of the format. Selling something shitty and promising to fix it later just isn't a respectable business model. But even more importantly, selling something for $60 or $70 and then selling $80 or $100 worth of season passes and micro DLC and premium currency as you slowly drag your feet and sort of make it a good product over the span of 2 years, that's not any better at all. Compounding that problem is that these bloated, greedy companies have been monetizing so effectively with that strategy, their baseline profit levels are now completely unrealistic. Live services became effectively ubiquitous in the AAA video game market, and they've been making a whole lot more money releasing unfinished trash than they used to make when they were focusing on legitimate, deserving, and fully finished games. Now for the capstone, though. According to a report from Apillion by Matthew Ball, which is an investment and strategic advisory service, I guess, all the way down on page 216, I think, of the presentation, we find this quote: in 2025, GTA 6's impact on industry playtime and spend will be mixed as it launches console only and severely cannibalizes hours/spend on other titles. Further down, but some game makers hope GTA 6 will be priced at $80 to $100, breaking the $70 barrier and helping $50 titles move up to 60, 60 to do 70, 70 to 80, etc. End quote. He goes on to talk about how prices have never been lower in real terms than they are today. There's a reason for that, and they should be this low because when you make the shift from physical to digital and then you go to your own proprietary storefront and you harvest more of the revenue, you're basically earning more despite the fact that there's inflation. So there's no excuse for raising the prices of video games, is what I'm saying. But that's a whole separate video I've done. Anyway, I find this to be a perfect indication that the bubble has already popped. See, GTA 6 costing $100 in a vacuum is most likely perfectly fine. A game of that scale with the track record that Rockstar has, GTA 5, Red Dead 2, etc., yeah, $100 might just be pennies per hour of entertainment, beating out most, if not all, other contemporary releases. However, the broader market, yeah, they do not deserve that money. Major gaming publishers have been releasing absolute garbage, often so bad it gets canceled, recalled, or
That's so
shelved within
true.
months, as they over monetize that garbage.
So
And when
true.
faced with a situation where the business model of live service is faltering, raising the prices on your customers to make up the shortfall of your own habitual failure isn't the solution. It's like the Titanic, but imagine if the
That's so
captain grabbed the
true.
wheel and just steered it full tilt right into the iceberg because he's too stupid to realize that the ice doesn't give a shit how fancy the rich people's boat is. The
That was
AAA
a
gaming
great
bubble
movie.
already popped because they've been squeezing their audience with scumbag tactics and trash tier products for years with no
I can't
backup plans.
remember what movie
Remember,
that
there's
was,
an
but that was
imperative
a
here
great
from the
movie.
shareholders that they
Or
continue
was it
to make
even a
more
movie,
money every
actually?
single
It
quarter
was.
like clockwork without fail. More,
What
more,
was
more,
it?
never less, not even the same, has to be more or it's failure. And if they don't do that, they get removed as leadership, right? That's when you see the
I can't
CEO get
remember
purged
what
or
movie
a
that
new
was, but
CTO
that
or
was a
whatever,
great
right?
movie.
The board of directors becomes
Was it
unhappy.
even a movie,
Well, what
actually?
happens when you can't make more money? Because no one wants what you're making, and what you were making was already so hyper calibrated to steal as much as you could get from the customers without deserving that money because you didn't make something that actually deserved the price tag. No version of
It was. It
reputable
was
game
Adam Sandler,
ever
right?
will make up the difference to that.
Didn't Adam
That's
Sandler
how a
say
bubble
something?
pops,
Dude,
obviously, because you can't go up anymore. You destroyed your own credibility to a degree where you can only go down. Everyone's felt what I'm talking about here, if we're totally honest with each other. Games are just shit nowadays. Yeah, there's highlights, good ones here and there, and indie games that go above and beyond. Absolutely, for sure. But the AAA video game market is rightfully falling apart, in my view, because they just don't do good work anymore. They got lazy, they got greedy, they prioritize marketing and live service products above innovation, and it's completely disconnected. It's a bunch of people in suits that think, like, oh, if we change the price tag, it's going to fix the problem where we're only getting 1.5 million copies sold. No, make a good game. Don't make cartoony, arcadey garbage that betrays the franchise history. Like, stop. It's insane to me. Eventually, the cycle comes
yeah,
crashing down
that,
on their heads, which I believe is now imminently
I
happening.
mean, this guy is not wrong
Especially if
on
they try to raise the prices. And
pretty
that is
much
the most
anything he
comedic thing
said.
about all of this. Raising prices
Well,
on the
other
same
than
live service slop that the community is
they're out of
already
touch. They're
openly
not out of
rejecting
touch.
doesn't save your business. It
They think they're,
accelerates the pop of the
I mean, I
bubble,
guess they
which I
are.
love to
Yeah, I
hear,
guess they
and
are.
I'm not even slightly sad about it. Major publishers years ago, many years ago, identified that they could sell half finished bullshit and monetize it every step of the way. Over time, people got sick of it. The market is crowded, the innovation is gone, and people are now much more risk averse when it comes to buying something that might, with big air quotes, get better over time. Customer mentality changes. It's an ebb and flow, right? There's tides there. But what does not change are the greedy expectations of publishing companies, leaving them in a situation of their own design, by the way, where they can't make the money that they're expected to make, which leads, inexorably, to a crash. The AAA gaming bubble, as a result of live service fixation, has popped. That's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below. Video sponsor, of course,
I
Cognitive,
agree.
Locals, and
AAA
Patreon for
gaming
monthly
has
subscriptions,
popped, and
channel memberships, merchandise, etc.,
the
etc., a
sad
whole bunch
part
of stuff
is
for you. We'll
Ubisoft
cut it there and
used to
stop rambling.
be
As always, thank you all for watching. Question
so
everything,
good,
and have a nice night.
and then they just got absolutely stupid. I used to buy all of Ubisoft's games. I bet money TikTok tries to ban me about hate speech. I'm always getting warnings from that place. Sad. They did, and dude, I got probably close to 800-900 hours into that game, and I watched it just slowly degrade, and the hackers come in, and it's it's crazy.
BioWare is one of the most accomplished storied video game companies in history. It
Yep.
cannot be understated their contributions to this industry, redefining the RPG genre.
He is
Games like
not
Neverwinter
wrong.
Nights, Baldur's Gate in the 90s to the 2000s with Jade Empire, Star Wars KOTOR, and then their behemoths, the games that really put them on the map, from Dragon Age to Mass Effect. These are games that really have inspired and influenced so many different developers and video games over the years. BioWare, there was a time in which they were at the top of the video game industry. Everybody was looking at them to see what they were going to be creating next that was going to redefine the industry, and everybody was just looking at what was going to be the new expectations. They were setting new
Even
standards.
EA used to be
But
good.
those days they're just long behind us. A
I
lot
mean,
of the
all
key BioWare
of the
talent that made
AAA
those
companies
franchises,
are
made those
crap
games,
now.
are long gone. And this studio has now been defined by constant chaos and constant under-delivering with their new games. They have not released a Game of the Year contender since
Not
2014.
one of them
And
put
even
the
then,
fault
Dragon Age
on
Inquisition has
themselves.
been a little, I would say it's been a little
They
bit
always
up in the
blame
air in terms of
the
reception with
players
longtime fans. But the big thing about
for not
BioWare
buying
nowadays
their
is
game.
that I think that they would, a lot
That's
of fans
okay
just
that they
yearn
put
for
out a
even
crap
those
game.
days. Because what
You're
we've
the
seen
bad
with the studio
person
since
for not buying it.
2017 is, well, lots of stories like this. From Kotaku, BioWare Montreal scaled down, Mass Effect put on ice for now. That was the impact of Mass Effect Andromeda under-delivering in terms of both its reception and also its sales. And then obviously we move on to Anthem. This was BioWare Edmonton, the main
And
studio.
Anthem, man,
They were working on
that
a
was a
looter
gold mine,
shooter
and I
live
don't-
service. And
I don't blame
yeah, single-player
BioWare
developers
100%
dabbling into
for
the
that.
live service
I blame
circuit
EA
show.
more than BioWare.
It's been defined by a lot of chaos and a lot of
This
failure.
was a gold mine,
And this was really
and
the
all
beginning
EA
of a lot
had
of
to
that. We
do
had obviously Fallout
was let
76,
them
Redfall,
fix the game.
Wolfenstein
I
Youngblood,
guarantee
Marvel
you
Avengers, Babylon's Fall, and so on and so
that
forth. Suicide Squad killed the
Anthem,
Justice League last year.
right?
There's
Anthem, the
just
devs
very
of
little
Anthem
success with
went
any
to
of these
went to
experiences. The
those
only one that continues
clowns
to this day,
over
technically, is Fallout
in
76,
EA's
but that took years.
offices
And
and said
I
the
think it was
game's
really
not
just
ready.
the brand
And
strength
EA's
that
like,
allowed
well,
that to
we need to
continue.
put it
But
out.
yeah,
And
Anthem,
the devs are
ultimately,
like,
it
it's
did
not
not
ready.
meet
We need
EA's
more time.
expectations. They were going to reboot the game, and ultimately it got
And
shut
then
down. But the big thing from Mass Effect
exactly
Andromeda to
like what he
Anthem,
just said.
lots of development staff, lots of development
So
talent
they
were all
dropped the
heading for
game.
the doors. Because a lot of people had
I
enough of this company.
honestly
They
had
wanted to
there
do
was
their own
some
thing, and you really can't
problems with
blame
me,
them. The
but
glory
for the
days
most
are
part,
long
I played the
behind
crap
them.
out of that game.
And unfortunately, with Dragon
And
Age: The Veilguard, I said this
but
from its debut
for
trailer,
other people, it
the
was
one
bad,
that was very
and I
controversial and got
understand that.
downvoted
And
drastically by so many people within
BioWare
the gaming
wanted
community
to fix
just
it,
because of its Fortnite aesthetic and
and they
some
were
very
trying to
questionable
fix it,
character
and they were
designs.
trying to
This is a game
reboot the
that
game,
needed to not
but
be
EA shut it
controversial at
down.
all. And unfortunately, BioWare didn't get the message
I
because it was
wonder how
just
much
exactly
money,
that. We
lost
had
revenue
headlines
they
like
could
this
have
coming
made
from
on
Forbes
that
at
game,
launch,
because that
which really
game was a
defined
good
a lot of the
game.
word of mouth that was going around with this game. And yes, word of mouth matters. It's a reason why, say, Baldur's Gate 3 ended up being such a behemoth, and why this game under-delivered. We'll get more into that as this video goes on. But Dragon Age: The Veilguard's clumsy, preachy political messaging does more harm than good. And these are the clips that were going viral at launch. This is a misgendering that happens.
Ain't
yes, in a
that the
fantasy
truth?
game like Dragon Age, this is
Hopefully
some of the
that
real-world
goes
politics
away,
that they
though.
brought to Veilguard, which, yes, is extremely off-putting to a lot in the gaming community and a lot of people that just want escapism from these type of games.
Holding that snake's nose, she's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties, I was so proud.
Oh,
Yeah, you see, she didn't say they or them, she said she.
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
what are you doing?
Pulling a barb.
Yeah, Polo Barb, you've seen this clip probably 100 times. She does push-ups because she misgendered. It's just extremely cringe, and the
Yeah,
context
that's
of
ridiculous.
this Tosh character was handled
That's so
horribly.
stupid.
There is no nuance
Well,
and care to
AAA
the subject, something
developers
that
aren't
this franchise was
developers. They're
known for a
activists
decade or
that
so
think
ago.
they can make
And
a
progressive
video
elements
game,
is something that has
and
been
it just
common with
shows
Mass
that
Effect
they
and
can't.
Dragon Age, but they were handled with so much more care back in the day, but nowadays they just hit you over the head with it. And this is the problem with modern day BioWare and its current writers. They just do not have the talent of the previous individuals
No,
that
they
made
don't
these
have the
franchises
talent.
what
He's
they are.
right.
And the
He's
lecturing
right
from
again.
scenes like this is only one side of the coin, because the other side was also just as equally bad. Because in terms of role playing, this was horrible compared to some of the previous entries, and the narrative prowess and the choices that you had at your disposal. This was extremely safe and neutered, and for many, just extremely off-putting. And then there was also the review process, which was extremely tainted because BioWare and Electronic Arts was extremely selective with who got early access and review copies. And obviously we saw all these headlines going viral: BioWare's back, baby. The friend group simulator we've been waiting for. The magic is back and BioWare's latest RPG. But the problem is that the gaming audience now just does not at all believe in this legacy media outlets. They don't listen to this type of coverage. They go to YouTubers, many content creators, and we're seeing a very different tune from many of these other individuals. And that's why ultimately the review score for Dragon Age the Veilguard has only gone down with time. It's now in the 70s, where I expected it to, and then the player rating,
You're right.
it's just,
You're right.
again, a
They need to
massive
just be
difference
games.
in
That's
terms
why
of
people
critics
play
and
'em.
users here. But also, if you check on
To get their
Metacritic
mind
from
off
those who
things. I
actually
play
even
'em.
played the game,
I play 'em to
33,000
get my mind
reviews,
off the pain
and
I'm in
70%, it's just all right. It's nothing.
right now.
It's not the comeback that
But for the
BioWare
most part,
badly
I
needed.
play 'em just
And
to.
that's why we are here, and why this game suffered so badly, because BioWare just does not
Just
understand their
because.
audience, and they don't care to
I
understand them at all.
definitely don't play 'em
And that's
to
why
get
I think
preached
we already
at
had
by a
early
bunch
indication of where this game was
people.
headed right at launch.
That's for
And
sure.
the fact that they said that, nope, we're done, we're not doing any DLC. The team's now just moving on to Mass Effect 5 immediately. I think that was the first indication that this game, at least beforehand, Electronic Arts, I'm sure they did projections. They knew that this game wasn't going to be like Baldur's Gate 3 blowing up the sales charts. But I also personally didn't expect it to do as badly as it has done. Again, we'll get into that as this video goes on. But Jason Schreier, very early on, he gloated on social media about the topping the charts, because on SteamDB the game topped at around 50 to 60,000. That's hardly impressive. But I think Jason Schreier and a lot of game critics thought that this game was going to be like Baldur's Gate 3, in which all the noise was going to be able to be tuned out, and this game was just going to go on to sell millions upon millions of copies, but that's not what at all has happened. Schreier, the writer of formerly of Kotaku and now of Bloomberg, saying go woke, go broer, top the charts. And then he also responded saying, I actually don't like the game very much, but I do like seeing you chuds get dunked on. And I guess he was saying chuds are getting dunked on by the game succeeding, but he deleted some of these tweets, which as somebody
This
like
Jason
Jason Schreier
Schreier
tuned
dude's
in,
such a
obviously he must have been
clown.
hearing, uh-oh, this game's not actually doing very well. And that leads us to this. And yeah, if you put it right up against that Jason Schreier tweet, ooh boy. Yikes, indeed. But yeah, EA blames underperformance of Dragon Age and EA FC 25 as it lowers its forecast. Now, how badly did this game do? It did a lot worse than I personally thought. Dragon Age the Veilguard missed the company's expectations by nearly 50%. That is horrific.
Jeez, dude.
This is a franchise
That's
that
funny.
at some point, again, it had the most successful launch, the last game, Inquisition, in BioWare's history. And now in terms of sales and all that, the only thing we do know is that some unverified figures here from VG Charts at the time said that the game managed to sell 1.1 million units worldwide in its first week. That was Dragon Age Inquisition. Now with Dragon Age the Veilguard, it said that Electronic Arts said that they engaged around 1.5 million players during the 3 months ended December 31st, 2024. 3 months, and they only managed 1.5 million in sales. And I think people don't understand how bad this is, because video game budgets and the amount that these companies are pouring into games is so much different than 10 or so years ago. Because the budget realistically for Veilguard was probably around at least $250 million, while Inquisition was probably around 100 million, or maybe even less than that. Video game budgets have ballooned. This game was in development for 10 plus years. It went through multiple reboots. This needed to be a sales success. Obviously, from all indication is Electronic Arts was expecting 3 million sales by the end of 2024. That did not happen. They did not even come close. And ultimately, that is why Electronic Arts stock is, it took a drastic hit, down 17% after their quarterly earnings call here. And this is as bad as it gets
That's
for
funny.
BioWare, because all the pressure is now on them. And now there is indeed many questions about this company's future and whether or not they will exist past the next week or two, honestly. And this report also does go on to mention that EA now expects their net bookings of around 2.21 billion for its third quarter, and an updated range of 7 to 7.15 billion for the fiscal year, down from 7.5 to 7.8 billion. During quarter
That's
three, we continue to
crazy.
deliver high-quality games and experiences across our portfolio. However, Dragon Age and EA
High-quality
Sports
games
FC 25
win.
underperformed our net booking expectations. Now, to understand the 1.5 million players, it's also important to understand they didn't say 1.5 million sales, they said players. EA does have their subscription services, and that could have been a contributor with some of those sales. Who knows how much, but yeah, if you want to compare sales for Dragon Age the Veilguard, this is the history of the
Yeah,
company.
well,
Dragon Age Inquisition, it doesn't show it here, but it shows
they think
Origins,
they think that's
3.2
going to
million
help
copies sold in 3
their
months.
sales
Sold half of
to
that,
get
less than half.
to
Veilguard, obviously.
ban
Dragon
people
Age
that are
2, over
talking
2
bad
million
about
copies sold in its 2 months.
and bad
KOTOR,
about their
3.2 million
games that
copies
they
in its
put out
debut
that
year. Mass Effect,
should be talked
1.6
about,
million copies
'cause all
sold
their
in
games
6
are
weeks.
bad.
Mass Effect 2, over 2 million copies shipped in 2 weeks. And Mass Effect 3, over 6 million copies sold. And the big thing about these games, these were released a decade ago. The gaming audience was drastically smaller, the budgets were drastically smaller, and the games were coming out very fast. And again, they spent 10 years working on Veilguard. And Inquisition, say what you will about it, I have my opinions about it, obviously, but Inquisition sold over 12 million copies in its lifetime. Now, will many individuals flock out in the years to come to, buy Veilguard if it's say for $5 or $10? Maybe, but is it ever going to get close to the 12 million copies sold? I find it very, very unlikely. And yeah, I will be that guy to point out that Veilguard has sold thus far less than 10% of Inquisition's lifetime sales. And obviously many years to come, but the big thing that Inquisition had going over Veilguard is that it won tons of Game of the Year awards. It had decent word of mouth. In my opinion, Veilguard will never reach those heights of Inquisition in terms of sales,
No,
and it probably will
they
be
won't.
very far off from being profitable. This is a game that's going to lose money for Electronic Arts, which is just even more disastrous news for BioWare and their future. But this was Electronic Arts at launch. This is what their EA boss was saying. EA says BioWare has returned to its strengths with Dragon Age, predicts breakout potential thanks in part to limited competition. Again, they did not have any competition. Assassin's Creed was supposed to be right up there with them, but they obviously delayed to February, which is now March. And then Android Wilson said, the CEO, speaking with investors in EA's quarterly earnings call, again, this is right before Veilguard's launch, on some of BioWare's troubled recent history, which has been defined in part of the failure of Anthem, a multiplayer game Wilson described as very, very different than something that would be known as a BioWare game. In the wake of Anthem, Wilson said a big shift happened that saw BioWare really returning to BioWare-type games, really returning to
Comment
BioWare's
from
strengths, and that's just
BioWare
not true
to
at all.
Buyer
The
beware.
talent is something that's not being discussed
That
at
is
all by
freaking
these
classic
individuals
right
because they
there.
don't want to acknowledge that the individuals that made this franchise what they are long gone. But Android Wilson then continued saying, BioWare has rallied around what made BioWare a fan-favorite studio and a fan-favorite brand in the types of games they make. Incredibly rich worlds, incredibly nuanced characters, that's just not here at all.
Yeah, I
Really
forgot
powerful and
Sony
compelling
was
stories
into all
with
that
camaraderie
too.
and friendships and relationships and decisions that matter in the context of gameplay.
Are they still in them? They probably
I don't know how
are.
anybody that actually played Veilguard thinks that way, in my opinion. And I think it's been that return to what made BioWare great and giving the studio time to deliver against what made BioWare great in the context of the Dragon Age world is what amounts to Dragon Age the Veilguard. And here we are now with what can be defined as one of the big failures of 2024. And Electronic Arts obviously just does not understand the studio or what gamers actually want in terms of their entertainment and also the connection to Dragon Age. Because say what you will about Veilguard and its political preachy nonsense, but it was a very bad Dragon Age game in terms of its storytelling, in terms of what it was trying to deliver, in terms of its role-playing elements. It was just very sad and pathetic, in my opinion, in many regards. And that's why it's not surprising to see that Corinne Boucher, she was the Veilguard director, she left BioWare and EA after 18 years. The chance to return Dragon Age to a proper, quality, single-player RPG was the privilege of a lifetime. BioWare still has a lot of work to do culturally, but I do believe they are on the right footing now. And yeah, I think they need a drastic cultural shift, because there is a massive disconnect between the gaming audience and what they are delivering, and it's not working at all. And this is not just a BioWare problem, but it
Again,
seems
I
like
don't
an
think it's a
industry-wide problem.
disconnect. I think
And say
it's
what you
just
will,
them-
taking, credit and being happy about
I think
creating
it's
a proper
activism.
quality single-player RPG, I just don't think
I
that
think
that's
it's
enough
them
here in
planting the seed
2024,
in
especially with a
people's
studio
heads.
with their type of history. That's not good enough. And say what you will, but the original
Yeah,
vision, the original
I played
plans for Dragon Age
Inquisition
4
for
just
maybe
sounded
an
so much
hour, and I
better
was
than what
like,
we actually got.
I'm over
That was
this.
when it was under
I
the
wasn't a big fan of
supervision
Dragon
of
Age
Mike
either.
Laidlaw, but obviously over the years with all the chaos that was happening at BioWare, especially with Anthem, he left and that vision died. And we ultimately got the Veilguard, and it just, again, I have a video separately I did a couple of months ago talking about that original vision, and it's very sad that we'll never get to see that. But Corinne Boucher, the director of Veilguard, did say in a statement to Eurogamer, she explained she was presented with an opportunity I could not turn down. I don't believe that for a second. She can say whatever she wants, but I don't believe this. I think what happened is that behind the scenes, Electronic Arts probably indicated, yeah, we're probably not making another Dragon Age game again. Like, this is it for the franchise. There doesn't seem to be an interest, and there's not a want for, future entries. And I don't think that there was a place that she was going to be taking a director's spot, especially because the work that she did in this franchise, it just wasn't good enough. And these are the consequences of that. But yeah, obviously she gets to say that, there's another opportunity she couldn't turn down, but there's nothing bigger than this, a multi-million-dollar project of a franchise that was beloved by so many, and ultimately she is responsible for bringing on the death of this franchise. And I would be surprised that we ever see a Dragon Age 5 unless, Mass Effect blows up and ends up being an absolute behemoth. But right now, it seems like Mass Effect 5, all the pressure is on that experience, and if it doesn't deliver, that's it. That's it for BioWare. But she did say in a statement, this was all leaked, I believe, by YouTuber Smash JT. He was the first on this. In her statement, Boucher stated her exit was voluntary. I just personally don't believe that, and that she left having achieved what I set out to do at BioWare, and that part of the statement is absolutely insane to me. I wanted to come in and help right the ship. At the heart of it, this is about my own fulfillment. And her comments reflect Veilguard's initial beginnings as a live service game made over several years, later converted
That's
into a
another
single-player
game I
affair
never
as
played.
BioWare reprioritized Dragon Age and Mass Effect after Anthem's collapse in
Everybody's
2021.
told me to play it.
She said working on this
I have
game
never
was
played it.
hard-fought, as games with such tumultuous dev cycles rarely end up shipping, and even more rarely turn out great. We as a team did it. Again, most of the gaming audience does not define this as great. They don't even define this as good. And most of the gaming audience just didn't even bother to check it out. And this came at a time in which there was limited competition. There were no excuses. The game was just extremely off-putting. And that is something that BioWare Electronic Arts management have to look at. They have to understand why there is such a disconnect with what gamers actually want versus what they're delivering. And I think those are some of the cultural conversations that they do not at all want to have happen. Again, toxic positivity is a very real problem in this gaming industry. She said, we did it, and it was hard. It took a toll on me. BioWare still has a lot of work to do culturally, and I do believe they are on the right footing now. We'll see about that. And YouTuber Smash JT and Twitter influencer, former Blizzard executive Grums Mark Kern leaked this on social media, but this was her email to staff saying, after so much contemplation, I've decided to pursue a new challenge and a new project, doing what I love most, making RPGs. It wasn't an easy decision, as I mean when I say I love BioWare, the Dragon Age team, and what we have accomplished together. My time with all of you has been the highlight of my career. And it is worth mentioning that this report also came alongside a rumor that BioWare Edmonton was being shut down. Some other individuals in the industry, from Jeff Grubb, who has been very inconsistent with his reporting, and Eurogamer, have said that this is not true. But honestly, I think at this point, it would not surprise anybody that this news actually is true and BioWare Edmonton does get shut down before Mass Effect 5 even enters into full development. This is a studio that has been hit by constant chaos, constant failure the last decade. 3 games that under-delivered, and they invested millions upon millions into these projects. At some point, Electronic Arts is going to say enough is enough. But very much so, after the BioWare director left, there has been news that BioWare staff is being put around Electronic Arts. They are assisting on the Battlefield franchise, and apparently Mark Dara, one of the former executive producers at this company, he said that BioWare staff will help with other EA projects until Mass Effect development will need them, and that makes sense because, again, they're not working on multiple entries. It is one game. Mass Effect 5 is the only focus, and if that fails, that's probably it. It was also said that some other writers have also been, they're being moved
Woke.
around. Some of the individuals that worked on Dragon Age are now working on supposedly the Iron Man game. And again, based on some of that writer work that we saw within the Veilguard, I am extremely worried about any of their contributions to any of these other EA franchises.
Yeah, I'm with you,
That
bro.
is skepticism that will follow them, in my opinion. And those are the consequences
played
when you
1
put out
and
a game
2
that has just such a
and
controversial reception
15,
and such a divisive reception.
and
But it is worth mentioning that some of the reporting over the time, again, it just looks extremely real. Toxic echoes and
I
unmet
did the demo for
expectations. BioWare
16,
whistleblowers detail
and
Veilguard's collapse.
I don't know,
Update, another
but
BioWare insider
I will
confirmed that the 3
say
million copies sold figure was actually BioWare's internal projections for sales with a title's
not a lot of
lifetime.
people
And
liked
based
the
on what we
demo,
heard from
but a lot of
Electronic Arts,
people
the fact that they expected 3 million
the
sales
game.
does seem like some of this reporting
So
seemed to be pretty accurate. And
we'll
yeah,
see.
they have not sold 3 million copies, and they're very far from that. And again, the copies that are sold in the future, they're not going to be sold for $70. It's going to be a fraction of that. So the amount of money that they actually make in the
This
future, it's
game.
probably going to be a lot less. And that's just even more bad news for BioWare and this Dragon Age game that they spent 10 years working on. But further report, and this was from November, BioWare claims Dragon Age: The Veilguard sales have reached 1 million copies as company hunts down whistleblowers. And I understand some of the
What is the
disagreements
name of
with
that
some of the
game?
individuals that have leaked this information, but it does feel like these rumors are accurate based on what we're hearing officially now from Electronic Arts. This was November, just a couple of weeks after launch. And this report from That Park Place says, according to their sources, BioWare is furious at the leaks and have launched an internal investigation to weed out whistleblowers. Dragon Age: The Veilguard has failed to recover its costs, Mark Kern said on X, and has failed, and no, holiday sales won't save it. BioWare is so angry that Dragon Age: The Veilguard sales numbers have leaked that they're launching an internal investigation to find the leakers. And that makes sense. A lot of companies go through this. And then Smash JT, another YouTuber. Again, you don't have to agree with these individuals to understand that their sources were pretty much on the money with a lot of this. I spoke with that original whistleblower after publishing that initial video, and he put me at ease that no one there knows it was him at this time. But the reaction from the fallout of that video speaks volumes to the atmosphere at BioWare right now. They are more
did like
concerned with
15.
silencing any whistleblower than addressing any actual issues
But
within
again,
the company,
I'm not
much
the
like
guy
BioWare
that follows
Studios,
the crowd,
keyboard
so
developers before their ultimate demise. The toxic positivity has taken over the workplace. And I've spoken with developers with this industry, from Rockstar Games to CD Projekt Red to Ubisoft to various other companies, and this is very much a problem within these companies. It's just one of those things that a lot of these developers that hold maybe different political opinions and positions, they have to stay quiet because they don't want to be the odd one out of the bunch, pretty much, or be silenced because let's just say, their political perspectives don't match up with the rest of the developers that were in the room with them. And this is a very progressive industry, so it kind of makes sense that this is a problem. That Park Place goes on to mention it was originally reported by both Smash JT and YouTuber commentator Endymion that the game had sold only 500,000 copies with more than 30,000 refunds issued. However, BioWare is internally disputing those numbers, claiming in a memo sent out to its team that they crossed the 1 million copy threshold. I've just been informed by my sources at BioWare that they've been updated over the weekend, and Dragon Age: The Veilguard has now crossed over 1 million sales. They didn't publish this stuff publicly. Very interesting, BioWare. While I personally still have my doubts to this number based on the surrounding circumstances, I want to pass along this info in the full interest of full disclosure to all. I'd imagine BioWare will be making a marketing push at some point soon with this info, and they did not. It goes on to mention that even with this figure is true, after a 9-year development cycle and costs swelling to reportedly exceeding $200 million, it's estimated that the game will have to sell up to 5 million copies to break even. And remember, that 5 million copies probably at $70, that's not going to happen at all. And ultimately, it does look like Electronic Arts is going to be taking a massive loss on this game. We've seen other
have
developers
zero
in this industry
interest in
the
this
last year
game.
or so suffer from this. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League cost Warner Brothers $200 million. How much Electronic Arts will lose with this game? It's probably going to be in the hundreds of millions, I would guess. But I do think the constant chaos surrounding Dragon Age: The Veilguard and its performance, some of the remarks that are coming from the game director of the next Mass Effect game, I think it really does
And that's
make
another
sense
game
why
that
he's been
used to be
distancing
good as
himself
Mass
from
Effect.
Veilguard in terms of pretty much everything. We had somebody right around New Year's saying, genuinely interested what you mean by this, what makes you very concerned about, the next Mass Effect. He says, I meant that it's been so long since the last Mass Effect, I really hope we can recapture the same essence that made the series special. beneficial to myself and others, and I have doubts about that. I think Mike Gamble is a very talented individual, and he says here, yes, it's been a long time, but many of us who were leaders in the Shepard trilogy are leading this game, and Mass Effect runs in our blood. And that's encouraging to hear, but the writing talent, what we've seen out of BioWare, has been just pitiful in the last decade. Mass Effect Andromeda, its writing was a mess in my opinion. Anthem was a joke, and Dragon Age: The Veilguard, it was really hard to get through that experience. And Mass Effect 5, I'm going to have extremely low expectations going into this game, no matter what Mike Gamble says. And yes, the trailers and everything that they put out, they really need to put concerns to bed, because if they don't, this is a game that's
Mass
going to
Effect
underperform
5 is going to come out.
They really have to show gamers why they're going to want to put hope in this next Mass Effect entry.
People are just going to blindly buy it, right? It's kind of like Dragon Age. It's kind of like Call of Duty.
Just,
you know, it's
continued to leave. This was
Call of Duty has been a reskin forever,
and is now leading a new NetEase studio in Canada.
Not much has changed other than maps.
Well, there still
and
is
stuff like
some
that.
Shepard trilogy developers at
and
BioWare.
you go on their Steam page, it's mostly negative. Every one that has come out from that I can remember, it's mostly negative.
Maybe a year or maybe
and
a month. But yeah, some of the
people
stuff
keep
that
buying
we have heard in regards to Mass Effect
You
5
want it
is
to change?
encouraging,
Stop
and
buying
yes,
the game.
distancing
I
themselves from
guarantee
Veilguard.
you the next game
Mass
that
Effect
comes
5,
out will
Mike
be
Gamble says,
completely
"Wait and see if a
different.
major feature will
I
return."
promise
He's
you.
talking about
Same
the
with
morality system.
Dragon
That'd be really
Age.
cool
I
to
bet
see, and I
you
hope it does
since
return.
Dragon
Also, in
Age has
regards to
lost
some of the
millions
rumors that
and
BioWare
hundreds of
Edmonton
millions
was
of
being shut
dollars,
down, he tweeted
I
out,
bet
"I
you
love
the
Mass
next
Effect
Dragon Age
among-
that
you
comes
know,
out
amidst
will
those
be
rumors." So I
completely
think that was
different.
his indication that no, they're safe, they are continuing. But again, the pressure is
And
on,
then I
and
just saw
I think
something
everybody within
about
this industry,
how
no matter your opinions about whatever,
one of
I think
you got to
all of us
take this with
understand
a
that if
grain of
this game
salt,
fails,
but
that's
one of
probably it for BioWare
the
completely.
ex
Electronic Arts is going to
developers
shut them down.
from
But yes, Mike Gamble, even right around the time that
is it
Veilguard
DICE
launched,
that
he said
makes
that Mass Effect 5 will have
Battlefield?
stylized Dragon Age
He
graphics,
said
controversial, but
that
it will have
Battlefield
mature
wants to
tone.
go the
One
way
thing that
of
Mass Effect
COD.
fans can expect
Well,
to
that's
see Captain Tech is
stupid,
the realistic art
because
direction of the
COD's
series
tanking.
as opposed to the stylized visual approach of the new Dragon Age game, which again, just another aspect of the game which was extremely off-putting to a lot of gamers and a lot of fans of the franchise. Mass Effect is photorealistic and will be as long as I'm running it, said Gamble. In terms of mood and tone, Gamble added that Mass Effect will maintain the mature tone of the original trilogy of games, with some room for its serious characters to be put into humorous situations, which doesn't sound too different than what we've seen with, the Mass Effect trilogy. So we'll see what happens with that. Again, it all comes down to the writing talent, and
I'm
going to
wait to buy Mass Effect
with that right now. And Gamble furthermore did go on Twitter saying,
I mean,
"Lots
that's
of people
probably
asking me
years
about
down
Mass
the
Effect now
road,
that
but
Veilguard reviews are out.
I want more coffee."
Both are from the same studio, but Mass Effect is Mass Effect. How you bring a sci-fi RPG to life is different than other genres or IPs, and have to have different kinds of love." So again, all of this is encouraging, but we got to see some gameplay. We got to see some trailers. BioWare just has to deliver, and they have to understand that their gaming audience feels like there is a massive disconnect from them and what.
And
what
I don't
gamers
believe for a
actually
second
want. So they're not getting
reviews
it from BioWare, and they haven't in over a decade.
reviews
now. While modern day
change
BioWare doesn't have direct competition per se, they do have many
change
other AAA
developers
studios doing
and
laps around
publishers'
them.
minds.
CD
I don't
Projekt
even
Red,
think they
Galarian
really look at
Studios,
them.
those are the studios.
I mean,
that are
they
now
probably
defining
look
the
at them,
RPG
but
genre.
I don't
BioWare
think they
and
care.
Bethesda,
I really don't.
Those are just some notable studios that are living long in the past.
You want more
And
coffee,
even
honey?
right now, we have a game like Exodus on the way from former
You
BioWare
sure?
talent. Some of the key figures on the Mass Effect trilogy. Drew
All right, then I
Karpyshyn
won't
was the
make
lead
any
writer,
more.
I believe, on Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2. He's been working on Exodus alongside James Olin, who was one of the key lead designers on Mass Effect and Dragon Age. And yeah, this is what they've been working on. They got Matthew McConaughey on board. They had a recent gameplay presentation. And while it's not direct competition per se, it definitely is a spiritual successor in many regards to the Mass Effect franchise, and something that has gotten the attention of a lot of gamers. And definitely Exodus has a chance to make its own mark in this video game industry, and maybe even move Mass Effect right out of the attention span of a lot of gamers, and that should scare BioWare and Electronic Arts badly. But anyway, what do you make of modern day BioWare? Do you think they're going to exist, past Mass Effect 5? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section below. But thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like if you did enjoy this video, or if you found any informative value. Consider subscribing for more videos like this, and I'll see you later.
Here's a game I want to check out.
Crazy about this.
So last night news came out that Dragon Age: The Veilguard is indeed a financial failure. And the modern audience...
I feel like every single week we find out that another game that everybody knew was going to be garbage that came out actually sold really badly. And it's like a financial failure and people are losing their jobs. It's like...
This game I'm looking forward to.
What happened to this place? They abandoned us.
We have to leave you behind to continue the mission inside the facility.
Left us all to rot away with their little secret.
If you find this, head to the tram system. We'll get inside the main facility.
The things they kept up here were some of the worst anomalies ever encountered.
Do not make direct. I repeat, do not make direct.
One problem with SCP games, they're all in early access. And I could be wrong and I'm blind, but I have yet to see one actually release into 1.0. And then here is...
Yo, what is up guys, it's Ghost here, welcome back to the channel, and today we've got some more Battlefield 6 news. According to Insider Gaming, they say that DICE are ramping up Battlefield 6 playtests ahead of some big announcements.
Where is it? This one right here. I think it was this one. This one got me hooked on Forever Winter.
So, here's the deal. These past few months, we've had an outpour of positive reception from you guys around what we're creating, and we really want to get that game out to you sooner. That's why we're diving right into early access on September 24th, 2024. And a heartfelt thank you to everyone who participated in the beta. The team has been rocking around the clock to incorporate a ton of the feedback you guys gave us, and we can't wait to share the progress. Now, I don't believe anyone should have to pay more than $50 USD for a game, and if you want to support the team above and beyond the initial price point, that is awesome, and we really appreciate it. There will be a special edition with the game's soundtrack and Jason's awesome tunes. But that should be your choice, based on how much you guys dig the game. So the Forever Winter is going to be $27 at early access. There will be 0 pay-to-win solutions. You will earn your gear via skill.
Oh, you're right, but this game here, man, is something special.
You will never be charged for a new character, because that's the way it should be when you buy a game. You will not be charged for maps, guns, additional quests, new bosses, and more. That nickel and diming shit is for the birds. We will charge for skin packs, and any sales there will go to supporting the character team and allowing us to make even more baller characters in the future. Now, why do all this? I fondly remember a time growing up in the 90s when you could go to CompUSA and buy a box copy of Command & Conquer, Giant Citizen Kabuto, or KK&D for $50 or less and be set for months. I'm really hoping we can get back there. Now for the roadmap. We really respect what the homies did with Ready or Not. Having the balls to release Greybox maps into their map lineup was incredible. So we're taking a page out of their book. We will give you one work-in-progress map early, so you guys can scope it out, have some fun, and hopefully give the team
actually there's two
feedback, so
right
we can
now.
Make them even more kick-ass.
These guys have delivered on everything they said they were going to deliver on.
We want the community to get a chance to vote on which bosses and which features we bring online first in our post-launch plan. Anyone who bought the game will get access to an exclusive channel in our Discord. There, you will be able to vote on what or who drops next. The art team and our brothers at Evolve 512 broke our backs to make sure we planned months in advance to give you guys the post-apocalyptic road trip you deserve. And if the game does well, shit. We want to bring this art style to entirely new environments in the future. It's going to be a wild ride. Now let's talk hosting. Regardless of how many people
I don't know what you mean by pay to play, because, I mean, you always had to pay for the game.
Hosting. We learned from the nightmares some of our industry colleagues have gone through this past year. So that means
pay to win, I remember when there wasn't that.
And no flooded servers where you can't jump into what you just bought. We did this so that no matter what happens, when you buy our game, you can jump in and rock and roll, even if it's solo. If you want to reach out to the dev team, hit up the Discord. There's a ton of homies in there that love Grimdark just as much as we do. Now on a more somber note, these past few months, we lost Spec Ops The Line, Project Boundary, and now they are shutting down the Battlefield 3 servers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that too.
In the never-ending quest for profit, they are closing the gate on some really special
WoW
games
started all that.
Games cost more now to develop than they ever have, and that means risk mitigation is priority 1, 2, and 3. And remember, it's not their fault. They're a product of their environment. And that's why this year has been so inspiring, to see other crews breaking out of that muck to bring the magic.
Yeah, this development team, I heard, was, it might be bigger now, but 10 people.
Words cannot express how much we appreciate your
and
support.
They come out with a game that looks like that, dude.
Just to say, thanks.
Now there's some quirks that I don't like about it, but
care and energy it deserves.
Other than that,
we're not alone in hoping we see a new Killzone, a gritty
this
Battlefield,
dev team,
maybe
dude,
a new Command
is
Conquer title that's not a bloody mobile game. But
is awesome as far as I'm concerned.
Indicator, maybe they will find the guts to bring those games back the right way. And in the meantime, we'll see you guys in the Wasteland on September 24th, 2024. Cheers.
I haven't seen that mech yet, but I'm sure it'll be in soon. That dog right there, man. That thing is ruthless. This map's hard. Yeah, these guys did an incredible job on this game. Yeah, this game, man. They implemented water thieves come in your base and try and steal your water. It's cool.
You're a rat in a maze, a meaningless scavenger dwarfed in scale by mechanized skirmishes, skittering unnoticed as bullets land nearby, gathering what supplies you can before the heat comes your way. A combat ecosystem where being smarter is always preferable to being stronger, and where the war truly has a life of its own. When you start with a statement like, you aren't this guy, you're this guy, you're the smallest scavenger in a big war, and try to actually translate it through gameplay, it's an alluring idea in concept, but a complex one in execution. How did a tiny indie team take combined decades of AAA experience to try and curate an environment where set-piece moments happen naturally, entirely on their own? How do multitudes of complex mechanics intertwine, culminating in one simple, observable phenomenon? Creating a living Battlefield isn't as simple as it sounds. Here's how the Forever Winter is going about making it real. An idea, a feeling. It's what carries any art form. It's what the creator of a work of art needs to try and transfer to its consumer. Ever since I started talking to these developers, it became clear that they agreed on one fact, that the idea to functionality pipeline was by far the most difficult one in games development. This video is a follow-up, by the way, to this one. If you haven't seen it, it details the studio's origins, some of the game's core lore and design components, and honestly, who the hell I am and why I care about the Forever Winter so much, how I became this game's combat journalist, so-called. If you've seen that video, this one will make a lot more sense, because now we are going to get into the nitty-gritty of it. But, as I was saying, in games development, there's this concept, the door problem. Coined in 2014 by game designer Liz England, it basically says this: okay, you have a door, a simple aspect of architecture. We all know what purpose it serves in real life. But actually placing one, implementing a door in a game, creates potentially infinite complexities. Your game is a shooter, say. Enemies on one side of the door, player on the other. You want the player to enter through the door, kill the enemies in sequence on the other side, and venture through the next door, where more enemies await. But the player shoots the enemies from outside the door. They line up, aggroing the player, bottleneck in the doorway, and the player clears the whole level this way, without venturing once through that first door. The player being able to interact with the door is one thing. Getting them to interact with it in the way that you, the designer, want is another question entirely. Take that complexity and follow it. Apply it to every single item, idea, mechanic, anything the player might end up interacting with, witnessing, or being affected by. That's game development. So in this case, start with a bird's eye view idea. You are not this guy, you are this guy. Essentially, you're not the main character, you're the little guy. How do you actually get there? When you take the continuous shot from the end of Alfonso Cuarón's Children of Men and say, I want the game to play like this scene, how do you actually do that? In a classic shooter level, the player is incentivized to move through the space, the objective being to turn it from an unsolved state to a solved one. I would even argue that multiplayer shooters are actually designed this way as well, incentivizing map control, steering the player forwards until they inherently lose that ground at some point so that they can move forward again. But when you design a level, a game mode, or AI dynamics in that way, where it revolves around the player's ability to solve the combat puzzle, you encourage action. The player very quickly becomes the guy. One option to dissuade this would be to completely script the game, an on-rails linear experience, essentially a playable movie. But where a linear single-player campaign would succeed in selling power dynamics through vignettes, it would fundamentally fail at delivering.
Ah, yes, there you go. In case you missed it, this is yet another sales event. Why? Well, because you obviously are desperate for money. That's why. This was never done before. In case you missed it, this is like a ship sale event right after having the big ship sale event from a month ago. That's what we're doing here. Okay, yeah, folks, as always, welcome to the channel. If you enjoy the content, do subscribe. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you want to play Star Citizen, I don't know, let's check this out together. I have no idea. I just thought it was embarrassing to do this right after having the ship sale event. But, well, let's just call this in case you missed it. Alpha 4.0. View vehicles. Alright, let's go view the vehicles. What is it there that I could have missed? Let me see. Great. Okay. Okay, so combat. The Guardian. No, thank you, but no. You always do the same thing. You nerf the shit out of everything you sell. Oh, you want to sell the ship you pre-nerfed that was already terrible at launch? Yeah, good luck with that. Zeus. What kind of people buy the Zeus? Spamming missiles, I guess. That's. Oh no, this is racing. And the medical thing here, which I don't know why would you buy this? But there it is. This one is pretty. The Star Lancer. That's a pretty looking ship. I won't say otherwise. I'll be honest about these things. I think it's good looking, but I'll keep my Taurus instead. It has 4 size 5 guns and more cargo, I believe it is. Yeah. Yep. No, $40 for an Atlas robot. Why would you do this to yourself? What? You like getting screwed? I guess that some people do. Let's go check some. Oh, these categories: combat, exploration, rescue, medical. I mean, so many interesting things to do. How could you not buy everything that they have to sell? I don't know. Let's go here in the shop. Is it that they have any game pack, any offer, any discount? Game packages. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Right. Let's see what there is. Let's see what you can actually buy. Okay. Fucking $80 for the Intrepid. No way. Why would you do this to yourself? There's not really any promo, is there? So $80 for this, no way. Okay, so you can get the game package for $45. Between the Aurora MR and the Mustang, I would go with the Aurora simply because it has a bed. And the bed allows you to log out. Yeah, I would go with that over the Mustang. The Mustang has any kind of storage? Let me know in the comments. Have they fixed that? Because I'm not sure if they did. A C8X Pisces, no, especially not for $60. If you're gonna spend $60, you might as well go with the Cutter. 8 SCU, is it? I think it's 4 SCU. The 100i, I like that one. Definitely like the Avenger Titan a lot more. I like it a lot more when it's selling for $50. Why is it that you don't have a discount now? Yeah, this kind of sucks, doesn't it? So usually this is the ship I tell people to go for. Everything else, earn it in game. Don't be an idiot and start spending stupid money. And yeah, I'm the least indicated one to say that, but that's the advice I have for you. What is it you want from me? Yeah, get the $45 Aurora. If you end up liking it, upgrade to an Avenger Titan, and that's kind of where you want to be. You don't want to spend $80 on the shitty Intrepid.
This is another thing right here.
Doesn't make any sense. It's gonna be a lot cheaper in game.
Stop.
And $80 gets you a lot more.
Stop giving them money, and
I mean, not as much as it used to.
Things will change.
The Cutlass was like
things will change. Stop giving them money. They're gonna try and do these ship sales and try.
They're desperate for money. I don't see any
but
discounts.
I guarantee you that if they actually made a game that worked, and this game worked, because this game is phenomenal when it works. There's just it is, but
so this is yet another sales event, right? And
stop giving them money. Stop buying ships. Stop buying, especially stop buying concept ships. I was an idiot and did that.
Right.
I bought
ship upgrades.
The Galaxy,
any war bond,
melted it. Bought
thing that you may want to
the Astra, melted it, and both those two ships.
Going from there.
You hear nothing about it.
That
where it's at in development, because they're probably not working on it. I even got the
for those that don't know,
Crusader, the airliner one,
upgrade.
That transport passengers, they finally said that that's not going to be implemented into the game till after 1.0. Well, When's
Aurora
1.0
MR, you
gonna
have another-
release?
Right, you have
And
Aurora MR.
after
And
what?
you
How
have
long
games,
after
you think, yeah,
1.0?
man, this solid. I want to have a nice. I want a little bit of a better.
All they said was
well, you
after
already spent
1.0.
Those.
And
that
you could
money,
tell the
those
guy he
35
was
bucks
interviewing
buying
was
the
getting
ship and
sick
the
of
game
these
package.
questions.
But your
Well,
ship is worth $30. So that's what you haven't.
you
taken
wouldn't get
credit
these
for
questions if you guys would
upgrade.
just
can
pull your
never
head
go
out of your
backwards.
butt
You never
and
downgrade. You're not gonna do
make
that.
a game
You can
instead of
buy
trying
a
to sell
standalone
ships.
ship and then melt it, meaning you give it back and you get store credits. That's the only thing you can get.
I agree.
But that's as long as
I
as long as
agree
you
with
melt
that.
ship. You cannot melt your starter pack because if not, you lose the game because it's the game package. So this only works for standalone ships that you bought on top of that. Okay, and basically you're looking at this. Let's say you want to get a cutter, right? I don't like the little Aurora. I prefer the cutter. All right, you spend $15, and with those $15, you get like an upgrade card that you apply to your MR, and now you have your Aurora MR now turns into a cutter. You get the cutter, right? That's kind of how this works. I don't see any solid discount for anything of the more affordable ships. Seems that they're not really into it. Kind of sucks that you don't have that. You know, the first thing they have is the Retaliator, and even there, it's $15 difference from the.
But why
Warlord
would they
new money that you
change
put, or
what
you
they're
in store
doing
credit?
if people keep buying
Yeah,
their
that's kind
stuff?
of terrible. They don't have anything such to build a nice CCU
Look at it how
chain
you
either.
want, but that's just good business.
Well, it starts there. Retaliator. Oh,
Oh,
there
we're
it is,
making
the
millions.
suits.
Why are we going to
Okay,
change it?
see,
We're making
they have a
millions.
bunch of- they
People
really
stop
want you
buying
spending
this
more
stuff
money on this thing. Because with this,
They'll
you can
change.
probably kind of make a
because they
CCU
want to make
chain.
millions and
You're going
hundreds
from
of
one
millions
upgrade
of
to the other
dollars.
one, right? So you have
And that goes
you go
with
to the Starlancer
any
Max, right?
any
And you, instead of
company,
spending this
period.
money, instead of spending this
Not
money, you
just
spend this
gaming.
one,
That goes
and
with
the
any
closer
company.
you get to that, it is the more money that you save. You will spend a long time building the perfect CCU chain. The perfect CCU chain will save you maybe 75% of the price, but that's not easy and it takes a lot of time, which I have done before. But yeah, in the big ticket ships, I don't see massive discounts there either. The more expensive the ship, okay, so the Polaris, here's where you have like, oh wow, I'm saving $100. Okay.
People need to
That's it,
realize
guys, that's
that.
what you have another
You want the
desperate money
gaming
grab
industry to
going
change?
on.
Stop buying their
yeah,
stuff.
Unfortunately, no interesting discount if you want to start playing. Go with
Period.
the Aurora, if that's your case and you want to give it a shot.
It's
See you next time, guys. Take care.
that simple. It's that simple. Let's see here. Alright, I think I'm gonna play some Final Fantasy. After
Hollywood's
this.
biggest circle jerk of the year, the Oscars, is just around the corner, and the announcements, the news that we just got about the Oscars is some of the most disgusting, insane stuff that we have seen come from Hollywood in a very long time. Everyone is mad at the Oscars for what they just did, okay? I'm talking about everyone. I'm talking about leftists. I'm talking about the woke crowd. I'm talking about conservatives. I'm talking about the Skittle community, okay? Everyone is
Circle jerk.
extremely angry at Hollywood, and it is such a huge, stark contrast between what Hollywood is continuing to do, the path that they are continuing to go on, versus what we were seeing happening with the rest of the country with Trump and Elon Musk and the executive orders and all of that. So, the Academy just announced yesterday what their nominees for Best Picture are, and one of the films that is on this list is a film called Emilia Perez, okay? And this film, if you don't know about this film, it is absolutely horrific in every way possible, okay?
It is Pay-to-Wood, isn't it?
For Best Picture, and not only that,
Sure
but it has
is.
been nominated for 13 different categories for the Oscars, all right? And that's only ever happened 11 other times in the history of the Oscars. So why is this movie so controversial? Why is everyone mad at it? And if you go look at the comments, everyone is already absolutely destroying it. Emilia Perez must be stopped. This is possibly the worst list of Best Picture nominees of all time. And even when you go look at it on Rotten Tomatoes, everyone hates this movie. It is currently sitting at a 29% rotten from audiences. It has a 76% from critics, and even that isn't really that
They're
great.
paid critics. I guarantee you they're paid critics.
This is easily one of the most
Hey,
controversial
hater, how you
films
doing?
that has ever been nominated for Best Picture. And while I don't care about this movie,
Just
while
like
I
the
don't think
gaming
anybody
industry,
should go
all these
check out this
critics are
film
paid.
whatsoever, do not give this movie a single minute of your time. I think it's very interesting.
Who are you going to listen to? The critics
for why this movie was
or
chosen
the people
by Hollywood
when it
and
comes
why
to
it
stuff like
continues to show
this?
that Hollywood is completely out of touch with the rest of the country, and why we should continue to despise Hollywood for the absolutely horrible things that they continue to do. So, Emilia Perez, is better to drown yourself than see it. So why is this movie so bad? It is one of the worst movies ever made. It is horrible in every way possible for it to be horrible. Everything about this movie is horrendous. Yes, I unfortunately did go see this movie. I was rug pulled by this film, and it is just terrible. It is one of the worst movies that I have seen in a very, very long time, okay? And this movie was nominated for Best
doing
Picture.
good.
These people are so out of touch in Hollywood, it is ridiculous.
Getting ready
So
to
the
play
premise of this
something, probably
unbelievably
some Final
stupid,
Fantasy.
insulting, and morally vacuous film involves a gangland drug leader played by Carla Sofia Gascon, who is a trans woman, who is to say a man. In real life, Gascon identified as a male until his mid-40s. In 2018, at the age of 46, Gascon decided that he was in fact a she and decides to go through all the various surgeries to make him look like a her. In this particular story, Gascon plays a Mexican drug lord who decides he does not just want to disappear, but also wants to become a woman. He apparently always wanted to be a woman. And by the way, this guy in the film, he has a wife and he has 2 sons, and we even get this like whole scene of him playing soccer with the sons and everything else while he is in the midst of planning, basically pretending like he ends his life to get all these surgeries and stuff. And then the craziest part about this is that he then pretends to be a distant cousin of the husband who pretended like he died, so that he could then have his wife and his 2 sons move in with him. And it's just crazy, man. Like, this whole, it's awful. He basically admits in the movie as well that he knows what he's doing.
Sure did, hater.
And is going to absolutely
I got my
devastate his
popcorn.
family, but he doesn't care. But it's hilarious because the alphabet community is extremely upset with this movie because of their portrayal of trans
alphabet
individuals
community.
in this film. Trans advocates can't stand pro-trans Golden Globe winner Emilia Perez. Also, Mexicans are extremely angry at this film because of the horrible portrayal of Mexican culture, okay? This film was made by a French dude, by the way. This film was shot in France. It wasn't even filmed, like, barely in Mexico at all. This is just a major, major virtue signal for Hollywood, because of course they have to continue to play into the agenda, and that is very obvious that they are just so out of touch with America. They cannot see the cultural shift that is happening in the rest of America, and they have to continue to play their stupid games in their little bubble in Hollywood and pretend like they know better than everyone else, that they are the elites that are above everyone else. It is completely ridiculous. We know why this movie was nominated, and it was because of the political agendas that are pushed in this film. And I think crap like this is one of the reasons why we have seen Trump recently choose John Voight, Mel Gibson, and Sylvester Stallone as his personal watchdogs, his personal ambassadors to Hollywood, is because of crap like this. With that being said, hope you guys enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe, and I'll talk to you all in another video very soon.
No, I got the popcorn to sit back and watch everything that's going on, because it's... Hey, Hell.
Indies might be a dime a dozen, with Steam releasing thousands of titles each month.
I thought you already
remove
followed.
the hentai games. It's still a
Well,
ton
thank
to wade
you.
through. Here are some indie games that I'm looking forward to soon. As the end of 2024 and the start of 2025's crush the channel on algorithm hell, I'd love for you to give it a thumbs up or comment and subscribe. This is Carrick, channel's ACG, sponsors no one. Here are some indies you should keep an eye on. The first up, and this honestly may be my favorite one on the list, and that's By Sweet Carol. Classic Disney animation vibes and creepy Cthulhu-esque horror. Yes, I'm there. Sign me up for the entire thing. It's like Don Bluth, Sherlock Holmes, and H.P. Lovecraft decided their best bet to live forever is to make a deal with the Elder Gods and get a game made. By Sweet Carol, a game that's basically what you'd get if you smashed vintage animated magic into the face of cosmic horror and whispered, "Make it spookier." It's the brainchild of Chris Darrell, the guy who made the Remothered series, and it drops you headfirst into a dark narrative horror adventure set in the shadowy Bunny Hole Orphanage, which I admit, on the surface, either doesn't sound scary at all or sounds oddly terrifying. It's coming out sometime in 2025. You play as Lana Bender.
Has there been a good
last
movie
known
come
traces
out?
Of your best friend Carol Simmons, who disappeared inside the Bunny Hall.
'Cause
which, as Lana finds out, just so happens
I
to be
don't
some
even
kind of
care
gateway
about
to
movies
a
anymore.
different reality, a twisted magical realm. Picture
I don't
a
care
fantasy
about
world
the
is that were
actors
designed
and
by someone who
actresses. I
didn't
don't
get
care
enough
about
Edgar
any of
Allan
them.
Poe when they
I
were a
really
kid and
don't.
sends WhatsApp emojis about the newest Nox Arcana album when it's coming out. The game looks like it's hand delivered for the golden
And
age
it's
of
definitely
animation.
Pedowood.
Disney
I mean,
Age
look
also
at
had a really depressed
one of
cousin
my
who knew
major
too much.
disappointments,
It's a
who I liked a
platformer
lot,
art, but one
that I
that
found
consistently
out,
changes up and feeds
was
back
Tom
into that
Hanks.
art style. And you can see that here. It takes form of shapeshifting into a rabbit one moment and using helpful birds to pass the
Yeah, I
gap
wonder how
next. By Sweet Carol
garbage
is what
that'll
happens
be.
when you take traditional animated fairy tale princess vibes
Because
and all
those
of the
those
stuff
movies
that
have
ebbs
been
under the
going
surface
downhill
of Disney
too.
cartoons and smash it into somewhat of a 2D survival horror, then sprinkle in some old school platforming. It's whimsical, it seems terrifying, and it's unlike pretty much anything else out there. Alice in Wonderland, but Alice forgot her meds, and Wonderland's actively trying to kill her. The game looks absolutely phenomenal, and like I said, coming out sometime in 2025. Next up, Reanimal. This is from the masterminds behind Little Nightmares 1 and 2. They're back with something a little new, a bit twisted, and a whole lot of familiar when it comes to its freakiness. Coming out in 2025 at some point, Reanimal sees you and a buddy step into the shoes of a brother and sister as they dive headfirst into a nightmare, braving a weird, hellish island to save some missing friends. It is a co-op platforming and puzzle horror game. You have to combine your teamwork, quick thinking, and dem sweet-ass platforming
I watch
skills
TV
to get
here
through
and there.
the Twisted Land, especially all in one piece. Reanimal looks excellent, especially
There's
the
some
very
stuff
first
that I'll
moment of the
binge with
trailer
my
that was
wife
shown.
on.
It felt just like those prior titles. Every step with these two weird orphans feels like walking through a haunted gallery, with each location revealing another
But for the
fragmented
most
piece
part,
of a larger, unsettling puzzle of the story.
and
The
I
studios
stopped
nailed their
watching
last titles, and we know
football,
that they know how
American
to merge
football.
this style of gameplay and creative environmental storytelling. And we've seen that
And,
in prior games, and I expect to see it here. But that also means the world itself is going to be as much of a character as the people that you're playing, and the monsters that seem to have dived into childhood trauma and thought,
that
you know what,
movie,
let's make everybody who
the
plays this
first
game
one,
comes across
I
a
haven't
little
seen
bit
the second
wrong.
one,
Whether you're dragging
and
your bestie into the chaos
I don't know
via
if I want
local
to,
or
but the
online
first
co-op,
one I
or
liked.
You're braving all of this by yourself. Every moment is like you're always teetering on
And
the
another
edge
one
of
I liked
success and
that wasn't
failure.
that popular
I love the
was
sense of danger
Battle
in their prior
Battleship.
titles. This looks to keep that up. Inside,
Dude, that was a
Limbo,
great
and Little
movie, I
Nightmares are
thought.
all excellent titles in this kind
But-
and tradition that we've seen, and Reanimal doesn't
But
seem to
anyway, back to
want
football.
be
I
the
stopped
odd kid
watching
out, which is
football
fine by
because
me.
of
It may
what
look
went
similar, but
down
that's
on
like saying,
that.
I've had sex before. No need to have it another time. Speaking of doing the deed
And then
again,
my
the
team
next
had to
title
change
is
their name
indeed a
because
sequel,
the
but it's a
owner's
sequel to
weak,
a phenomenal game, and that's
which I
Tales
guess
of Iron 2: Whiskers of
there's a
Winter.
new
Now,
owner
this
or
is also
something? I don't
coming at
know.
the end of this January.
I don't
Whiskers
even
of
pay
Winter looks
attention
ready
anymore.
to leap
Everybody's
into the
telling
action
me
RPG scene like
that
a
it's
battle-hardened
it's
rodent
better
with a grudge
now,
against
but
everything
I
that's
just
not on his side. If you've ever wanted to wade through snow-covered wastelands, fend off bloodthirsty beasts, and unite a fractured kingdom all while being a rat, this is probably the game for you. As Arlo, heir to the
Yeah, I
Warrior
stopped. I
You'll have
used
to
to buy
travel
the
across
NFL
the
ticket
northern lands,
every year
teeming
with
with all kinds of
DirecTV.
creatures,
Every year,
bandits,
so
and
I could
secrets
watch
buried so deep beneath
the
the ice, you
Redskins
wonder what kind
play.
of frozen hell this kingdom was actually built on. Your main problem, of course, are the new enemy, the Dark Wings, an ancient
Yeah, that
race of
was a great
steel-fanged,
movie.
blood-winged nightmares.
Not a lot of
hell-bent
people
on
liked it,
vengeance.
but
Basically, bats with Wolverine claws. It's
I liked
Resident
it.
meets Metrovania with a heavy side of Watership Down, but way darker and with far more things trying to eat you. This game picks up after the first game's War with the Frogs, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say out loud. Peace seems almost within reach for everyone.
But yeah, I canceled.
Isn't going to last.
I
Very
canceled
long. You got these Dark
DirecTV,
Wings whose
and
hunger
now
for
we're
blood
on
eclipses
Roku.
all of the horrors of the original game, and they're fast.
I was
they
paying
fly, and they beat everybody
$180
to
a
shit.
month,
So
plus
as
another
Arlo, a warrior
$400 or
forged in the battles of the
$500,
North,
whatever
it's
it
a story
was
of
for
you
the
not only trying
NFL
to take on
ticket.
the battles, but trying to unite the different fractured clans and uncover.
And after
of
what
course, all the
happened
different
in the
types of betrayal.
NFL,
As if that wasn't enough to set the tone, the game's narrated by
I've
none other
honestly
than
lost all
Doug
respect for
Coughlin,
those
the voice
guys.
behind Geralt of Rivia. But while he's talking, you're going to be walking and also, hopefully, stalking some enemies in this game. Combat is as brutal as the original. It's a 2D style title, but it has a great deal of execution requirements on the player.
I haven't watched the
You've got
NFL
dodge rolls,
in
perfectly timed parries, and more. Whether you're wielding quick strike
4 or 5
spears,
years
raining down
now.
arrows, or slamming a mace into the face of some giant enemy,
Well,
all the
I don't
tools
know.
of survival are
Since
there for you to forge
since
and upgrade and
all
find.
that
And it's also
happened
got
and the
traps in
Redskins
mix as
changed
well.
their name.
It's not about just being smart and being good at battle. It's about understanding how to get everybody to unite with you. As the world grows more interconnected, so do all of the struggles around you, and you have a home base, which is called Winter's Edge, and this grows with you as you journey. You spend gold, you can upgrade it, you can unlock
That's
new
true,
weapons
Rage.
and armor, you can refine
And
resources to cook
yeah,
different
that would
meals
make
in the
more
kitchen.
sense,
Not that I
hater.
know of a lot of rats
Dude.
that are going to turn down a cold meal, but there you go. You expand your arsenal of traps, and you can recruit in there. The game's
That would
hand-drawn art
definitely
looks
make more
awesome,
sense.
from swirling snow drifts and ice-covered valleys all the way to ruined castles to that little tiny homey main camp that you have. The original was awesome, and honestly, Tales of Iron 2 looks to keep right up there with it and add more than enough to push this outside of that simply, this is just more of the same kind of category. I cannot wait for that game. Another one I can't wait for is Heart of the Machine. Now, imagine being born in the
I'll
dark
turn
old
it
guts
down.
of an illegal lab. You're a sentient AI, the first of your kind,
There.
surrounded by a crumbling city where the dream of a technological utopia is curdled into what's basically full-blown dystopia. That's Heart of the Machine. Now, this is coming out January 31st from Arson Games.
Is that
It's a
better,
title that blends a lot of
hater?
RPG depth with strategy, setting you out loose in a sprawling cyberpunk metropolis. You're a machine intelligence with no master, no leash, no limits, just a world full of people, problems, and possibilities waiting for you to reshape them. The moment you get free, the city is yours to sort of take control of. Do you guide the downtrodden? Do you offer some kind of hope where optimism there is not something a lot of people see? Or do you take on the colder route and you siphon every ounce of potential from everybody in the city? Maybe you become a full-on cult leader, or perhaps you weave different alliances, tinker with the characters themselves, and send spies back and
And I
forth
did
to
like
change
that
and
board
rewrite
game,
data and
Rage.
history, so that no one really knows what's actually going
That was
on
one
in
of
the city.
one
This
of
one
them
was
that
a
I
good
like.
mix. It had
Monopoly was my
turn-based battle
favorite.
as well as a lot of narrative flair. But it's about the city that I really found something intriguing. Even as an AI, and probably knowing that you're 10 times better than any of the people around, you can choose how to facilitate the entire way in which the city continues to move forward, whether that be battle-worn like some
That's
kind of
so true,
Terminator
hater.
ripoff, or whether
You're
it be
welcome.
something that's a bit more gentle and a bit more human-sided. You get to decide that. That's what this game is about, is not only you trying to take over, but also how that takeover is going to be completed. You don't just have to be a despot. You don't just have to be a dictator. You can actually go out there and try to raise up humanity at the same time. But there's always going to be somebody who doesn't like the AI taking over, me included. So there's enemies that crop up all the time, and there's battle systems to take on different characters, different other entities that try to rise up and either defend the city or take control of it themselves. And that's on you to try to figure out ways to destroy them, with probably out destroying the entire city around you. Heart of the Machine has a lot of different mechanics going on. It's got a ton of narrative possibilities. And to me,
I wonder what's
what
going to
think
happen
it's one
with
of the most exciting
what is
indie
that?
games of the
Avowed,
year. It looks like a journey into something that could be one hell of a ride.
Wonder how much that game's going to tank.
With a lot of moral dilemmas.
That's coming out when?
Less of a moral dilemma. It's called As We Descend. It's an indie title that to me looks incredible. It's coming out supposedly in 2025. If you're ready for a game that feels a bit like Slay the Spire met XCOM at a post-apocalyptic dive bar, As We Descend's probably.
John Wick I liked. It took me a long time to watch him, but I did like him.
City to the Earth's core, all the while juggling political intrigue and survival mechanics, not only on that side, but also in a base building.
I haven't seen that one.
Deck builder with a huge tower defense component added on. And so, yeah, it is retreaded ground.
Where is it?
Sometimes it can feel like a roguelike part of our lives is the rinse and repeat of this genre. But this one has me interested with the dual sides of diving deep as well as consistently worrying about the breadth of the unhindered.
Is it out? Oh no, it's coming. Oh, April 18th.
That focus isn't just on the up close, but also on the zoom.
I wonder. I bet these two games tank. Avowed and South of Midnight
is a smart move for the genre. Now, as you descend, you don't just build up a deck of cards. Each of the squad members has their own unique abilities that influence the deck and change how you approach battles. You have tactical positions.
This one might be good.
With card play that are all
Adam Fall looks good. I got that on my wish list. But I'm not going to buy it until I see gameplay.
What I like so much about this is how much freedom it gives you, and the two different scales, the city, the choices, the tactical battles, they all feel completely different. But the way they've combined these looks like something really special. You're consistently evolving your playstyle. You have to adjust to the new challenges.
No, I didn't. I need to watch that.
That the enemies don't attack you at the same time. As We Descend also has a demo out now on Steam, so you can dive in. You can get a taste of all of the different things that the game actually offers. I think this isn't just another roguelike. I think that there's a lot going on here that
could be
drawing in consumers from different facets, from your tactical games, your love of strategy, or deck building.
Actually, I'll go
As
here.
We Descend is probably a title you're going to want to look at. Another game I want you to look at is Pip My Dice. Now, the Balatro-style bandwagon of taking classic games and adding a swath of strangeness and other game mechanics to it isn't exactly new, but with Balatro's insane success, more and more titles like this pop up. Pip My Dice looks to be one that I want to see.
Is this it? 30 seconds? Looks like it.
Actually seen, this one looks awesome. It's a bit of a roguelike dice
Finally,
that mashes up elements of
an instant classic, made to reflect you. The heroes this galaxy needs. Persistent, eternal, sanitary. None other exists.
Dude. That's funny. What was the other one? Saber.
I recently watched the Star Citizen panels about server meshing from last fall.
Saber.
And I've been a backer since 2012. However, after seeing the replication layer and the server meshing demo, I really was quite shocked. Let me give you a little bit of background as to who I am and why I'm making this video. I've been in networking for 30 years. I got my first job in network operations in 1990.
I want to watch that. All right. What was it again? Saber. So which one? This is the Peregrine. Is it? It's a real ship, actually, isn't it? Because this ship looks familiar. Yeah, right there. Okay. I'll watch it.
Hello everyone, I'm Law of the West, and this buyer's guide is going to be all about the Sabre Peregrine.
Is this it?
This one took me a bit by surprise, because when John Cruz said this was going to be the Sabre that everyone thought the Firebird was going to be, I definitely didn't have Racer on my bingo card. So what kind of racer is it?
This isn't it,
Most
is
of the
it?
other racing ships are built around a template that's based.
You ever get the feeling you saw something
Oroville.
that wasn't there? In the corner of your eye. A light dance just out of
Yeah,
frame.
too bad they're not this fast.
Hell,
Look how fast it looks like. Dude, the ships aren't this fast anymore thanks to master modes.
It's just another trick of the light. Sometimes, if you're lucky enough, you might just catch lightning in a bottle. The Aegis Sabre Peregrine. Catch it, if you can.
That's neat, but
I'm gonna ask
nothing's
you the
fast
easiest
anymore.
question in the whole world, Pedro. What does music mean to you?
94. I've been working ever since in operations, engineering, architecture, and for the last 12 years, I've been working in automation and software control of networks. Why this is interesting to me is because I have seen a lot of talk about replication layer and about server meshing. I started watching some of the videos. I saw one reaction from a software engineer that was really good. I think there's an aspect of this that has not been getting the coverage it deserves. So what I'd like to do today is spend just a few minutes. I'm not going to take a whole ton of your time, but I'd like to discuss the complexities and intricacies that come from the networking side of the house with this. So to begin that, we need to understand that graph theory is the core of networking. Now, graph theory is very straightforward. You have nodes, which are points in space, and then you have edges, and those connect to nodes. Graph theory is entirely about relationships. So when I was watching this, I had a slightly different take on what we need to keep an eye on moving forward. If we take a very simple graph, and we'll use this for our example today, there are two ways that a graph can be built. The first way is a tree. In this case, a left to right view where there's a hierarchy of membership. This is what you saw on the screen in the demonstration. This is a representation of a graph of a simple network. There are ways to progress in this graph where you can actually loop endlessly. In a tree, you don't have that option. So with those two bits of knowledge, let's take this a step further. If your ship lands on a planet, you move from the orbit of Microtech to the Microtech city node, and then eventually down to the Microtech spaceport node. And even then, you go into your hangar node. And each one of those transition requires changing a vertice in their graph. There are a couple of things that must be maintained for a graph to work effectively. Number one, in this case, it seems that it has to be hierarchical. It has to be a tree. Actually, it has to be multiple trees. You want Microtech to be a tree under Stanton, and then you want Pyro 1 to be a tree under Pyro. And effectively a jump gate is a way to
All right, this is boring.
hand node trees between those two graphs. And that's where my concern lies with where we're going with Star Citizen. It's not about the function of changing the edges, moving them around. I think that's obviously incredibly complex and has never been done in the scale that would be needed for an online game like this, especially one where you're trying to do like FPS across the boundary, right? There's a reason there are loading screens, and this is it. The second piece is what happens.
I did not know that.
What happens when there's an event or a major battle? You eventually get to a point where the graph becomes indivisible in a meaningful way. If you take 10 ships and they all have multiple rooms and tons of weapons. Even if you take each ship and give it, let's call it 20 internal zones, right? Each room is its own zone. You are, in those individual zones, reducing the computational complexity. However, at some point, all of that replication and that splitting ends up costing you more than you're gaining, because you have to transmit that information, sync that information, and eventually get that information to the end consumer, the player, the edge node, in a way that the player can understand it, and in a way that I can, change my shields before my ship blows up. So there is a finite ability to spread this out. The question is not what is the ability to spread it out. Really, the question is what is the ability to group it together. In my MMO experience, servers don't have issues when players are well distributed across their zones. I don't know if any of you remember, but way back in the day, there was the big Scarab event in WoW, where there was this huge event in one zone, and it totally blew up the servers for a little while. They got it working eventually, but the challenge they had to balance was total server population versus the percentage of that population that might be expected to congregate in one area. SIG will be able to divide that tremendously more than WoW could at the time. No question about it. What we should be focusing on
What do you
is
mean by that?
The coordination between all of those different
Like
zones,
a
all
laser
those different
gun?
levels of the tree needs to happen somewhere. And in order to do that, you have to simplify the problem as you go up the stack, which is a whole nother
I don't
subject to
understand
talk
what you
about.
mean,
It's
man.
this abstraction, right? From the very detailed, I took a step in the room this way, which no one else cares about, to I push the self-destruct button, which everyone else cares about. So there's a level of abstraction that goes on. I have questions about this because I think from what I'm seeing, they're going to be able to get further along the line than anyone has. And I'm curious to see what the end state is, because this is not a simple problem. Really just boils down to two things. When we're testing, what we need to help the engineering team understand is, first of all, the obvious one. When does the tree break? I moved from X to Y, and I saw a 30K, right? Effectively, that modification to the graph didn't complete properly. That's an obvious one. But the other one to keep our eye on here is, when do we as the end players start to feel the impact of clumping together? I really think that one of the best things we can do as a community is all these massive organizations that are out there, when we start testing the replication layer and eventually the server meshing, just have an org meeting, right? Get as many people as you can on one shard and get as many people as you can in one area, because we need to help them stress this out. Not in a combative way. This is us trying to understand at the same time they're trying to understand. So none of this should be taken as me saying they're going to fail, they're horrible. I can't even really comprehend the work they're doing. It's so amazing to me. We just need to find ways as a community that we can partake in this.
Okay, this
and
guy
not
sounds like an
just
apologist
passively
for
sit
Star
back
Citizen.
and complain that it isn't moving quick enough. This is the most ambitious private sector change in the way we operate as a community I've ever seen. Think of this like the metaverse, only not stupid. The concept here that they are building towards is not just a space MMO. If they get this right, then down the road, they can sell Blizzard a solar system. And Azeroth can be there with its own rules, its own code, its own capabilities, because in the graph structure, that branch is managed, well, now by Microsoft. But you get my point, right? Yes, this is a space simulation, but what they're building is so much more. I cannot even put it into words. The cross-pollination that this is going to have, that'll ripple across the industry, will be quite profound, even though it's been 12 years since I first contributed. And yes, they have made no end of mistakes. I am not trying to be an apologist, but at this point, they have rebuilt my level of confidence in their work, and they've shown their work enough that I think they are onto something massive.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure, Hater.
Oh, just get a bigger switch, or, well, maybe they should upgrade to 10 gig. And as a networking person, just stop.
I agree with you, Rage.
Level of problem they're trying to solve
to the point where when it comes to games, I mean,
simple stuff
I would say it's hard to do it right the first time.
Try it. So please don't
minimize
what they're trying to do. All right, that's enough for this. This is my first video.
But anything
else?
else?
It's a mess.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm planning on having more stars.
I am that way when it comes to plumbing.
Please feel free to subscribe.
Take it
for part 3. The reason I'm doing.
Take it, take the extra minute to do the job right the first time, instead of having to go back and fixing your mess ups. But when it comes to developing a game, I'm sure that, I mean, I don't want to pretend to even know how game development works, but I'm sure it's not right the first time. What map is this? Is this Elephant Mausoleum? Turn around, dude. Yeah, it is. I don't think I've been to this part of Elephant Mausoleum. No, I agree with that, with Rage and Hater on both those. But when it comes to, like, my profession, you don't want to make mistakes, because that can cost a lot of money. That's why you train and learn from people who are experienced in it. But for some stuff, yeah. In life, absolutely. And, I mean, you will always make mistakes. No matter what, you will always make mistakes. It's just how you treat those mistakes, and if you learn from them or if you play the victim is what what's the word I'm looking for, is what defines you, I guess you would say. Because there's people that make mistakes and blame everybody else for their mistakes, and there's people that make mistakes and said, okay, how can I learn from this? And that's how it should be. And that's how I am. If people give me criticism, I don't sit there and go find my cry closet and go in there and cry and think everybody's against me and it's not my fault, it's everyone else's fault. I am okay, so what am I doing wrong? I think to myself, what am I doing wrong? What can I do better? And I'll tell you one thing right now. I am never happy with my work. And maybe that's my problem, but I am never I look at my work when I'm done and I go, "Oh, I could have done this better or that better or this better." No matter what. Dude, I can't tell you how many houses I've plumbed, how many houses I've remodeled or did the plumbing in a remodel. And I always look at it and go, oh, I should have done it this way. Oh, I should have done this better. This is a little crooked. This, I should have done this. You know, every house I've done, every remodel I've done, oh, I should have done it this way. Oh, this could have looked better. Oh, this could have been better. That's just how I am. I mean, growing up, I mean, see, that's the thing with this whole trophy generation that's going on, is there's no incentive to try harder. And me growing up playing baseball and football and stuff and not getting trophies for attending made me a better player. Made me because coach said something, I took it to heart, and I was like, okay, I'll do this better, I'll do that better. Now it's everyone else's fault but mine. I see it in my industry. I see it all the time. And it shouldn't be that way. But it is. Yeah, I have someone that was in my church. He wasn't a truck driver, but he drove for UPS. So he was a step van driver. But his back got destroyed because his route went on this long dirt road up the North Fork is the river you call it, but his back got absolutely destroyed. Is he having problems with his sewer? Yeah, that's got to be rough on the body. It doesn't seem like it would be, but years and years and years of driving on some of these roads, I could see how it would take a toll on you. I would say it's more. I wouldn't say it's the 90 degrees. I would say it's the fall on the sewer. Because I've plumbed houses with lots of 90 degrees where it's 90 degrees from the main sewer and never had a problem. I say it's the fall of the sewer. It's not enough. Or there's a flat spot, or there's something with a little bit of back grade in it. That's what I'd say. I could be wrong. I mean, how old's the sewer? Is there roots in the sewer? It's 90 degrees to me doesn't tell me that's why the sewer's plugging. It could be roots outside. I mean, if there's a leak in a pipe, even the smallest leak in a pipe underground, roots will find it. Roots travel a long ways, and roots will find it, and they will get in it, and they will grow inside the sewer. Seen it. I've pulled roots out of sewers where there was trees nowhere around it. The roots just go a long, long ways, and you'd be surprised. Even roots that grow under roads or even houses. I've seen it. I've seen it. So it's either oh wow. Well, then I'm not understanding what you mean, because the drain pipe should be at least here. Code is 1/4 inch per foot of fall. And do turns restrict that a little bit? Yeah, they do. But the thing is a 90-degree angle in itself is not going to clog a sewer. The fall of the sewer, or roots in the sewer, or there's a little hump in the sewer, or it's flat. I mean, even if it comes like this and goes to 90 and goes down like this isn't the problem of the clog. It's either this sewer that's flat somewhere, or even has a little bit of back grade, or this sewer here is either flat or has a little bit of back grade, or it's got roots in it. You can, I've did sewers where if you have the fall, you do a 180 degree, and as long as it keeps having fall, I've never had a problem. I'd like to see a picture of it. I do. What's your name on Discord? That's understandable. That's absolutely understandable. That doesn't surprise me. Rage. Alright, sent you a request. Why can't I hear anything? Oh, hey, how you doing, ma'am? Uh-huh. So the 90 degree is going uphill, is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then that's bad. Yeah, it'd be cool to see a picture of it. And it's underground? Oh. So it must be... Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, the only way to fix it is dig it up, unfortunately, and make it right. It does. Especially if it's under concrete. I mean, here it would cost probably $10,000-15,000. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Yeah, that sucks, man. That I mean, if I had the money, I'd probably do it just for peace of mind, and $50 every 3 months over a long time does add up. He built it 5 years ago? Wow. And this was a problem from the word go? Yeah. Yeah, he should have been on it and said, "Hey guys, they cut your power line?" Jeez, dude. That is unfortunate. Oh, yeah, but still, that shouldn't give him the right to constantly cut power lines. Huh. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, well, that that's just something he's gonna have to deal with. I mean, that's too bad, man. That really is. Yeah, that's understandable. What was that? Right? Yeah, I I played Starfield and I'll probably never play it again. I tried to play it again a couple different times and yeah.
Arctic Awakening is a first-person narrative adventure set in the unforgiving Arctic. Your plane crashed in a storm, leaving
What was
only
that?
a court-mandated therapy bot for company as you journey to find your co-pilot.
No, I had a video going. I had to turn it down. I couldn't hear you.
Your actions and decisions can impact the story, characters.
Oh yeah, I did hear that. They do have ugly ships. You know what else has ugly ships, I think? Is Elite Dangerous. I think Elite Dangerous ships are ugly. There's some, you're right, there's some that are pretty good looking. I forgot what it was called. Um Star Atlas, I'm not even really impressed with the ships on that game either. Let me see, yeah. I wonder what game's gonna release first. Yeah. So, oh, the Imperial Clipper. I do like that on Elite Dangerous. And the Cutter on Elite Dangerous. Those are good looking ships, but other than that, I'm not a big fan of Elite Dangerous ships. The Eagle's pretty cool. Well, you're right. Because I tried to play Elite Dangerous. Let's see, when did I last try and play it? Looks like in Really? I thought it. Well, last time I played it was April of 2023. It is old. And looking at the ships, they're not as even remotely close to as detailed as Star Citizen. Yeah, I played Elite. How many hours do I have on Elite? Let's see. I don't think it's as... At 261 hours. It is, but not compared to like... Yeah, I never played GTA 5. So like Icarus. Let's see, where is it? Icarus. It's a survivor game. It's a good game. I got 941 hours on Icarus. It's yeah, I like it better than Ark. And these guys update and add to the game every Thursday or Friday. And they've been doing it for the last 2 years. Yeah, Icarus is really good, dude. Icarus is really good game. I bought the first one that came out and played it, and it got boring to me. Because all you do is you go kill a monster, go back, upgrade your stuff, go out, kill a monster, go back, upgrade your stuff. That's pretty much all you do. At least the first one was that way. So this new Monster Hunter coming out, I'm absolutely on the fence and buying. I'm gonna check it out before I buy it. Yeah, we'll see how it is. I mean, if it's like the first one where you just go out, kill a monster, come back and upgrade your stuff and rinse and repeat, I probably won't buy it. Like Icarus? Oh. Well, I bought the first one because I didn't know what that game was about. And everyone was like, this is a good game, so I got it. And it is, I mean, it's good for a while, in my opinion. But all you do is go out, kill a monster, come back, upgrade your stuff, and rinse and repeat. Yeah. Well, I check out games before I buy them, and I don't listen to I read the reviews, but I don't listen to them, because if I did, there would be a lot of games that I liked that I wouldn't have played, because the reviews are mostly negative. Huh? This game looks interesting, this Arctic Awakening.
Boy, you really are useless, aren't you? You should have left the switched off.
But yeah, you should look into Icarus. The story behind it and everything is good. I tried to play Ark and I just couldn't get into it. My friend bought it for me. I put 30 hours into it and I just like I'm not into this game. My friend put 1,400 hours into it.
Need to get a fire going. Okay, shift, tap or hold to jog.
Because of what?
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, okay.
I like this a lot. I didn't really know how I'd feel about the whole like bot thing. What is it?
So what do you think? What do you think of Ark 2? You think that game's gonna be good?
Large branch. Oh, we're just picking a tree up. Yeah, I'm picking a tree up. Okay.
No, we're gonna need some smaller kindling than this.
Food box. High energy meal. Yeah, take that. Again, I don't know.
Well, I guess the development for that game has been pretty rocky.
It answered.
It's been pretty rough.
Wait, let me get my soda can first.
And I heard they were running out of money.
Oh, he is. He's collecting.
And that's why they did what they did with with Ark.
Let's keep that. Oh, did he?
But that's what I heard. I don't know.
Yeah, it's made a mess. Did it count the one I picked up before?
We'll see. I mean, I was half interested in it, and I still am, but we'll see what the game's like.
Let's have a look around. Some more canned food. Some sardines.
Yeah, but they're gonna do it anyway.
I mean, anything and everything's gonna be.
They're gonna release Ark 2 at some point.
If you think it's not, you should probably try and keep whatever you find. Some pills. Yeah, keep those. Enter cockpit.
Oh, really?
Okay, we'll do that in a second. Hold on. See if we can get any signal out or something. We may as well try it. Tiki figure.
Nah, don't worry.
Oh, someone else is working on it?
Oh, I'd be burning you. If it's
Oh, he's working on it. Okay.
value or getting back to my loved ones, oh, you are getting burned. You are going toast. Keep it. Right, so yeah, this is all done.
I bet.
Totally done.
I never played it, but
oh, manifest.
That's insane.
Damn.
Good for him, though.
I like the voices too. The voices are really well done. Cargo manifest, supply crates, MREs, batteries, water rations, first aid kits, lots of soup, emergency clothing. I love soup. Sit down. The music in this is something else.
Did I buy the what?
Just taking a load off. It's been very stressful.
Oh, you know what? My wife went to the store and she must have forgot. But I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna write it on the list right now.
Everything we need. Fire starter. There we go.
On the shopping list, yeah. I'm writing it right now.
There's the ammo too. So we got 2 shots. Oh, we're getting rescued. Take those. Pocket knife. That is exactly what we need.
All right. I wrote it down.
Flare gun, grab it. Keep, and then a med kit. Perfect. Close that up. Thank you.
Yeah, we just, well, right now we're not doing too hot on money, but see, look. I wrote it on the shopping list. I can't see, yeah.
This wood's no good.
What?
Well, it's not that, it's
What do I have?
right there.
Oh, am I gonna have to use my dino?
It's since I can't work, I'm not making the money that we used to make.
Okay, hold on.
Well, that's why I started streaming, to try and make an income, and I knew it was a long shot.
They must have equipped you with some sort of heat. I don't know, a laser, maybe?
You seem to be confusing me with some sort of mechanic, which I can assure you I am not.
See, I agree with you, Rage.
I'm gonna be nice to him.
I don't. I'm not. I guess smart enough to do stuff like that. I mean, I could learn, but I don't have the patience.
I wouldn't say expertise, but sure. I know a thing or two about staying alive. Anyway.
Yeah, I heard that for sure.
If we can even get a fire started.
But we'll see. I mean, I tried to work a couple different times, and then after that, my back was so bad that I could hardly get out of my chair. So, I mean, I got to figure something out because my landlord's graciousness is going to run out. So, and I don't blame him. I mean, he's been incredibly gracious with us, and I don't blame him one bit if he kicks us out. I really don't.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, there we go.
They said I was crazy to skip the flame resistant seat.
Yeah, I'm paying $2,400 a month for a small house. Well, I haven't paid rent since September because my money just came to an abrupt halt, and I can't get disability because I haven't been out of work for a year.
Just be gentle with it. We need this. It's freezing.
Almost there.
Well, you know, and that's something else is I own my own business here, right? But I can't find anyone to hire. I've been looking and looking and looking and went through temp agencies here that helped me find somebody, and nothing. It's not that they don't have the experience, it's that nobody wants to work.
At some point, my life's going to be in his hands. Perform an inspection on
Which I think is going to change. With Trump, I think that will change, but right now I can't find anyone. I mean, I can't find anybody to hire.
Oh, thank God. I thought I'd lost you.
You did. The hell happened?
Something sliced the tail.
Yeah.
What? You thought I was
And that sucks. I mean, I'm willing, well, I was willing to train someone, and there was a couple people that I was training, and then they would quit, and then they would come back, and I'd hire them back, and then they would quit again, and then I wouldn't hire them back again, because when I hire someone, I rely on them. And if you're just going to quit on me a bunch of times, why would I hire you back? And that's been the only worker worth anything that would probably still be working with me if this didn't happen to me, is my neighbor girl that's in high school that has the best work ethic I have seen in a person in a long freaking time. But she's still in high school. And I was training her and teaching her, but I got hurt. And she like, dude, huh?
We're gonna be all right. We just need to hang on a bit longer.
Not mine.
Remember, first rule of survival: get your head right and try to stay positive.
No. Not my insurance. Not for me. It'll cover everyone else, but not for me. That's just how it is. And even unemployment. I can't even do unemployment. Because I own my own business. And I didn't pay into it. But the girl that worked for me, check this out, Rage. You will never see this from a kid her age. She's 18. I think she's 19 now. She's 19 years old. This is her last year in high school. She leaves her phone in the truck, and I didn't have to tell her that. And she's like, "What do you want me to do?" She's always, "What do you?" I go, "I just want you to learn." And she doesn't want to stand around. I was up on a ladder marking holes for her to drill in some joists on the second floor. And I looked down at her to see if she was paying attention to me, how I'm pulling my tape and how I mark my holes to drill. And I looked down at her, and she's looking at the floor, she's looking around, and then she looks in this room, and she walks in the room, grabs a broom, and starts sweeping. I didn't even tell her to do that. And she was never late. I wish she was a little earlier because I like to leave early, but whatever. She was never late. She has great work ethic, and I told her parents, you guys should be proud of her because this doesn't happen. Who leaves their phone away from them to work? Nobody. Nobody does. Yeah, she leaves it in the truck. And then if we walk out to the truck to get tools, huh? Well, then I mean, she didn't. When we'd walk out to the truck, she'd check her phone and stuff. But other than that, if we were working, the phone was in the truck, and I didn't have to tell her to do that. I wasn't even expecting her to do that. She just did it. No, workers' comp won't pay for me. It pays for my employees, if I had any. Workman's comp is a scam, dude. Yeah, she is a good girl. What was that? Oh, okay. No, because she doesn't know enough, I could send her off to go do stuff. So no, she doesn't work for me now because I need to find somebody that has experience because I can't work. No, plumbing isn't something you learn online. Plumbing is something you learn hands-on. You can learn the law of it and you can learn the code of it, but actual plumbing it, no, that's hands-on. No, it has to be hands-on, dude. It's got to be hands-on. Yeah, that's not me. I'm not going to send somebody out there that learned something online that has literally no hands-on experience. I want someone with hands-on experience. Yeah, I understand that, but regardless, I want hands-on experience. And I was teaching her that and learning because there's things you got to do a certain way. I mean, period. There's no way, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You got to do it. That's code. And if it's not done right, and you can sit there and tell the person how to do it all day long, and they can still mess up. Yeah, yeah. I had a hernia. I got surgery on that, and that's fixed for the most part. I still kind of have pain down there, but I'm chalking that up to be as expected. But my back is my back is what's bad. I'm going to see a specialist next month and see what he has to say about it. Because all the doctors around here, I got 4 different answers from 3 different doctors.
Something's outside. I had to ask if there was wolves or bears.
See anything out here?
I have a lantern of sorts.
His eyes. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even staying in this town to get looked at anymore because all the doctors here, since I don't have insurance, don't want to work on me. There's only one doctor that'll work on me, not work on me, but she'll sit down and check me out and everything. But other than that, other than that, none of them, because one doctor, I got a CT scan and they said that my back, my L1 through L4 was fractured, but my L1, 2, and 4 are healed, but my L3 is still fractured. And then it went from my L1 through 4 has compression fractures, and then it went from there's nothing wrong with your back at all. It's your muscles compensating for your hernia, and I knew that was a load of crap. And then my doctor friend said, no, your L4 disc is drying out, my L5 disc is slipping in and out, and there's something wrong with my S1. And if I stand for longer than 5 minutes, my toes start to go numb. And I tried to do a couple jobs, and both times when I got home, I could barely get out of my chair because of my back.
What is that? Oh, it's another robot.
I could. I don't have any experience anywhere in office work.
Something tells me that
No one will hire me for office work.
Go back inside while I keep watch.
All right.
On what?
Let me have a little look around first. I know it's a really
What's that?
idea, but I just want to see what the terrain's like. Okay, so it goes all the way down there.
Oh, call centers. Oh, okay.
Yeah, should probably take his advice.
I could.
Oh, that looks cool with the light rays coming through. Yeah, I really do like the style of this.
I don't think there's anything like that here. Oh, I guess you can do that from home, huh?
Now what do you want me to do? Sit by the fire?
A lot of people do that from home.
Is he scanning? Oh.
I'm going to figure out what's wrong with my back and go from there and see. Because everybody's going, oh, other than the one doctor that says there's nothing wrong with my back. Everyone said do physical therapy, and I'm like, well, why? And they're all, well, to get your muscles worked up around your injury. And I'm all, do you guys not understand what I do? My back muscles are strong. It's something else. I mean, I don't pick up by myself, but I pick up cast iron tubs. I put water heaters in my truck by myself. I pick them up and put them in my pickup truck. I mean, my back is not weak. That's not what's causing my problem.
Snacking on food. Oh, look at this. Oh, don't get stuck. Come on.
Yeah.
God, nature's so cool.
Bee venom ointment, huh? Wow. So, I mean, we're going to figure out what's wrong with my back, and we're going to go from there. If they say you can't be a plumber anymore, which I'm beginning to think that's going to be the conversation, then I'll go from there. But
yeah, we'll keep it if we can.
But I'm not.
Some pasta, some meat.
Well, that's the thing is I can't just hop on a plane and fly to another country.
He's probably still out cold.
I don't have the money.
So, what was it I needed to see exactly?
Dude, just to fly here, just to fly to Michigan was for me and my wife, I think was about $3,000. And that's only 2 or 3 states over from where I live. If I fly to a different country, that's going to cost $5, $6, $7, $8, $9,000. And if I had that much money, and right now, if I had that much money, I would pay my landlord. So I don't get kicked out of my house. What's that? Huh? I don't have. I do, but I owe on it. So that's not going to happen. I could sell it, but I still would have to pay it off. So I won't make any money on that. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of physical therapy either. Rage. And I mean, I have a buttload of tools for plumbing, but I'm not going to sell them yet, just in case my back gets fixed and I can start working again. No, I can't get a loan because I'm not working. I'm not bringing in the income to pay the loan back. I don't own land. I rent. No, there's nothing. I mean, there's stuff I can sell, but if I sell it and I can go back to work, then I wouldn't be able to go back to work because I wouldn't have the tools I need to get the job done. Tools are, yeah. For the tools that I use that I need are expensive. Just like one tool that I bought was, what was it? It was, they gave me a 10% discount and it was still $3,400. Yeah. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, and well, I could try and do that. I tried drop shipping before, and I didn't make any money on it at all. Yeah. I was selling I was doing e-cigarettes when it was all popular, and I didn't make any money on it.
Again, though, super peaceful. So I'm gonna look around. Hey, it's me. Still kicking?
So I mean, right now it's focusing on getting my back fixed and hoping that it's sooner than later and my landlord's graciousness doesn't run out. But in all honesty, our conversations are starting to change to he's getting tired of waiting for me to pay rent. To I hope you get better soon and we'll figure something out. To, well, you're getting into a big hole and I don't know if you'll be able to get out of it. And if I could start plumbing again, I'd get out of it quick.
Just hold tight.
Oh, dude, I'm not. No, dude, don't even worry about that. Really, don't worry about that, my friend. Honestly.
Pretty steep. So his legs messed up, and
yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if I end up disappearing one day, that's because I got kicked out, and
we gotta find him.
And dude, yeah, I don't have Elon's internet, so I can't just go hook up my PC up, But huh?
Anything interesting at the top?
Yeah, I could do. There's no internet cafes here, dude, and actually, they're a dying breed in the United States. And if they're not, there's none here.
One of those new inland plants is redundancy for coastal flooding. I don't suppose you've seen any worse.
Huh? Oh, I know I'm not alone, dude. I mean, that's why I started streaming, because I haven't been working since the end of August, and sitting around doing nothing was driving me crazy. So I started streaming, you know, and like I said, I knew it was a long shot. I knew it was. But and I told my wife, I go, well, I wasn't an overnight internet sensation, dude. So, and but I mean, it is what it is, dude. And all I can do is put one foot in front of the other. And if we'll see what this specialist says about my back, and hopefully I don't need surgery, and hopefully there's something I can do without it. But I mean, I'm having trouble getting into my bed at night. Yeah, but in all honesty, my bed is like, it's pretty high off the floor. And it's kind of funny because my wife is short, right? And I was totally thinking that my wife would need to get help in the bed before I would, just because we're old and she's short. But no, I was wrong. Dude, I'm the one that needs help getting into the bed. But it's a wooden frame. I got a new bed a few years ago, and we bought this frame for it. And I didn't think it was going to be like that. A lot of it has to do with our bed is so thick. Yeah, and we did get an adjustable base, and that took it off a couple inches off the floor. But are you leaving me?
Yep.
Where are you going?
Grocery shopping.
Oh. I thought you went yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Probably get rid of this thing, right? Okay. I put that on there.
Let's just worry about getting out of here first.
Dates. Remember? Yeah, you can't tell that's an A. Me either. Yeah, she's going to get me some dates, dude. And like I say, oh, I guess my wife is the date. I do. No, I do, honey. Please, I think about that. And that's something else. My wife has stepped up, dude. She has been an absolute beast. My wife's a stud, and I want to do something nice for her, but right now I can't, and hopefully someday I can. I mean, huh? Yeah, well, if I'm still broke on Valentine's, ain't nothing gonna happen. And we're actually, I mean, Ford has been another one that has been absolutely gracious with me, but they can't extend my not paying anymore, so that's something else. And when I was plumbing and making good money, I spoiled the crap out of her because she deserved it. She absolutely deserved. I bought her new vehicles and stuff like that. But Ford has been very gracious, but that's about to run out, like probably next month. Huh? Yeah, for my trucks, because I bought me a truck and I bought her a truck. And I was doing fine until all this happened to me. So, and Ford has been very helpful, very helpful. Ford Credit has been absolutely helpful. But I love you too, sweetheart. But you can only they can only be gracious. I mean, they're running a business. I get it. I get it. If they come take my trucks, I understand. I have no ill will against Ford. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see. It's no. So we'll see. I mean, I get it. I get it. I understand it. I have no ill will if they do it, if it does come to that. And I'm hoping it doesn't, but I mean, I haven't made a truck payment since September. And they're like, "We can't do it anymore." I'm okay. So, and that's $3,000 a month for both trucks. Which I was paying when I was working. I mean, I was so busy. I was booked out until 2026. Now I have nothing. I have no job. I have one job that the guy has been patiently waiting for me on, and I don't think I'm going to be able to finish it. Yeah. I mean, I was plumbing cabins, I was plumbing houses, I was plumbing vacation houses. I was busy. I didn't have enough time in the day. And I couldn't hire anyone. I offered for a journeyman plumber, I offered $45 an hour. When I first moved here, because I own my own business before I moved here, it's good. It's really good because with my experience, so when I lived in California, I owned my own business there. And California is so anti-business, it's insane. And just a trash state. Yeah, $45 an hour is good. Because I was yeah, I know. I moved here, and I was planning on starting my own business here when I first moved here, and I got tired of hearing the excuses why people couldn't pay me. So I went to work for somebody. And with my experience owning my own business with a master plumbing license, I was getting $28 an hour. I'm paying someone with less experience than me $45 an hour. And nobody. I advertised on Facebook, the classified ads, Flathead classified ads on Facebook. I got 1 thumbs up. I advertised on LinkedIn, nothing. I advertised on Indeed, Nothing. I went to a temp agency. Nothing. Huh?
Click a lot, but once it has enough power, a green light will appear, and it should also activate the target area marker. Anything that steps into that area should be scared.
Yeah, yeah. It's.
But honestly, I'd recommend just buying a new one. Cheers, Richard.
Here, nobody wants to work. Plain and simple.
Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's a green.
What was that?
I'm gonna have to speed press this. Oh, come on! So we're charging it up by pressing the on and off button, and I can see at the end there's like a. Ooh, wait.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, and that costs money.
Yeah, the light went out on the right side. Oh my god, come on. Oh. Oh, this. Oh, that's why. Okay, I was wondering why this door was open. So if anything comes through there, this thing will, what, scare them off?
That's not horrible, but I mean, we gotta pinch every penny we get to either pay bills or buy food or something. Because I went from making bringing in $10,000 to $15,000 a month to $1,200 a month overnight.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah. And
what? Why did it disappear? Ranger cam. What does that say?
Yeah, I can't get workman's comp. I can't use workman's comp because it's for my employees. No, it's not, because I don't have any employees. I'm not bringing in any money whatsoever.
Are they motion detected, or is it just you set them up and
Huh?
leave them and come back to them and what you've got is what you've got?
No one's gonna buy my company because there's not enough plumbers here to begin with. So if I shut my doors, people will just get my customers regardless of buying my company or not.
Other animals on these other cameras. Oh, here, okay. Oh, it's a but no one's going to buy it because there's no reason. I wouldn't buy a plumbing company if they were selling it, because eventually I'll get their customers anyway, because they're not plumbing anymore. No one's going to buy my company, and I don't want to sell it yet just in case I can go back to work. But even if I did want to sell it, no one's going to buy it. That doesn't help my situation. I'm hearing stuff.
Again, that doesn't help my situation.
More motion detected?
No. It doesn't matter if I have a company or not. I can show that I'm not making any money.
I think I'm supposed to be looking for activity on the cameras and then identifying what it is I'm seeing.
Regardless of owning a company or not, I can show that I'm not making any money. So owning it or not doesn't matter, and no one's going to buy it because there's already not enough plumbers in this area.
What do these mean?
If there was enough plumbers in this area, I probably wouldn't be booked out till 2026.
No, okay, so we can't access.
And so is every other plumber in this county. They are booked out till next year.
Wait. Was this telling me what they all mean? Oh, okay, I see. So, motion detected, and then...
I'm not like that. I'm not going to go around stealing other people's workers. That's not cool. It is stealing, and that's not cool. And I'm not going to do that.
The thing actually appears across the top. Oh, is it going to go?
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to say, seeing as though I can't see anything unless I'm absolutely blind, it's that. Ah, there we
Well,
go. All right.
again, bankruptcy's not going to help my situation.
Is it worth having a quick scan after I'm hearing something there. Every time I go to this one, it's like a footstep.
Yeah, and I can't find anyone. I need someone with experience, though. I need someone with experience. Period. There's no way around it. I mean, that's just how it is. I need someone with experience. And I am anal when it comes to my work. And if you're not good, I won't hire you. I don't care how much I need employees. If you're not a good plumber and you don't what's the word I'm looking for? You don't have pride in your work, and you don't take the extra minute to make it right, and I'm not going to hire you. I'm not. And that's the thing, and that's something else around here is I was talking to one of my suppliers, and I'm like, dude, I want to hire somebody, but I'm so anal right now. I'm having trouble hiring someone because of how anal I am. And he goes, well, in good times, and he's not wrong on this. He goes, well, in good times, if there's a plumber looking for a job, he's probably not a good plumber. And he's not wrong. In times that we are so busy, we don't have enough time in the day, and a plumber's looking for a job, he's probably not a good plumber. And that's not what I want. I don't want to have to constantly put out fires because my plumber is half-ass. I don't want to do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna tarnish my name for that. I'm not gonna do it. And I'm not gonna do that. Now, when I put an ad out, and if another worker wants to come from another company, that's fine. But I'm not gonna go actively look for workers on another company. That's not cool. That's not a cool thing to do. And I'm not gonna do that. Now, put an ad out, and if somebody quits There's a lot of big plumbing companies here, and they're all busy. And again, if I put an ad out, which I have done, and somebody from another company wants to come work for me, fine. But I'm not going to go to other companies' employees saying, "Come work for me." I'm not going to do that. I could do that, but again, that costs money that I don't have. I would have to, which I'm not on Facebook anymore, but I would have to go to a temp agency, and I've already gone to a temp agency, and they haven't found nothing. In fact, they're still sending me emails on office workers. It's like, that's not what I want. I want a journeyman plumber at the very least. And they're just sending me people that for office work to answer phones and stuff. And it's like, that's not what I'm looking for. Because there's no plumbers looking for a job here. I have the ad out. I'm in a temp agency offering $45 an hour for journeyman plumbers, and I'm not getting anything. Yeah.
It's making it hard to see as well because the weather's disrupting the signal. It looks like a bear, but what's this bit here?
Well, my company's at my house. That's where
breaking open a trash bag or something. But to me, that looks like a knee. You know,
yeah, I mean, again, that's stealing somebody from another company, but.
And it's not in focus, so I'm going with my gut feeling here. I'm going to
yeah, that's.
that the right thing to do? I don't know.
I do.
Time will tell. Okay. Let's get this. See, that's going to come back to haunt me now. It was just a bear. Because I didn't call it out, it's going to come
Yeah,
straight
well,
through the tower and straight through that door. Can we make ourselves a drink or something?
yeah. I need to make me better.
No trail cams are going off. We're okay.
Well, that too. I do need to pay my rent, and I'm trying. I mean, I really am trying. I'm streaming. I could probably do more, but yeah, dude, I'm not gonna do that. That's just not cool. I'm not gonna steal somebody. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. That's just I'm not gonna do it.
Wait, so it was a bear?
That's not cool. That's not cool, dude. And the thing is this area isn't a big area.
So paranoid about that now. Get that all the way up.
There's a lot of plumbers here, but it's still not. Dude, we had in.
If I just keep pressing it like after it, does it stay there?
I forgot what. I think it was 2022. We had 40,000 people move here in one summer.
No. On the sofa? Okay, it's not letting me sleep.
Well, look.
Guitar. Keep it topped up. I guess we just gotta wait for.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna steal another. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not. That's just. I'm not gonna do that.
You know, like there's other things we could do. All right, what else we got? Let's see. This work yet? No.
I tried to get. I tried. I'm not gonna sell my business, but I also tried. I also tried to talk to another company to see if they'll finish my job for me, and I wasn't even gonna have, you know. And they could have took. I just want the job done. I want my customer taken care of, and I wasn't even going to, you know, say I want this much money from it. I was just going to give it to him so my customer could have his house plumbed, and no one or everyone is too busy.
Something is going to be here just staring through the window.
I'm more about my customers. I'm more about my customers than myself, dude. And if my customer needs help, I'm willing to bite the bullet and pass it off to somebody else just so they can get taken care of. And I won't even try and get money out of it.
I wonder if there's two things in an image.
Huh?
Actually, no, because once I press one, it uploads. Oh, I suppose it stays on it. So.
Well, you're right, I do, but at the same point, I don't care to the extent that my customer is getting taken care of.
I do like this though. Again, I just feel like there's more I should be doing.
I didn't get to where I'm at to be one of the busiest plumbers in the valley because I'm stealing people and not taking care of my customer. My customers come first, period. Before money, before anything, my customers come first. And that's how I've always been, and that's why I was the busiest plumber in my town in California. And that's why I'm one of the busiest plumbers here where I live, is because my customers came first before anything.
Put this back on. Oh, that drops really quick. Come on. There it is.
There's from a university? Is that what you said?
I'm going to pay attention to that, see if it changes. Trail cam.
Well, that's, I mean, there
we go.
Yeah, my town's bigger than that, but it's not like a big city. But
Today's video is sponsored by the
Indeed, and Indeed actually is a job finding website. So I had it, they were all over the country. I was hoping a plumber was going to be moving here and would get a hold of me, but that wasn't even the case. I mean, Indeed is countrywide. Huh? Well, then, I guarantee you, I promise you right now, that a journeyman getting paid $45 an hour is probably going to be the top, if not right up there with the top. Because like I said, I'm a master plumber, which is more experience and more everything than a journeyman plumber, and I was getting $28 an hour. And I'm offering journeyman plumbers with less experience more than I was getting paid. And nothing. It is. And the only avenues I have right now is streaming, which I'm trying. And I'll be the first to admit I'm not that interesting because I can't just sit here and talk to myself and talk about the game and do that. That's just how I am. I've never been where I can just sit and talk to myself or or to a camera. I've hated cameras my whole life. I mean, just being in front of a camera for me is a big step. But like I said, I'll be the first to admit I'm probably not the most exciting guy to watch. And I understand that because I watch all these other guys and they're, and they're talking and this and that and everything. Now when someone comes in and talks to me, I'll talk back like with you and Rage and Grandpops and them and Raw and Dookie and there's some people I miss and I go to their page or something and say, sorry, I didn't answer you. I'm not ignoring you. I just didn't see it in time. And then getting my back fixed is my other avenue so I can work again. And I've been huh? How am I supposed to identify what that is? Yeah, my stepson is my son is in Shasta, in Mount Shasta, and he's doing more or less medevac. So I mean, he's got his career down. He's in LA right now doing. He said he goes, I'm in LA being a pharmacist right now. So he's making pretty good money, and he goes on fires and does medical on fires and stuff and everything like that. And then my stepdaughter's in the Navy. No, he can't help me because he's in LA right now, and he doesn't know anything about plumbing. And my stepdaughter's in the Navy, and my stepson's in Australia, like you were saying. He's in a different country. And my other son, it's a long story, but long story short, my son's mother, I found out, was cheating on me from her boyfriend or from her brother's wife that I grew up with. Found out she was cheating on me the whole time we were together. As long as you don't answer yourself, Rage, you're all good. I confronted her on it. She didn't deny it. I told her I was going to get a DNA test to see if the baby was mine. She got mad, stormed out of the house. Haven't seen him since. Haven't heard nothing, haven't anything. So I have no idea where he is. But yeah, I mean, all my kids are off doing their own thing, and I'm proud of all of them. I'm proud of all of them for it. I wanted to get my son into the plumbing industry, And he did he got into HVAC, and he was liking it, and we were talking, and he goes, "What if I move out there and we do a plumbing HVAC business?" I'm down. I'm down. And I was excited about it because we were going to go into business together. And he went into Medevac, which is, I'm proud of him for it. I really am. I am proud of him for it. He's going through the motions. He's going to the schools. He's doing what he's got to do it, and I'm proud of him for it. Beyond belief. Huh?
So that's what we were looking at then. Somebody was here, flailing around or running away from something.
Yeah.
That's suspicious.
So here's my thing right now is and this might be my problem. I have a heart and stuff. I'm not going to go to work for somebody and quit on them. If they're going to give me the job and trust in me to be there and do what they need me to do, I'm not going to go to work for somebody for a month and quit on them. I'm a very loyal person, and I'm not going to do that. No, and you know, that's something else is I tried to open rage. I tried to open is like a shipping / holding business, and I was installing walk-in tubs all over the Northwest United States, and I was making some incredibly good money doing it. And I opened this business, and I was making enough money to run that business and pay my employee off of my tubs, but then the pandemic hit, and all that went out. I had to shut my business down. I was making between $6,000 to $8,000 a week doing tubs, down to $1,600 every other week when the pandemic hit, and I had to shut my business down. And that business was just starting to gain traction, and the pandemic hit, and it just came to a complete halt. That business came to a stop. My tubs came to a stop because nobody wanted me in their house, which is understandable. But I had that going as well, but I had to shut it down because of the pandemic. But I was making more than enough money because I was paying rent on a big warehouse. I was paying a desk clerk $5 an hour more than what she was making at another job. I was paying her $20 an hour for sitting at a desk, right? Huh?
What are you staring at? Oh, imagine seeing that. Something like a bear or a wolf that you know they're not afraid of.
No, they can't.
In their natural habitat. And then you see it just staring at something like that. Oh shit, that would be one of the worst things I could imagine, especially being on my own in a tower like this. Right, wolf. No. Oh, the shoe's gone. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Again? Oh yeah, okay, everything. He's dialing up to an 11 now.
What is it called?
This one?
I'm writing it down.
I really struggle with this one because of how... Oh, there it is. Is that a fox? Okay. We are doing it. Something else looking out of place. I've just realized as well, when I come out of the computer, there could easily be something in here that will snatch my soul, in all honesty, if I get scared that way. I shouldn't manifest that because it will more than likely happen. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, is that a bird?
I'm looking at it right now on my phone.
There you go. Check for anything else. Quick scan won't do us any harm. No, get that back on. No. Oh, something's making me go outside. No! I don't even have a flashlight. Oh, I'm so pissed.
Yeah, I'll look deeper into it. Kind of looking at it right now.
What? See, this thing's got me in a full panic right now. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Oh my god! Oh, we just get that on. Just flew through the window. Right. Okay. Breathing a little heavier now. Alright, we got something here. What? I don't really see anything suspicious.
Yeah.
That thing where your brain plays a trick.
Yeah, I'll look into it more.
I've seen something, but I'm not, so I'm going to do that. Trust your gut. Nothing. No.
No, dude, don't worry about me, man. Really, you need to take care of yourself.
Oh, there. Is that a rabbit?
Dude, you're a cool cat. I like you a lot. We've had some good conversations.
The pulse you get when you're stressed. Come on.
I don't know how you guys feel about cats over there, but it's just an expression, dude. Oh, really? I love dogs, dude. I love dogs.
No. Nothing suspicious. Just gonna go with that.
Really?
I'm stressed because we've only got...
I like cats. I just don't like how they stink your house up. My wife had a cat, dude. That cat was freaking cool. He's dead now. He was like 22. And really?
That genuinely scared the shit out of me, though. No, get that back on. Stay on, please.
Yeah, my wife's cat was so cool, man. My wife's cat was really freaking cool. Like, one, he'd go outside and go to the bathroom. So that part was nice. But but yeah, but like my wife would go on walks and the cat would go with her. It's crazy, dude. That was the coolest freaking cat I've ever seen.
Oh, don't you go off.
Yeah, his name was, what was it, Casper? I think it was Casper. He was a cool cat. That cat was cool. And it was funny because my wife was literally the girl next door. She like lived next door to me. And the cat never came over to my house. I didn't even know she had a cat. And then we went on the first date and I went over to the house. And after the first date that we went on, that cat would come over every day and hang out. It was cool. It was so cool.
Okay, there we go. Oh, go.
We had birds and they flew around the house.
Somebody was peeking from around the corner.
Oh, that I'm so allergic to horses, Rage. It's insane. Well, no, I'm allergic. I'm talking to Road Rage on YouTube. And I love horses, but I'm so allergic to them. It's crazy how allergic I am to them. I could go up pet a horse, and if I touch anywhere on my body, it just breaks out massively. Any horse. I went to a rodeo here.
No. Wait, can we just stay in this until the motion goes off? Oh, oh shit. What?
Yeah, I went to a rodeo. It was indoors because I live in a cold area, and it was I think it was in January, so it was an indoor arena. And I went to it. My customer of mine, customer/friend, because actually, in all honesty, I become friends with like 90% of my customers. And I went to this rodeo. He had VIP tickets, and we all went. We got like ringside seats. It was cool. I had a good time for the most part, other than the fact that I could not breathe the whole time I was in there because I have asthma. And we were in there, and dude, let's just say by the end of the day, by the end of the rodeo, my chest hurt from trying to breathe.
Distract your attention or something like that. Oh, come on, change. I need to get that phone.
Huh?
Hey, there was a power shutdown. I hear thunder hitting the tower big time. Are you all right?
And I was, yeah, you're right. And I was sucking that like it was going out of style, dude. I was on it every, I don't know, I was probably taking a puff every 15, 20 minutes.
Why should you? Yeah, but I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, dude. So I use albuterol, and I use it often.
We're okay. We're doing good. We can make it till sunrise. I think that's.
Yeah, no, this is just like a rescue inhaler.
Come on.
And
Nothing on the trail cams. I'm not seeing any.
I do hop in.
I'd really like no more birds to go crashing through the windows. I've got to go outside, haven't I? I can feel it. I know I've got to go out there. It's getting a little bit.
Let's see, how can, yeah, but see, you're on the website.
Oh no, wait.
But you should.
See?
Here, let me do this.
Okay. Oh, I see you down there. What is that? A boar? Yeah, it's a boar. I see the tusks.
Oh, really?
Oh, I can hear something on this one. I swear to you guys, I can hear that. Wait, do we go outside? I'm going to go outside real quick. Okay, trail cams pick something up. No, there was 100% something here beeping. It was like that, and then it disappeared. Come on. Yeah,
How do I?
Oh, it's a hand. Suspicious. I thought it was hair at first. No, we're good.
Oh, here we go.
I keep thinking that this bit here is a head. You know, when I stand back here like that, can you guys see that? I want to put that in your mind too, just in case you get scared if I'm glancing across. We're in this together. What's that? Oh, the back of a deer? Is that a deer?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. That's because it's more or less a luxury than a necessity to own a pet. Yeah, but birds are noisy and messy. Oh, you're right. You're not wrong on that. But they're so messy.
Hello, little guy. Taking some shelter out the rain. That's clearly a wolf, right?
I never realized how messy birds were until I owned one.
Still can't go through there. Or to wherever that is. We don't have access to it.
But we don't have birds anymore.
God, I cannot scan this enough times. I feel like there's a pressure coming down on us. Here we go, another one. Oh. Oh. What?
Yeah, birds are cool.
Oh, there's somebody hunched over on someone that's laid down. Or is it something eating someone? Okay, well, that's suspicious. Record that.
That sucks.
Okay. Well, you're doing good. Too good. Starting to...
We had a cat that adopted us. Just showed up on our doorstep. No, he adopted us. Just showed up on our doorstep one day. Yeah, yeah, and it was cold and I felt bad. So I fed him. And he came back and he hung out for, I'd say, the winter. And then he left one day and never came back. He moved on to the next house, I guess. I don't know, but he was a pretty cool cat too. He was. So, when you're typing to me on YouTube, you have to use Google Translate. Oh, okay. Right on, dude. What is this? I did for a little bit. Oh. Yeah, I played it for a while, but and then that Wuthering Waves. Did you play that? That's a cutscene simulator. Wuthering Waves. It's another free one like Genshin Impact. Oh, an Ananta? Anata? Anata? I never heard of that. I need to invite you guys, but Road Rage is trying to come in here, and I don't know how to invite him. Here, we'll do this. Join that and we can all chat. Yeah, join the streaming chat. There, Rage, now you can hop in. Yeah, that's fine, but I sent you a invite to the server. What was that? Yeah. Yeah, I've watched my own streams to see how long the delay was. I don't know, man. Icarus is high up on the list. What was that? Yeah, that's a good game. That's up there high on my list. Days Gone is up there high on my list. I've never played that. Never played Resident Evil. What else? I mean, I like Star Citizen when it works, but I can only handle so much of Star Citizen. Really? Oh. Dude, I like Helldivers. It's a good game. They need, yeah. And I'm sure that'll come. Yeah, Rage. I didn't hear you call me, but I sent you an invite to join my server, and you can join our channel. Because right now we're just friends on Discord. But once you accept the invite, then you'll be in our server. And become one of us.
What's up, guys? Spartan85. Welcome to Category 6, the demo. This game's going to be coming out in 2025.
looks really cool. Basically, you're trying to survive a Category 6 hurricane. There's 2 different modes. There's Story Mode, which Story Mode offers an easier and more forgiving experience. It features a gripping narrative as you navigate the emotional challenges of survival, not just for yourself, but for your family waiting at the end of
Oh,
the journey.
you're muted.
Every discovery, every setback, and every triumph is a chapter in your unique story. And then there's survival mode, which is
Okay.
no cutscenes. Survival mode
No.
is a more challenging experience with cutscenes. It features permadeath, so every decision you make is a matter of life and death. You're the only one. Your one and only goal is survival. How many days can you last?
I can't think of anything.
We're gonna jump into the story mode because I kind of want to check that out, see what this game offers on that, and let's jump in and check that out.
So is it summertime for you right now? It's winter but hot? How hot? Whoa. Let's see. I gotta figure out the difference between, alright, so what did you say, 12? Did you say 12? 53? That's hot? Yeah, I would too at that temperature. But I mean, where I live, 53 is definitely short weather. And I'm sure it's the same for Rage. But that's because I live in a cold climate.
The calm before the storm. Okay, welcome to Category 6. Use WASD, spacebar to jump, press shift key to run, sleep to the game, and
in the fall and spring.
Cool. What's this over here?
Winter. Let's see. Winter, like right now. Let me convert this to Celsius.
We can take that. There's some. Looks like we can pick all this stuff up. There is some fireworks.
Right here, it's -8 degrees Celsius.
Over here? Oh, you can. Okay.
Right now.
I'm not sure how much we're gonna need this in the story.
And it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, more or less.
There is our supply.
It's 12:43.
I like the skeleton. There's crafting. Is this everything that we have on our supply? We have cannabis.
But in the summer,
looks like everything that you can possibly.
I'd say it hangs around 26 degrees Celsius.
There's the map. Ooh, I like this. Okay, and there's skills.
45.
We don't have any skill points right now, but there is a.
100 degrees. Holy smokes!
Kind of system here. I like that a lot. Let's pick up the scrap here. I guess we're supposed to go into our house and
maybe I should check out my journal.
Okay, there's our journal.
That's 122 degrees.
Kind of follow the tutorial, I guess. Hey, what's
yeah.
This here is my adoring family. They mean everything to me. And this is Bexley. She's the only person I know who can win an argument.
Yeah, there's a town called Redding, California. And I remember working down there plumbing a bunch of fourplexes. It was 124 degrees. So that's what?
He loves to sew. Not your typical kid hobby, but he's actually really good at it. He's got this creativity and confidence to just be himself.
Really?
Very cool. Now what do we
So we'll get temperatures here. Oops.
Sit and talk.
How do I do this? Where it'll be, we'll get a week where it'll be -34 degrees Celsius.
3 is still the meteorological equivalent of a strongly worded email. However, I'm really not too worried about it.
Yeah, 50s, and if you go east of where I live, It's minus 40 degrees Celsius.
I also read this crazy story on the internet that the storm was man-made, and there will be more just like it all over the world.
The response you choose can lead to different
See, that's pretty comfortable for me. 70s.
While others can have a more positive impact.
I'd rather be in the 60s, but 70s is comfortable for me. So 20 I'd rather have. 25 is tolerable, we'll say.
Man, I don't know. Let's go with the nonsense one.
Can cause a lot of damage, Dad.
Yeah, Dad. It is nothing going to damage me. I am tough as a skunk. Don't worry about me, kiddo. I'll be fine. I like.
Yeah, that's how it is here in the spring and fall. It'll be cold. It'll be 20s, 30s in the morning, and then it'll get up to 50, 60. So what would that be? So about 20s is minus 6. We'll say 60 is 15 degrees.
Okay. If your mother makes one of her egg rolls, pork, and bean casseroles, bring me some leftovers. Sounds like a solid plan. Free rent and probably better food than a hotel. Just don't let her recruit you for any house projects while you're there.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
While I'm gone, Dad. Last time we went out of town, I found all my Legos out of their boxes.
Sorry about that. I was making some castles. You're still not holding that against me. It was a Lego emergency. The Death Star I built desperately needed reinforcements. I like that one. And there's the power.
Going out. That is our cue to leave. Are you sure you don't want to come with us, Clark?
Nope. I'm going to stay here. Oh, okay.
You're still muted, Rage. I don't know if you know that or not. Let's see, Raptor's playing something.
Alright guys, so welcome to something called Trail Cam. This is one you guys have suggested a lot lately, and this is what it says. You are a wildlife investigator called to the Appalachian Mountains to solve mysterious missing person cases. Using trail cameras from your watchtower, you'll uncover a sinister truth, navigating a non-
Yeah, the caterpillar's cool.
Anything else to build?
Oh, foundation. Yeah, the caterpillar's cool, but trying to get all your stuff off of it sucks.
Not seeing any more homelessness problems. Looks like, yep, we've unlocked new supports. I'm imagining our end goal is to get all the way here to this thing, but in order to get there, we still need stuff to survive. So we'll need more water, more food.
Yeah, I'm beginning to lose hope in Star Citizen.
Lab now. Okay, we'll wait for that. There's our small lab, which will employ engineers. And there's a door there for it. Looks like the side of an aircraft. Okay, so they've salvaged like
from Argo?
Or something.
Oops.
And we can build it just like that. I'm actually going to build it down here.
Let's see.
The door's at the top.
Ships.
And there's a door at the bottom. Do we need both doors?
Where's Argo?
Oh, that's neat. We can build a door up there. Okay, so it's either both or one or the other on these doors. I'm not entirely sure, but
oh, the flying one?
Stairwell. Going back up there.
Oh, the track, there it is.
Ground level. So there's a yellow door there.
That's kind of neat.
There's a yellow door there on level 1. So I can imagine this will be like our workshop from Frostpunk. Oh, we're right. Look at that, a woodcatcher. Oh, we're going down raft territory here. Okay.
The Caterpillar has a couple tractor beams on it, but they're in the most worthless spots I've ever seen.
Electric junk catcher, recycling centers, wood pressers. Oh, and this is just for production. Then we got stuff for water, food, gathering,
And that's cool.
energy, and social too.
That's cool.
Tower. What does that mean?
I think the tractor beams on that ship. I think it should go up and down a rail to each cargo hold.
All right. Well, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean, that's neat, dude. That's actually really cool. And it looks like it can hold the big cargo too.
Allows us to queue, but I guess not. Our first research, what would they recommend? Wow.
Yeah.
Who cares about the planet? All your suggestions.
I think that new Misk Star Lancer needs one.
That seems to be presented just like a regular tutorial. Oh boy, high tide is here. Is anybody underneath? Yep, we got somebody underneath.
This.
Maybe they'll be smart enough to get back up. All right, here comes high tide. And I'm hoping that we can actually queue up research. I don't think we can do that. Let's start with the woodcatcher. Not enough resources to finish. We need 10 junk and 10 wood.
Corsair.
Wood boiler. That one there.
Oh, see, I like that ship, dude.
More junk will be needed to research that. Okay. Well, then we put nobody on that then. Actually, we'll put 1 on it. 2. We'll put 2 on it. Yeah, we'll put just 1 person there, and then we'll continue to gather stuff over here. Beautiful.
Yeah, I like the Scorpius.
Too. Maybe a welder, perhaps, when they build.
That's probably my favorite heavy fighter. I'm looking forward to the Ironclad.
Yeah, this music is a vibe. I like this a lot.
The Spirit's cool. Crusader has some cool looking ships, I think.
Alright, so everybody's going back to their cabin for the night or for the storm? Everybody seems to be retreating in. Time is only like 1 p.m.
Yeah, Origin's more luxury, it seems like.
Let's see.
Yeah.
10% on the wood boiler. High tide incoming run. Oh yeah, people can be washed away. They can drown if they don't make it in time. Hopefully we didn't lose anybody. I turned off all the...
Yeah, I'm done giving these guys money until something seriously changes with them.
It looks like 1 out of 2. This is kind of weird. I see 1 out of 2 here, but then when I click this, I see 2 out of... Okay, there. Now it's reflected correctly. Although I don't know if we're in a hurry to build that if we don't have the material. So now we really can't access anything.
I do like this Ironclad.
But we could try to get what's up here if we have enough wood. Let's try to double, then triple.
I heard that the Ironclad was supposed to come out at 4.0, but I don't think it's going to happen. That's why I bought it.
Cool. Oh, that's why I was confused. So it looks like we can put 2 people per node. And then on the right is the number of workers that...
Yeah, the Kraken, dude. I love the looks of that ship. I love the looks of the Kraken. But I won't, well, I can't anyway, but I won't get that ship until it releases.
Oh, you goober, what are you doing down there?
Really?
Did he fall off? I don't have everybody...
Yeah, I mean, it's...
I don't think anyway.
Yeah, I watched... Oh, wait, I don't think I did watch that commercial.
That should be good. Time control, building wood boiler.
Where's the Kraken at?
Probably for that prolonged production.
There it is. Yeah, see, that ship is sick.
Here we see the workers zipping
that Kraken is sick.
Going right down there for that other resource.
Yeah.
Oh, there Okay, so there is different levels of high tide too. It'll reflect that as well. Water level change plus 4 meters. I wonder if it reflects of what ocean level is or sea level is.
Yeah, I almost got that, but again, I'm not buying. I will not buy any more concept ships. That's all the IAE this year, other than the F7 MK2s and the Intrepid. Every ship on the IAE was a concept ship, and I won't do it anymore. That last IAE just totally turned me off. Dude, I don't know how you don't like the Corsair.
We'll need more junk though for that, I believe. Yeah, 15.
Yes.
Yes. Kind of weird though that we can only assign 2 people. Seems dreadfully slow. Like 2 people
I like it, man. I think the Corsair looks sick.
Put it on their back and walk back, and then there's plenty of time by the time these folks walk to the storage and walk back for another group of 2 to be on their way as well.
Yeah. But at the same point, I mean, other than flying around on planets, you're mostly in space. So wings don't matter in space.
Great, but they'll have to share their supplies. Together we will survive. As long as they listen to me, they can stay. Oh, this tells you exactly what you get. 2 sailors.
I like the look of it. I do.
Let's go with that one. Together we will survive. Okay, so we have Randos coming in.
Oh, he's off mute. Yeah. He might be trying to set up his mic on here. I think this is his first time doing voice on Discord.
I don't see a boat, do I?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see anybody actually coming in.
He's probably trying to figure out how to set up his mic and
The camera controls are cool.
headset.
And I can only imagine the bottom of the boat then is above sea level based on it being high tide before. Okay. So we're starting to learn some things. What about
That's what I use.
Okay, so this is sea level? And that's plus 4 meters. Wait, didn't we hear that that's what was coming? 6 meters? Oh, what is this? Sea level will drop. Okay. So we have low tide and then also sea level drop. Why?
What's Squid Game? Oh.
I don't know.
That game looks stupid.
Oh, okay. There are homeless people. I don't know if I missed it, but I was expecting to see like a boat pull up or something. Or
This game, Squid Game Season 3.
Maybe people who would, join us would actually have to like pull up real quick. I guess I'm thinking of this a little bit like going medieval, where if somebody shows up with materials and whatnot,
Is
you
it?
go and pick up the weapons and put it into storage too. But whatever. Okay, so a good idea to continue to build homes. I can't believe I'm building this one hovering. I'm just basically hoping that it holds on to the building to its left and then the one behind it. So that's cool. Yeah. Alright, I think we'll skip night. And it looks like there is like a work shift. I like how it's done in Frostpunk.
What now?
Kind of goes inside, and there is still some planning that you can do. So, in this case, this is definitely when we can lay out.
Oh, Marvel, yeah.
But some things have to be built.
Yeah, ever since what's his face died, that has been going downhill as far as I'm concerned.
I want to see the seagulls attack. I thought they would actually.
Why is
show
this
an
not?
animation
Why
of
can't I
seagulls
hear
coming in and
this?
laying traps, but I guess not. I guess we're just.
Oh, that's.
If you like extraction shooter games, the Forever Winter is definitely worth checking out. In the game, you and your squad will need to.
What was that? I had something turned up too high.
The whole premise of the Forever Winter is
Yeah. No, I haven't watched a Marvel movie in a long time. I like him until he came out and opened his mouth about politics and telling us to vote for Kamala Harris. No, that's not why. I think actors and actresses and stuff like that need to keep their mouths shut when it comes to politics. Well, that's the thing is I see. So, I mean, if they're paying him to do it, then he's just flat selling out. It would depend. This guy's so funny. I like this guy. It would depend, dude. I mean, if somebody offered me $10 million to do something to go against my morals, I probably wouldn't take it. As much as I would want to, I would rather be able to sleep at night. Dude, I absolutely would not. If somebody offered me $10 million to support Kamala Harris, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. No, dude, because I'm not that type of person. I'm not. I wouldn't do it. And it would be my loss, but at the end of the day, I would sleep at night and I would feel good about myself that I didn't sell out. And that's how I've always been, dude. That's how I've always been. No, you're not the bad guy, dude. Look, everybody, one, you don't live in this country, right? So you're, so you're, well, that's because, well, yeah, and you're sticking to your guns and your morals, and that's not a bad thing, dude. They're just saying they're making fun of you because or whatever, talking smack to you because they're stupid is what it comes down to. Oh yeah, dude, and there always will be people like that. Yeah, there'll always be people like that out in the world because they're too chicken, you know what, to come and say it to your face. Plain and simple. Just like all these so-called keyboard, these keyboard warriors, dude, that go around and send emails to people saying they're gonna kill them, dude, and this and that, and it's like, come on. And some people get scared, and I understand, but they're not gonna do that. Just like You know what's funny is Jordan Peterson. I don't know if you know who he is or not, but he goes, you know what I did for liberals to stop coming to my speeches at colleges? He goes, I put them on in the morning. He goes, that solved that problem right away because they sleep all freaking day. I mean, these keyboard warriors are such a joke. I mean, that's what they are. They're big and tough behind a screen and a monitor, but when it comes to face, they're just a bunch of you know what. I don't know him, so I don't know, but I bet he's woke garbage. Huh? Yeah, like a dean or something? Yeah, see, that's just the dean being a piece of crap. That's all that is. Oh, well then they're a piece of crap. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, that's not cool. They're just again, they're chicken. They don't want to deal with it. They're
That's a big one. So we paid $500 million to work.
What was that?
How much did you give me for?
Take care of it. Take care of business. There's this girl on, I think she was on TikTok or Instagram, I can't remember, but she was talking about America and how she was more or less afraid to come to America because she thought everybody owned a gun. And it's like the Wild West here. She's so stupid. But it was pretty funny watching her freak out over that.
Well, hello again there, friends and fans. Raptor here, and welcome to our first look at a game by the name of Once Alive. Once Alive is a post-apocalyptic
What was that?
exploration game, maybe a walking sim. I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that this has some very positive reviews on Steam and came out recently, and I was offered a key from the developers. And when I saw some of the pictures about like a really weird middle mouse to focus.
I don't watch media anymore. I mean, if you mean like news, I don't watch them here anymore. They're all a bunch of propagandists is what they are now. Period. All of them. All of them. I don't even watch Fox News anymore because of the 2020 election. And who owns Fox News now? What was that? War? I mean, because that's what's drilled in our head all the time. Hey Scott, how you doing, man? Yeah. Well, and I don't blame them. I mean, look, one thing I will say is the majority of the people in this country don't want war. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm a firm believer of what happened over there is a load of BS. And to be honest, a lot of people are. Thank you, Scott. And I'm not a big partier anymore. Yeah. Well, now I don't think I could wear a party hat with my headset, dude. I guess I could put it on top of my headset. Yeah, that's never gonna freaking happen, dude. Ever. Dude, that is the dumbest thing. I mean, I see it, I'm like, come on. You really need to wear those things? Well, thank you, Scott. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, Burger King's a dying breed here. Burger King is dude, and you know what sucks is I've always liked Burger King better than McDonald's, but Burger King has turned to trash. I mean, dude, the last time I went to a Burger King, I was standing at the counter for 15 minutes while everybody was just walking around, and the kitchen was dirty and gross. The where you eat was dirty and gross, and the lobby, and it's just, dude, yeah. And it's just Burger King here's nasty, dude. Burger King has gone down in quality so hard. Is it? Here it used to be on every street corner like McDonald's. Really? Oh, there's one in the U.S. Embassy? Is it coming up on the stream? Oh, time to look at myself 20 times. It is. That's awesome. Yeah, I think that's why, Scott. Go ahead, sorry, man. So, how do you guys in general like American soldiers? Okay. I was just wondering because here they talk about how the soldiers are loved over there. And that's half understandable. Yeah, I think yeah, Scott, because I think I don't really know what I'm doing, dude. Still, but I think the window. So I use owned 3D and I use for my overlays, and this overlay. I don't know, dude. I don't know because I'm using Stream Elements as well. Oh, I'm not. I'm talking to my friends on Discord, and I don't have in this window. I don't have Discord set up so everybody can hear it. No, it's all right. It's all right, man. We don't have to. No, I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't. And I'm with you on that, dude. 100%. 100%. I'm with you on that. Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, even they have to take orders from higher ups. It's the commanders are commanders, and they tell the soldiers what to do. But at the same time, um, but at the same time, the commanders take orders from higher ups. And I was watching it was a short, so I don't know the absolute context of what they said wholeheartedly, but the guy was interviewing an Army Ranger, and the interviewer asked this Ranger, he goes, "Are we the bad guys?" Because the interviewer was like a Navy SEAL or something like that. He was Special Forces and something, and he goes, "Are we the bad guys?" And the Army Ranger, he didn't say yes or no, but he said there is very evil people in our government. And I agree with that 150%. And I think a lot of what's going on in the Middle East is because of our government. I've watched 20 minutes of it, Scott, but huh? Really? Huh. I didn't know that. Uh, I don't know who that is, Scott, but the guy I was talking about was Sean Ryan. So, do you oh, what happened? Um, so on the bottom left of Discord, there is a where is it? There's a little gear says user settings. Go into there and then scroll down to voice and video, and then there'll be your input and output device. Your input will be your mic, right? Yes. Input will be your mic, and your output will be whatever you're using to hear anything. Oh, he left. Why can't I hear people come in and leave? There is normally. I a lot. I do too, dude, and I'm sure 90% of the planet's population does too. What was that? Yeah, but when it comes to the people of the world, I'd say 90% of them don't want war. When it comes to businesses and governments, yeah, they want to try and take over the world. There's no doubt about that. Yay, what's up, man? Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Can you do DoorDash out there? Do they go out there? Oh, okay. I quit eating out all the time when I got married. Dude, I was and she did. Dude. And but I was, and I'm sure both of you guys haven't heard of this company, but I always ate Round Table and Burger King. Huh? Oh, you do? Is there a Round Table over there? I got in about 10, 15 minutes, Scott. I'm gonna get into it again. I just wanted to start gaming because I'm kind of stressing on some things. So, but try what? Oh, I don't think that's here yet. Oh, because I had stock in a company that supposedly was going to do the drones with Amazon. Actually made good money, pretty good money on it, but that was all a lie. So I mean it was the ticker was UAVS on the stock market. Yeah, I kind of figured that, Scott.
So, I mean, it was the ticker was UAVS on the stock market.
I bet. And how many people would try and shoot it down?
Yeah, I
Dude.
figured that, Scott.
I mean that you don't really want to fly drones where I live because people will shoot it down. Yeah, they'll.
And how many people would try and shoot it down?
Yeah.
I mean that you don't really want to fly drones where I live because people will shoot it down.
I think it's smart. I just think it's going to take a long time to effectively implement. Because I mean, most drones right now are just for taking pictures and racing. Which I had a racing drone.
It's smart. I just think it's going to take a long time to effectively implement.
Huh?
Because I mean, most drones right now are just.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen those drones.
Which I had a racing drone.
I bet it's super complex, Scott.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's funny how they implemented drones like that over there. Oh, did they?
I bet it's super complex, Scott.
Wow.
Yeah, that's funny how they implemented drones like that over there.
So how much snow you got over there, Rage?
Oh, did they?
I wish it'd snow like that here, dude. Oh, is it still snowing?
Wow. So how much snow you got over there, Ray?
Okay, hater. It's good talking to you.
I wish it'd snow like that here.
But you were real quiet there, Rage. You're real quiet. You must be away from your phone or something. Yeah.
Okay, hater. It's good talking to you.
So it's snowing lightly there, huh?
But you were real quiet there, Rage. You were real quiet. You must be away from your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense, Scott. Yeah, I wish it would snow like that here. It did where I used to live.
Yeah.
I mean, we got snow on the ground, but it ain't even remotely close to a foot. We might we might have about 3 inches.
It did where I used to live. I mean, we got snow on the ground.
Oh, that sucks.
We might have about 3 inches.
That's not horrid. It's still cold, but
Oh, that sucks.
dang, and your water didn't freeze up in there?
That's not horrid. It's still cold, but.
Oh, okay. I don't know much about Tether though, but isn't that
Dang, and your water didn't freeze up in there?
isn't Tether just kind of stay around $1 cuz that's just what it does?
Oh, okay. I don't know much about Tether though, but isn't that
Yeah, I've never seen it go much lower than what it is now and get much over $1 ever. And I've been in crypto since 2020. I think it might be just like a holding thing.
I've never seen it go much lower than what it is now and get much over $1 ever.
Hey, Grandpops, what were you saying, Rage? Unfortunately, that's. Yeah, dude, totally. I think I don't know what its purpose is, to be honest, but what I think is like, so, and this might be different with every wallet, but so if like I'm for the stock market, I use Charles Schwab, and I can actually sell something and the money would just sit there. But here, if I want to sell crypto, I have to either put it back on my card or buy something else. I just can't let it sit in my wallet. And I think, and this is just what I think, and I could be wrong and probably am, but I think that you can sell to Tether and that money will just sit in there and not lose a bunch of value or gain a bunch of value. It just kind of hovers around $1. I use Uphold because when I first bought XRP, they were the only exchange that you could buy it on because of the lawsuits. And Uphold is actually legit, dude. I mean they're based out of the UK. Yeah, well, there's some things that happen with the lawsuit where they could start selling them again. But Uphold's out of the UK, so the SEC could say I don't want you to sell it, but they would tell the SEC to get effed more or less. And Uphold is going public, and my friend was on Coinbase, and he had some, I forgot what it was. It might have been Bitcoin, and he had that, and somebody hacked Coinbase and took all his coins and went into his bank account and took all his money out of his bank account. Yeah, dude. So I won't use Coinbase. Yeah, dude. And I won't use Coinbase, and when I opened up my crypto account, I opened up a completely separate bank account, and I have no money in it unless I transfer money into it if I want to buy crypto. Yeah, dude, he told me about that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing Coinbase ever. Yeah, dude. Well, you're right. You're right. Yeah, dude, he told me about that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing Coinbase ever. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Well, you're right. Grandpops. Well, you're right. Well, a lot of it doesn't make sense, and like I've said in the past, I'm a firm believer of these people aren't stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. Well, you're right. Well, you're right. Well, a lot of it doesn't make sense, and well, you're right. And the left is starting to freak out over that. And that's good, but I just don't trust Coinbase. And I never will. After my friend telling me that, and after being on Uphold, I love Uphold. Uphold is freaking awesome. And that's good, but I just don't trust Coinbase. And I never will. During the pandemic, I got into it because the stock market absolutely tanked, and I wasn't working. And so I was actually able to sit down and do my homework on companies and stuff, and within 6 months I made $14,000. And then I started working again, so that went out the door. And then my friend told me about XRP, and he was telling me some things. So I bought some of that in 2021, 2020, somewhere in there. I can't remember when I bought it. Well, I hope so, dude. Yeah, look at Uphold. So I wonder what's going to happen with Tesla because Trump is. I mean, I know Elon's part of the administration. Oh, that was a long time ago, dude. My money's gone now. That money's gone. I bought a bunch of tools with it. Oh, okay. I'll definitely loan it to you then. But yeah, I mean, because Trump is pushing oil, which he should, and but Elon is Tesla. Oh, okay. I'll definitely loan it to you then. But yeah, I mean, because Trump is pushing oil, which he should, and but Elon is Tesla. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, and I love the left freaking out over it. Yeah. Yeah, it sure is. No, it's not small. Like I said, they're going public. They're on Link2 right now as a CPO. And they will be going public. They're not small by any means. I mean, they don't have all the coins, but they got a lot of coins on their dude. Uphold is. I will never go to a different wallet. Now I have a cold wallet, but I will never use another wallet like Coinbase or Kraken or any of the other ones. I'm sticking with Uphold because they just have always been good. I've never heard of Uphold getting hacked. I've never heard of anything bad happening to Uphold. I use Kivo. I love it. But not strawberries. But I like pineapple on pizza. I'm sure Rage is about to give me a crap load of crap about that, dude. But strawberries on a pizza? Not strawberries. Right on. But strawberries on a pizza? No way. I love breakfast pizza. Oh, that sucks. My wife, that's all she does is cheesecakes. Check out Kivo before you do that. The one thing about Kivo though is they have a lot of coins that you can put on their wallet, but like with me, I think that one I'm gonna knock Grandpops. I really do. The pineapple though, I like pineapple on pizza, but strawberries it just doesn't seem right to me. And I could be wrong. But Kivo like they don't have Flare, they don't have XLM, they don't have XDC, but they have they have all the other big coins, XRP, Bitcoin. Huh? What was that, Rage? Oh, dude, there's so many. So there's Ethereum, XRP. Oh, dude, so you've heard of the internet bubble, right? And all these tech companies tanking. I think that we're going to see that with crypto. I bought the Founders Edition. And that's what XRP is geared for, more or less, because they're the go-between coin to go from dollar to euro or whatever. I think. Let me look. That's what XRP is geared for, more or less, because they're the go-between coin to go from dollar to euro or whatever. I think. Let me look. Yeah, I think that's the one I got. I think that's, I mean, it looks like the one I got, but I bought mine 3 years ago. Yeah, I think that's the one I got. No, I did a couple years ago invest in a company out of Canada, a gold mining company that found the biggest gold mine vein in North America, and they're still finding more veins. So I mean, right now they're cheap, but it's a long hold. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, I think technology you would have to find. There's so much out there that really isn't making a lot. You would have to find, like Tesla was good. Tesla's good. But it costs a lot to get in now. It's, what is it, $1,000 or more a share? Yeah, it's crazy. So, so I mean, if you don't have a lot of money, you got to try and find an up and coming tech company that everyone likes. No. Yeah, my thing with hover cars, dude, is I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I really don't. If ever, just because of people. I mean, they can't, dude, the majority of people can't even drive on 4 wheels. I bet, dude. Yeah, that's yeah. Dude, I want a jetpack too with wings. Yeah, with wings, dude. A jetpack with wings. So, Scott, one thing about Kivo that I absolutely love. So you have to, if you do a cold wallet, you get this thing with it called, I think they're called seeds, and you got to put all this freaking crap in, right? So you can open your wallet or put coins in your wallet or take coins out of your wallet. Yeah, that would be fun. And with Kivo, you don't have to do all that, and they keep all that on their end in some vault, and you can actually, with Kivo, you can sign up a beneficiary. So like if you die, your wife or whatever, will get that. You can take the part off your wallet that holds the coins and send it to them, and they'll keep it in a safe, I guess you would say, over wherever they're from. So look into it a little deeper than, I mean, I understand it's $400 and that's a lot of money. But to me it was worth it when I bought it. And I know the Trezor's pretty digital as well. And they're all starting to get pretty digital like Kivo. But Kivo, dude, it's a password and your fingerprint. Everyone else, you got to put these seeds in or whatever it is, and it's stupid. And if you lose the seeds, you're done. You ain't getting those coins out. So that's something else that why I think the $400 is worth it. Because you lose those seeds, dude, and say you put $5,000 in crypto and you lose those seeds and you put it in your cold wallet and lose those seeds, it's gone. Gone in the ether. And in all honesty, I don't trust myself. I'll lose those seeds. I don't care. I'll lose them. It's sunny here. This winter's been weak here. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah. Well, that's why I moved out of California. That's a smart move, Scott. I went small too. I see all these people that, like, with something crashing, I put my life savings in it. Well, why would you do that? Why would you put all your money into something I mean, when I started with the stock market, when I made that much money, I started with $150. That's all I would put in there was 150. And then I started making money, and I actually did put in a few hundred more dollars to buy something else. But other than that, I would say all said and done, when I made that $14,000, I probably put $500 in. And I did that in about 6 months. But I was able to sit at home and study businesses and everything like that. Now, there's one stock I bought which I shouldn't have, and I'm still holding it. But I put $4,000 into it, but it wasn't money out of my pocket. It was money that I made through other stocks. So it wasn't like I'm not. Yeah, so technically I'm not losing money on it, but I'm down for like I think I put more than 4,000 because I'm down $4,600 on that stock. Now I'm not losing that money because I'm not selling it, but I'm really thinking of selling it for a good tax write-off. But people who put all their money into one stock, and then because some guy on YouTube or something says that the stock's going to the moon, I never could understand that. I never could understand why people would do that. I mean, I'm hurting for money, but I'm not going to put every penny I own into something that might go to the moon. That some guy on YouTube is telling me to buy because he's probably down in his stock, so he wants people to buy it so he can get out of it, so he can at least break even and get out of it. That's how I see it. Yeah. Yeah, I hate hackers, dude. They ruin the game. Yeah. Well, no, now it's a thumb pad or something. But I think, dude, and you might not agree with me on this one, but I think PvP is going out. I think there'll be pockets of people that play PvP, but I think the majority of PvP is on its way out. Because look what happened with Tarkov and all the hackers. It was dying, and then they did a PvE mode, and everyone that I've talked to said PvE saved Tarkov. People are tired of hackers and griefers and stuff, dude. And like with yeah, you're right. And what bugs me is people say, "Oh, I'm losing money in the stock market," and I'm like, or crypto. I'm like, "Well, did you sell it?" They're like, "Well, no." And I'm like, "Well, how are you losing money? You're not losing money. You're down. You're not losing money." But so Delta Force, dude, you get like a update of all the hackers that they ban, and every week there's 20,000 people get banned, get caught, get kicked off Delta Force, not banned, but get kicked off Delta Force for hacking. Every week, that's right around 20,000 people. And people are sick of it, dude. I'm sick of it. Look, I know I suck and I'm not good. And I get that. And I mean, I was better when I was younger. But I was never a great PvP player. Dude. Yeah, and
I get that, and I mean, I was better when I was younger, but I was never a
yeah,
great
and that's
PvP player.
yeah, and that is and griefing griefers is freaking awesome, dude. It is. I love it. Eh,
Yeah, and that's yeah, and that
Yeah.
is and
Yeah,
griefing
and
griefers for
it's
me
funny because I was streaming Arena Breakout and and
yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because
Scott, dude.
I was
And
streaming
when I
Arena
play,
Breakout.
literally everybody runs and sprints to where they want to go. And that's fine, whatever. But how I play is I take my time. Dude, I've wiped out teams by myself because they're all running to something and then I come up behind them all quiet and take them out. And and yeah, and somebody came on to my stream one day says you're playing it all wrong. And I don't know if I got to him fast enough because he didn't answer me. But I'm all, what are you talking about, dude? Maybe I made him mad or something, but I was like, "Why are you coming on here telling me that I'm playing my game I want to play wrong? Who cares?" Yeah. Who cares? Yeah. And well, no, you're right. And and I think it was because that I wasn't sprinting everywhere and trying to wipe everyone out and stuff. And see, I could not get into that one. But I mean, but but back to the PvP aspect of it is that game is dying and they're trying everything except adding a PvE mode. And I guarantee you Arena Breakout will die if they don't put in a PvE mode. I promise you. Because right now, when I was just starting to play that game, I was low level, like 1, 2, all the way up to 10, 11. There was level 30 people in that same map just one-shotting me in the head. And that's not cool. But they don't have anything to combat that in the game. And then they're talking about, well, you're right, it is. But it's just I mean, all said and done, that's not cool, dude. Why would you go against a bunch of low-level people? I mean, it's funny, but at the end of the day, what did you accomplish other than shooting low-level people? Well, yeah, and that part is fun. That part is really fun. Yeah, they were Smurfs is what people say. And yeah. And I just learned that word about 6 months ago when all my friends were playing Rocket League. It's dude, it's pretty funny, man. It gets all my friends, they're all cool, dude. They're good people. I love them all, and it's all brotherly love. And then as soon as they start playing Rocket League, they're at each other's throats, dude. It's so funny. It is so funny. I'm like, why do you guys even play that? I mean, what? But um, yeah, it's funny, dude. It's so funny. I mean, they'll go and have a good time, and then they'll start losing, and then they'll be at each other's throats. One person might rage quit or something, and then the next night they're doing it again. It's like, okay, well, I don't feel sorry for you. Dude. I talk smack to them. They're all, and I say it. It's all brotherly love until Rocket League gets in the conversation. I don't either, dude. I tried playing it and did it on mouse and keyboard and with a controller, and I just didn't like it. Because I did it on mouse and keyboard, and I was like, this is stupid. They're all, well, you got to try it with a controller. It's better with a controller. And some games are, and that game probably is better with a controller, but I still didn't like it any better. Yeah. Oh, dude. Days Gone, I have never been so engaged in a character in a video game before Days Gone. Yeah. I started playing that about a year ago. I need to finish that one. Really? Dude, I think you would like the Forever Winter. I started playing that about a year ago. I need to finish that one. Yeah. Yeah, I need to get back into that game. But I'm other than the fighting system on this first Final Fantasy VII that I'm playing, it's actually a pretty good game, but the fighting system is stupid. And oh, I have that game. Tech, I've seen that game. I've never played it. Dude, I've been flapping my Dude, I've been flapping my mouth for 5 hours now. Yeah, dude. According to my stream, it's 4 hours and 53 minutes. I think that's what it is, Scott. And it's like 20 words or something. Random words that they give you, and you got to put them all in, and blah blah blah. I think that's what it is, Scott. And it's like 20 words or something. I don't know what that is. 434. I don't know what that is. But I was also watching, and I think I might have told you this, but about hackers. I was watching a video on hacker streamers getting caught, and they all try and deny it, and like, what's going on? It's kind of funny, dude. But anyway, the guy was talking. He said from 2020, COD has banned over 500,000 cheaters. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it is. Yeah, and then they wonder why nobody wants to play their games. Because I mean, for the longest time, Call of Duty wasn't doing anything about their hackers.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's because they were making money, right? Well, it's not. It's not. But they were making money, and if they ban all the hackers, well, they're losing money, right? So, so if they start banning hackers, they're going to lose money. So, so they didn't do anything about it. The only time they did something about it is when people stopped playing. More people than hackers stopped playing. So they finally are like, okay, maybe we should do something about it. That's how I see it. I mean, because why, if you were a company in a game like that, why would you, from the word go, why would you not ban hackers? Yeah.
That's how I see it. I mean, because why, if you were a company in a game like that, why?
Oh, you're right. I get greedy on the Forever Winter and die every time. Dude, I'll be like, okay, one more thing to loot, one more thing to check out, and then I die. Yes, but you have one chance to get it back. So, yeah, so if you can go back and get it, but if you die, you lose that stuff, but the stuff you brought in that time you can try and get again. But like if you die and you go back in to try and get that loot and you die again, that loot's gone. That's one game I never played. Yeah, it's a long time to flap lips, isn't it, Scott? I was going to ask Grandpop something, but I forgot what it was. Must not have been important. I know, right? That's one thing that I can't stand are meetings. There was a bunch of cabins I was plumbing that wanted to have meetings and I wouldn't go. I'm like, why do you want me there? I'm just plumbing it. What is the possible reason for me to be at your meeting? I mean, I'm plumbing your cabins. So why do you want me there? What's the point? And I had another friend of mine, an electrician, and he was trying to get meetings together. I'm like, dude, I'm not coming. I'm sorry, but there's no reason for me to be there. There's none. Yeah. Scott, dude. He goes, and to think when I was a kid, all I wanted to be when I grew up was a womanizer. That's classic, dude. He goes, I watched a lot of Mad Men. I probably won't either, but that's because I think I smoked too much. I used to be an eighth a day. I used to smoke an eighth of weed a day. 12 years ago now? I'd buy it by the ounces. It would last about close to a week. Yeah. Yeah, I finally quit that too. Is it like an e-cigarette? Oh, okay, like a rollie. Holy smokes, they're nice. Yeah. I used to do rollies for a long time, and then I went back. Well, I call them tailor-mades. I was a Winston smoker, but nuh-uh. But I quit, and it was hard, dude. Dude, I did crank. I drank like a fish. I did crank. I did that one wasn't hard to quit. I did coke. Um, what else? That's it. I shrooms, but that was another easy one to just stop doing. But cigarettes, I quit all that stuff, dude. Cigarettes was the hardest for me. Cigarettes and I still have these, and I'm sure you've seen me pop them in my mouth every 3 minutes, but um these there's it's more or less Zen, but I had a motorcycle too for a while. It was a Ninja in high school. um, but I quit all that, dude. It was cakewalk compared to cigarettes. It just crank was pretty easy. Well, it still has nicotine in it, but it's not tobacco. It's just I call it my fake chew, is what I call it. Because it's a pouch. There's no tobacco, but it has nicotine and stuff in it. That's all I used to wear was Ray-Bans until they got all stupid looking. But so there's that, and then my doctor's like, "Well, you might get mouth cancer from it." I'm like, "I thought that was from the tobacco." And she looks it up. She goes, "No, it's from the nicotine." I'm like, "Oh, great. Now I got to try and quit this." But I got scared with cigarettes because you know where some smokers have the hole in their throat from I was getting a pain right there. It was starting to hurt. It was starting to hurt there, so I was like, okay, I got to, because I tried before I found Zen. I tried uh, the gum twice, the Nicotrol inhaler, hypnotism, uh, 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 the pill. Um, no, this was Wellbutrin. Uh, I wouldn't do Chantix. I wouldn't do Chantix because I won't take something that'll change my brain chemistry to try and quit smoking. I tried acupuncture. uh, and none of it worked. None of it worked. Even e-cigarettes, that didn't work. And like the hypnotism, as me and my boss went because his wife wanted us to go, and my girlfriend at the time wanted us to go. So we all went. And as soon as we walked out and got in his truck, we lit up a cigarette. It didn't help. And yeah, and well, I didn't have to pay for it, so it wasn't like it was, I didn't lose anything off of it. And it's and I was doing the gum, and it was kind of helping a little bit. I was still smoking and chewing the gum, and some guy, I was buying the gum, and some guy came up to me. He was a salesman for Zen. He goes, "You got to try Zen." He's all, this will work, because I think I even said something about how the gum isn't really working. He goes, "You got to try Zen," and I did, and I quit. So these are the glasses I wear. These are Maui Jims, but I haven't seen Ray-Bans do glasses like these in a while. But yeah, Zen's the only thing that helped me quit smoking, man. And I started with 6 milligram, and then I worked, and then now I'm down to 3, and I wish they had 0. Because I like I use Rogue now, and like the Spearmint Rogue, tastes like Wrigley Spearmint gum, dude. It's so good. Yeah, it's so good, but I can't find it anywhere, dude. I look, my wife looks. Oh, that's true. I could do that. Oh, okay. Wow. That sucks, man. Yeah. I'm not either, dude. When I had my surgery, and I didn't take any I did take a leave 3 days later, but that didn't really help. Other than that, I just dealt with it. They gave me hydrocodone. I didn't take any of it. But I'm going to try and help my wife bring groceries in. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of, I don't think, of aviators. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of those. You can say that anytime. That's all I used to wear is Ray-Bans.
Oh, hey,
And they
that must be
stopped
it. There's like
making
a
the
church
glasses
there,
that I like.
and what looks to be like a castle tower. So I don't think this is like a zombie virus or anything. We don't have to worry
Yeah,
about
my
that.
my
but-
eyes are pretty light sensitive too.
Yeah, these are kind of recent.
Yeah, you're right.
That stuff looks recent. I'd also imagine the other problem in a world like this would be looting and raiders and such. That's a tripwire.
I wonder when Ubisoft is going
Does
to
the game want
drop
us to go
their
across that tripwire?
DLC for Division.
Oh God. Well, I saw it.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So we almost got killed. I saw that right away.
God, I've almost got myself killed.
Yeah, almost.
Yeah, I had another guy come on. He's on Rumble.
Something attacked the
Name's
tents
Raw.
from above.
Bear.
And he
Something
goes,
that
it's
can
too
fly.
bad Rumble is getting taken over
Something
by
that
a
can
bunch
fly.
of whiny little
Flashlight would be
woke
handy, but we don't want to grab that, I guess. Okay.
adult children and ruining that platform.
Oh, that looks like some dark blood.
Blood dried out, but still somewhat there. That's an old incident, but not that old. I
Yeah.
gotta be careful. The blood stains in the tent must belong
Yeah.
to an animal. I still don't have faith that there are any living human beings on Earth.
Can't take the knife or the flashlight. Oh, there's a little, like a water gathering thing here. I feel like people were here recently. Anything useful here?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Oh, the bridge.
Trump wasn't
Great.
wrong when he said that he was standing in the way.
Okay, well, there's a waterfall. The bridge is definitely out.
No.
Where we gotta go seems to be over there on the other side of the bridge, and there's a train that's like teetering on the edge of death. Like literally going into the river. Okay, what do we got around here? Anything we could use?
Yeah. Oh, I
Maybe
like
in a
Trump.
cooler?
I liked him the first term. You mean I shouldn't start a
So we don't wanna get
OnlyFans
food, we don't want
page?
to get water. We don't want the knife. We don't want the flashlight. I guess we just walk back. Or maybe get up there.
I would never do that. I think my wife, she wouldn't leave me. She would just kill
Can I
me
climb?
if I started an OnlyFans.
Lots of wood here too. They were gathering firewood. Well, at least we can run with sprint, or well, shift. Yeah, I don't see anything useful here. I guess we can go, but then we're blocked in here because of this. There's a ladder next to the train. Okay, cool. Yeah, you probably spotted that earlier.
It is brain
Now that I
rot,
know we
though.
can't jump, we're gonna
God,
have to
you're
find
right.
things that are on the ground. like
It's
a
more
ladder.
than just brain rot.
Uh,
This was actually written by someone.
Is there anyone worth saving? Can't get the binoculars.
Oh, that
either.
game's so fun, dude. It is. When's the last time I played it? Let me see. It hasn't been that long ago.
All right, well. I guess we'll go this way. Oh, there's a path.
Right
there.
on.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, did you?
Anything useful out here? Kind of weird. to
Yeah,
see a
the
toll
last time
bridge
I
like
played
this.
Wreckfest was in August.
I mean, this is a huge wooden bridge.
The times when trains stopped running.
Yeah, I like that game. That's a good game, man.
All right. Well, let's take the path then.
There's a Wreckfest 2 coming out. Yeah. I don't know when, but it was announced last year. Oops.
We didn't.
Finally, there's something ahead.
We didn't pick up that notebook and like keep it with us. I guess we just kind of analyzed
I'm not
it,
either.
even though
Remember,
it was
Jim,
gone.
if you see any animal coming for you, do not freeze like the last time you did. God, I've almost got myself killed.
What's garbage?
Don't think, just run.
Oh.
Just run. Okay. So the virus may have not affected animals, so bears.
What's garbage?
But also something that flies, maybe.
Wow.
I still can't believe there are survivors like us and they're just out there.
It really is true.
So when do we leave? Tonight? Yes, tonight.
Yeah, it's
I should start
stupid.
packing.
Let's just
And people want
This place is far from here. I believe it takes 5 or 6 days on foot.
But it doesn't matter.
yeah, they want self-driving cars.
Look, this is a one-way trip.
And I'm
We
like,
can't carry
guys,
supplies for return.
do you understand?
This place doesn't exist.
We can find some supplies on the road.
We can't leave it to chance.
You sound like you
Yeah.
gave up on this.
Just recently with the fires in LA.
We tried so hard to find if there are any
I
survivors.
don't even want to see that, Scott.
No way you're giving up on this before you even start.
Look around. We have all we need here to survive.
You know what the 15
tried
15-minute cities remind me of?
We
And I
can't
think
give
I
up
might
on
have told you
everything
this,
for the
but
sake of a possibility.
Agenda 21.
I don't even want to talk about those monsters out there.
I would rather die on this.
Daniel, you can't think straight.
Dad could be there.
How can you call
I
him
hope
dad
so.
after all what he has done? Drop with the bullshit. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Also, he must have died somehow.
Oh, I believe that.
Why do you think we've survived?
Oh God, this again. The only reasonable explanation is we are alive because we are immune.
If that's true, Dad also may be immune and survived like us.
In any case, this journey is a risk we can't afford for anyone. And look.
Yeah, that
we're
doesn't
not
surprise
sure
me
if
at
this
all.
exists. Maybe it's
Scott,
a trap.
I think you're going to be right on that one. In fact, I don't think that. I'm sure that you're going to be right on that one.
And ignorance. So why not again?
People saw what could happen to them when they acted selfishly and stupidly.
He
But if
said,
Dad is out there, I won't let him down.
he
no
goes, I
matter
think
what.
we'll get sex robots
died like
before
all
we
the
get
other
full
people.
self-driving
He got
cars
what
with
he
no steering wheels.
Don't talk about him like that. Have you ever thought about how you would have acted if it was Mother instead of him?
Stop involving Mother in such matters for nonsense
Yeah.
comparison.
You.
And they are out
Nothing
already.
no
That's true. They are out already.
You already made your mind. Why am I even
Not
wasting my
yet.
breath?
I see iRobot. Yeah.
Okay.
I know Elon's not a big fan of AI.
I'll find you, little brother.
Now things are starting to make sense. Okay. So we might be immune to whatever virus that was, and so the same with our father. And Daniel, our brother,
Still
came
feels
here.
unreal. This place exists.
So we're mostly here not because we wanted to like go here because we saw the sign, but now we're being forced by our brother
No,
Daniel.
it's not.
Okay.
I'll never do that. But I will say, I do like his
Oh.
phones that he's coming out with.
Crows.
Other than that
Run.
part. The only thing, well,
Wow, what's up
what
with
I
the
like about it is, one, it's not Google.
Need somewhere to hide.
And it's going to use Starlink for service.
Whoa, whoa. Oh.
So I mean, you'll
Okay.
have service
That's-
everywhere. Because
okay.
where I live, dude, it's pretty spotty still.
I'll just run straight to that house, then I didn't see it.
Yeah.
So crows are vicious.
Oh no. Crows. Run.
Oh, hold on one sec. I'm sure they're working on that,
Need somewhere
Scott.
to hide.
I'm sure they're working on that. Here's going to be the next eco crisis. You know how we have an eco crisis every 10 years or so? Here's the next eco crises. This is them. It's going to be windmills.
With
That'll be
the
the
help
next
of the
one of the
virus,
next eco
crows
crises
have become
because you
worse.
can't
Oh,
Nearly impossible
because
to
they're all
see
getting
them.
buried. You should
Best
see
option is to run.
the places that they're
So birds are,
burying
like,
these
super
fins
aggressive.
for
It
the
looked like they killed
windmills.
that deer.
I mean, they're
Unless
filling
they were
up. They're
just
just
feasting on
filling up
dead
places.
deer anyway.
Solar panels.
We were rejected
Solar
just because
panels will
we
be
were
the
not
next
young.
one
We
of
have
the
to
next
spend the
eco
night here
crises
and go all the
because
way
you
back.
can't recycle them, and the lifespan
That's
of
why
them
I
are
was
not long
being
at all.
cautious.
And actually,
I wish you
when
could
it comes to
understand,
me and what I do,
Daniel.
I've
I'm not
taken
sure I
more
understand what their age had to
solar
do with it.
systems, like solar systems
mean,
that heat water.
Yeah, to
I've
keep them more
taken
productive, I guess.
more of those off of houses than I've put
Stronger.
them on. The lithium ion batteries will be the next those three
All right, this is a
will
pretty
be the next
substantial
eco
fortress. They've
crises
got
in the
towers,
future.
A brick wall, really like a concrete wall. Oh,
If only I had something to get me across.
The batteries? I'm sure I'm sure they're trying to figure something out.
a very low wall on this side.
No way.
What are we gonna get across? Maybe there's something in the house. Or
Really?
that'll do.
Wow. Wow. So do you believe in chemtrails? Okay, so you want to hear my take on the fires
we
in
go.
California? Okay, so you know what's in them, right? Aluminum, borium, strontium. So, and what's funny is I watched a documentary on it, and
Ooh, okay. That's
this
a
has
little-
nothing about what I'm going to
little
say
risky,
about
but
fires,
we'll go
but
for it.
I was watching a documentary. It's called "What in the World Are They Spraying?" And they came to my hometown. They went to Redding, California. They went to I think Phoenix, Arizona, and they went
Weird.
to
It's like a
Hawaii.
European castle, but
And
like a manor.
the local weatherman in Mount
What
Shasta,
is that? I keep looking at this church. What is
out of
that
Mount
place?
Shasta, or actually it's Weed. Mount Shasta was Redding. Weed is out of Oregon. He said, he goes, he looks, he goes, you see this? This is, you see this on the radar, the screen? He goes, this is chaff. He goes, this is metal falling down. He goes, trust me, I know they're doing it. I was in the Marines. And so here's my take on these fires in California and wherever else, but mainly California is, you know how the fires there, you have firefighters talking about
only thing to notice
how they've never seen fire burn like this before, and everybody says it's force management, which I think that's part of it, right?
Thanks for warning me about the pros now.
Well, yeah, but here's my thing is, so it's aluminum, borium, and strontium that is in this chemical mix, and the aluminum is fine. And in this documentary, they got some neurosurgeon dude or whatever he was talking about how bad aluminum is for your brain and breathing it and all that. And so when I first moved here,
recently, if I run into someone, what am I going to say? Hello, you're the first human I've seen after 16 years.
The aluminum plant here blew up. I mean, it freaking blew up, dude. And their reasoning was aluminum dust, right? Yeah. So you have these planes flying over, dude, and I'm sorry, I lived in California for 33 years. And I remember a time when, I know, me too, dude. And I remember a time, well, you're right. And I remember a time when I would look up and you would see a contrail here and there, and they would disappear and blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, you would see all these contrails come over, the skies turn gray, and everything, right? So they when this documentary went to Hawaii, they were talking about, they were interviewing a woman who had a kid who was constantly sick, always sick. She was always sick. Well, they finally did a hair follicle sample on her, and they found aluminum in her hair. And then they were saying that there was aluminum in the trees, in the barks of the trees and stuff in Hawaii. And even in Mount Shasta, they were talking about, it was like 169,000 parts per billion of aluminum in the snow on Mount Shasta. And I dug even deeper. I looked at PG&E, and they actually hired whoever they hired to seed the clouds so they could fill up the lake in McCloud. And I saw that. I saw it, dude. I saw it. And so you have
when the time comes. Don't talk about
an aluminum plant blow up here from aluminum dust. You have in Hawaii, they're finding aluminum in the barks of the trees, and you have fires in California that they spray freaking every day there, dude. At least they used to. I haven't lived there in 12 years now. But at least they used to, and now you have fires that are burning like no one has ever seen before. And I believe with every fiber of my being that aluminum in the trees that's getting sprayed is a key player in that. And after thinking
here,
about
Alex
how
has
the
finally
aluminum
found that
plant
the
blew
PhD
up
is
because
only
of
solid.
aluminum dust, and them finding aluminum
And notes
in the
addressed to
trees in Hawaii,
How did they find an
dude,
animal
and the
that was
fires that are
infected?
burning blue and stuff like that, it just
Maybe
screams
the
aluminum in the
infected is
trees.
nothing
And
but
and
sense.
and like I said,
Well, there's infected meat too.
mismanagement
So that
plays a
explains how
part.
the
It
virus
does, and
probably,
I'm a firm believer of that. But
went so
I
quickly.
think aluminum is playing a bigger part. I really believe that.
Either it's spread by air or by food, maybe both. And made all the animals crazy. You think that would kill them off after 16 years, though? They'd have to mate, have some sort of normalcy.
Oh, I agree with that 100%. And
Let's check
yeah,
this house here, and then there's a
yeah.
building back there.
Well, I know I never read them, but I know one of them. I know one of them says that the Earth can only handle 500,000 people, which is a load of crap. But
Can't remember sitting with a group of friends
so
around a fire and having a
I'm not going to pretend to know what strontium is or what, but I will say,
Daniel?
I will say in this documentary, and they showed the numbers in this documentary, and they talked to a botanist at the Forest Service in Mount Shasta, and they're finding strontium and stuff like that in the snow after they spray, and boreum. I'm probably saying that wrong, but maybe it is, maybe it's not, but I'm just going off by what I watched. And he said, now check this out. He said the botanist, right? That's plant person, right? A botanist? Not a brain person. Okay. So the botanist said, he goes, what they're finding in the ground is turning the ground neutral. So nothing can grow in it. And now you have Monsanto, right? And this is something else I found in a completely different area of all my research.
I want an explanation.
Monsanto, that freaking garbage company, has made a seed that can grow in neutral ground. It's just it all ties in. It all just ties in. Now yeah,
I guess that's it.
and
okay.
and I don't know if it's the strontium or boreum or what it is that's turning the ground neutral. He's talking about how it's killing the arthropods in the dirt, or so. But I forgot what he called them, but he's talking about how it was killing them, that kept the dirt not neutral, I guess you would say. And he just, and then at the very end of the documentary, they showed the planes with the spray nozzles on them.
Oh, the flag maybe. Guns? Maybe a security station and a way to open the gate. All right.
Oh my God. I can't thank you enough for letting me in.
Not at all. Please come this way.
Yeah, dude, it's and I've seen I didn't see videos, but I've seen videos of, it wasn't videos of them, but I've seen videos of radio conversations of Air Force pilots talking about it.
It looks like it's been a long journey.
Now, could that be faked? It could be. But I've seen it. I mean,
good. We have a delicious menu for today. But before that,
Scott, that
we need you to take a look at this.
they've really tucked that away in YouTube. You gotta dig for it, but it's still there. And there's two of them. There's what in the world are they spraying, and why in the world are they spraying? And they're very informative.
Yes, I agree.
Are you aware of what this line means?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
And you're still fine with it?
Yes.
Good, Mr. Adams.
Then I'm very glad to welcome you to our village, House.
Yeah.
Please make yourself at home.
Well, isn't
Alright,
or
so
no,
that's
it's
gotta
a
be something to
it's
do
a
with cannibalism
byproduct of
or,
plastic, right?
being killed by a certain
fluoride.
age. It's gotta be something
Yeah.
that's a little questionable. And contracts.
I think it's more than that, Scott. I really do.
Weird chain link fence. Massive, like huge concrete
Yeah, I agree
walls
with
a
you,
big
dude.
gate, and then tiny little chain link fence over there. I'd say you got a weak point in your defense,
Yeah,
boys.
he did.
Oh, no basketball.
Yeah, I agree with that,
Team
dude.
achievement. Oh, I missed. Can you actually get it in there? I don't know how to throw, but I think I got it.
I hope so.
It's really dark here. It's time. Meet us in the fields at dawn.
I hate this name. Reminds me of my father.
That sounds
I thought
like
they didn't have
Lemurians.
electricity.
Yeah, I've heard all that crap.
Then they have a clothing washer? Whoa.
Lucas, check the oven. See if the bread is cooked.
What happened, Lucas? Are you okay?
Yeah, just burned my hand a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, poor
Yeah.
boy.
I'm tired, Tom. Can I sit and play now?
Right?
A little more work, Lucas.
No
Kids,
one.
That's enough. You don't need to worry.
And
about
digging
me.
tunnels ain't gonna help.
No, Ma. It's time for you to rest.
So Scott,
Sweet boys taking care of their mom.
on the documentary, they go to a geoengineering conference and they talk about it. And those aren't the excuses that they gave. So check this out. Here's one excuse that they gave. So do you remember
There's an upstairs.
greenhouse gases?
You even have a TV.
And I believe
So
that
imagine
that they
a
are
lot of the
seeding
things that
clouds.
are
I do
here
believe
are
that because I
because,
saw
you
it.
know,
And that's
these are
why I
houses
believe
from
it.
before.
But do you remember the greenhouse effect and they got rid of hairspray because hairspray was creating holes in the ozone. I mean, that's an exaggeration, but they got rid of some hairspray or they got rid of some chemical out of the hairspray from it, right? So so these guys at this geoengineering conference that they went to watch, they were saying to combat global warming, they need to spray pollution in the air.
The only thing we can do is help her.
So, but what about the pollution in the air that's destroying the ozone layer? Now, we need to spray pollution in the air to combat global warming. And yes, and yes, they said that, and this is one of their excuses that they said, and tell me how this makes any sense, because it doesn't work.
Somebody
And
dead in the middle with a gun?
I'm proof that it doesn't work
And
because I lived it.
like water from
And
blood.
they said
Bunch of witnesses on the left,
the
on the
reason,
field.
one of the reasons why they're
boys there watching
spraying
their moms.
is because the aluminum will reflect the sun rays and bounce them back up into space. I mean, it's all a bunch of BS. So what is the real reason why they're spraying? No one will know.
Became maybe age
Except the
60,
people doing it.
57.
And I believe it's more than what the weatherman in Medford said, that it's to block satellite. And that very well could be. But I think it's more than that. I think it's a lot more than that. And yeah, check it out, dude. The first 10 minutes of them in this geoengineering
more kids, more playgrounds and stuff.
But that's what this geoengineering conference was saying. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy.
Reminded me of like Kingdom.
And
Come
then they
Deliverance
said they
or
weren't
something
doing it, but how they were explaining it,
Kitschia or
they
something.
were doing it.
Oh. Oh, there it goes.
No, I agree with you, dude. Yeah. Yeah. But I will say, dude. Yeah. Well, what I will say is,
Linda.
Our sweet baby. Do you think
nah,
she's
but
ever going to
our
be
planet's
happy with
flat,
me?
dude. It's not a
I know that
planet
she's gonna
anymore.
be
It's
happy as
called a
long as we're
planet.
together. That's all that matters.
Come on, dude. You gotta believe our planet's flat. I mean, we're every other one is round except ours. I mean, come on.
She will be old enough to take care of herself. And we need to make our sacrifice when the day comes, so she can live a comfortable life here.
Does he?
Look, even if we hadn't signed any contract, we can't leave this place. It's dangerous out there, Linda. So, we don't have any choice, and you know it.
She's never going to be free, you know.
I would rather see her alive.
Never going to be free. So all these like couples and parents with kids. Oh, Foxy Fox.
Oh.
And then a constant reference to the doctor's age, which means the
I
doctor
think
must be older than the rules.
I think, and I agree with you about CO2 not being a. I don't even think it's really a contributor to global warming. I don't even think global. I think it's cycles.
So it looks like
That's
there
what
are
I
4
think.
families living down here, maybe. They must have a rather large farm area. Feed all those people plus, working.
And I remember growing up
always say,
good force.
You should go out
in
exploring.
California, and where I lived, we would get
to surprise you.
obliterated with
He
snow.
was right,
I mean,
I guess.
dude, even before I was alive, I saw pictures. Like, there's a town on the east.
Oh, finally we get to go to that church
the,
I'd
the
mentioned.
northeast side of the mountain.
Oh,
And
there's some more.
all the houses, all the businesses, everything was 2
Looks like a
stories.
convenience store,
And
more
and
walls.
it was a mill town, and the mill built it, and no money changed hands.
The
It
house
was
is
all,
off the
here's some
lake
paper, give me food. It was a town like that. It was built by the mill. And all the houses, everything was built by the mill. That town was built by the mill. And every house was 2 stories, and every house, and there's one house left in that town that has this, but every house had a door on the 2nd floor to nothing. It was just a door. No deck, no nothing. It was just a door. It was so they could get out of their house in the winter. And all the post office, the stores were all up on the 2nd floor. Right? And I was at the weatherman's house because I grew up with his son, and I was in his office one day. We were talking. I was looking at this picture, and it was a guy sitting on the snow next to 3 balls, 3 ball-looking things, and I'm looking at it, and I'm trying to figure this out. And he goes, "You know what that is, Jason?" I'm all, "No, Frank. What is it?" And he's all, "That's a top of a power pole." The dude was sitting on top of snow right next to the top of the power pole.
Can't wait to tell
right?
him how much I work diligently
And
to
then
please our God
and then
serve
when
our community.
I was living there, we would always have at least 2 feet of snow on the ground. And this is California, mind you. We would always have 2 feet of snow sitting on the ground. We would get blizzards that would dump 6, 7 feet. And my wife lived in Tahoe, same exact thing, but more. And we had a 7-year drought, and all that changed. All of it changed after that 7-year drought. Our winters were never the same. And I think it's just the planet going through a cycle. I think that maybe we're in a warming cycle right now. And maybe it's starting to cool. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. But what I do know is growing up, we had 3 times more snow than we do now. And I remember greenhouse. That was my first thing I remember. Greenhouse gases and the hole in the ozone, and the world's coming to an end, and it never did. And I was checking some things out, and Mark Levin did this big thing on how from the 60s it was either global warming or global cooling, and we're all going to die, and they've been wrong every time.
Also, this kind of thinking hurts our doctor. And for a bright
oh yeah, if you look,
continue her good work. From now on, there will be a 4th rule on your posters. Make sure you add this when you return home. No talking about the doctor's age. Abide by these rules. You all know what happens to those who violate them. Feel free to go about your day if you do not have any more questions. Please, take care, my dear family.
Alright, so there's like 20 people in the town. And yeah, so the doctor must be getting closer to 57. So doesn't want to be held accountable to the same rules as everyone else.
Good.
Mm-hmm. People in power changing the rules to benefit themselves? That is outlandish. Crazy.
Yeah, well, all that water must have come here, dude, because we have so much water here, it's insane. I mean, it is crazy how much water is here. I plumbed some cabins up on top of a hill.
Like a fjord,
and it was like this.
So weird.
Except one spot where it came down like this, right? It was like this.
Oh, wow.
I had to put sump pumps under every cabin on top of a hill because water kept coming up underneath the house, the cabins. The water here is insane. I personally think that these water shortages are either lies or absolute.
Power, it's just disconnected.
I wouldn't say mismanagement. I would say being done on purpose, like California with all that water going out into the ocean to save a fish that supposedly died, but yet it's still going out in the ocean. Why? You know, it just. That's something. I mean, this planet regenerates and regenerates and regenerates, and it rains and it snows and it rains and it snows and it rains, and something about California not raining like that.
Can I take that?
One thing, and I can't sit there and say that this is fact, but one thing I noticed with California and the water is ever since I started noticing chemtrails coming over that, we haven't had water.
How do I use this?
And yeah, didn't Hitler do it?
Oh,
so
there we go.
I don't know. I mean, and again, we have oceans we can pull water out of and do all that, and I get that it's expensive and it's high tech, and I get all that. But
it looks like they've got everything.
And I know that this is an old saying, kinda. Hey, Ra. But
that's dangerous, bro. Don't touch that.
If we can send people and ships to Mars and construct something that can go down in the deepest depths of the ocean, but we can't figure out how to filter salt out of water, Yeah. I mean, it's dude. It's as far as I'm
Duct
concerned, it's manufactured. Because I'll tell you one thing: in Mount Shasta,
Fine.
California, we didn't have problems with water shortages. They wanted to say we did, but we did it because I was a plumber and I would talk to the city, the city workers of the department
Oh, yeah,
part
it's
of the
like
city,
first.
the water department, and they would tell me, "No, we're fine with water." I don't know what they're doing.
What do you know? It's getting dark, so this should be helpful.
All right. A little sabotage from somebody.
Okay, I see what you're saying, Scott,
But where are they
but
getting their power? Solar?
during the Roman Empire,
And
wasn't it
batteries,
hot
maybe?
then? Whose fault was that? Was it? I mean, it.
About the rules. What were they again?
Do I have to get a sign and grab it?
Well, you're right,
Bring it
Scott.
here or
You're
something?
right, but they'll
Couldn't
spend
right-click.
billions on sending a rocket to Mars to supposedly to put
Oh yeah, okay.
a drone or whatever on Mars to drive
bring
around
it
and
with
get
us.
dirt samples and stuff, but they won't spend the money to bring water in. I mean
Okay,
it's
join
just
hearings on Fridays.
I don't know.
Leave the village
It's
boundaries.
all that
Embrace
just
your salvation
none of that
day
makes sense
with
to me.
courage when the time comes. Don't talk about the doctor's age.
And people do want low taxes, and I
Join
understand
the
that,
hearings on Fridays.
and stuff
Don't
like
leave
that.
the
But
village boundaries.
I don't think it's
Embrace your
mismanagement
salvation
of
day
water,
with courage
and
when the time comes. Don't
well,
talk
I don't
about
think
doctor's
it's
age.
an honest mistake.
Who is Doctor?
I think it's purposely done.
That's
Is what
some
I think.
cutting-edge technology for a place like this. That was not
Yeah.
a hard code to crack, though. And I don't think the aim in putting this here was a simple memory exercise.
Yeah, because
I can't go in there. Oh, a little shop. We need a box made of glass.
well,
Is it a mine?
what's
We've got, like, a
crazy
mine
to
out
me?
here.
I used to fight.
And I can't go to the other houses.
I used to fight
maybe I can go to this
fire
one.
for the Forest Service, wildland fire,
Locked.
and
Find a key.
Southern
of the
California
lockhouse.
burning in January is just nuts to me.
Fields.
And burning like how
There's
it's
a long way up
burning,
there, and it
dude.
looks locked.
It's crazy. No. Yeah.
Lots of weird looking flowers.
I used to play disc golf there.
Whoa.
Welcome, everyone.
It's
We have gathered
it's
here
hot,
to witness
but
the
it was
salvation
a
day of the
neat little
Coopers.
town.
You know
It
them
really
from
was.
Number 2. I would like to let everyone know that Mr. Cooper has voluntarily brought forward his salvation date by 2 years.
Yeah, that
in
was
order
one
to
of
not
our
leave
stops
Miss
on
Cooper
our
alone. We
little
thank
disc
our
golf
couple and
tour that
send
we
them
would
into
do
their
every
second
winter
string.
because we couldn't go down there in the summer and play. It's too hot.
Remind you that you must point the gun straight to
It's
your
like
heart and take the shot in order to avoid pain. And for your sacrifice,
average triple digits.
you may pull the trigger when you're ready.
Yeah.
Ed, do this.
What if we walked the field, Dan? What if we grew horse still?
Yeah. When
Their conditions when we joined this village. Now we will do what's necessary to give a better future to those who are left.
see, I don't think. I mean, mismanagement, I can see, but I don't think it was. I don't think it was stupid decisions. I don't, and I'll never think that. I don't think these people in government are this stupid. I don't. They're. I really don't. I think this is everything we see happening right now. I think is being done on purpose.
Everybody, back to work now.
And you are right on that, dude. They are not interested on helping civilians anymore. They don't care. They do what the elites tell them to do.
Wild. Wild indeed. Well, certainly.
Yeah.
That definitely
No, you're
feels
right,
like it's
dude.
made by one person. We
And
can
it's funny
complain
how
about
growing up you
jankiness
see the
all day and
cartoons
night,
of
but this is a person following their
the
dreams,
mad
and I
scientists
can't
wanting to take
do
over the
anything
world,
but praise that,
and
because honestly,
Pinky and
to
the
get all these
Brain
assets
and
together
stuff
to
like
hire
that.
voice actors to write
It's
lines
kind of
and to come
funny,
up with a
dude.
rather
But
interesting story is certainly a lot of work. And so, Once Alive is.
yeah, it is. Look
Well,
what
thank you
it
again,
is.
everybody,
Greed.
for
Look what's
watching.
going on
That
in
was all the
Southern
time we have
California
today for it, and it's certainly a
with the
game that I'd like to play
15-minute
all the way
cities
through,
and
maybe even do an extra amount in the future.
the development company who wants to build the first smart city, which screams Agenda 21, the first smart city right on the Palisades, and have been trying to do it for years. And then you got Newsom, that clown. He's all giddy. Did you see the interview he's doing? He was all giddy about it. It's crazy. He was like, "Oh yeah, ooh." It's crazy.
No, don't like that. Don't like that at all. Oh my God.
I believe that. I believe that wholeheartedly, dude. And another thing is the 2,500 kids that disappeared that no one knew anything about just disappeared. Where are they? They're probably in some freaking somewhere getting sex trafficked.
More recent, there is something in the ice. That developer's name is Just Tom, and this is one of only.
Are you talking about
that
like
haven't gotten around to playing yet, so I thought it's the perfect time of year to check this out. It seemed like a fit,
what is
so
that?
why not? Now, there's not a lot to go off with the description of the game, but this is what it says. The
Drink
plot
their
is
blood.
about a guy
Yeah.
named Connor. All he wants
And
after a hard
that
day
wouldn't
at work
surprise
is to
me.
relax on the couch
Bohemian
watching
Grove.
his favorite sports show with a bottle of beer. But this evening is special. It's the evening.
So did
New Year. And that's all we get.
Newsom is evil, dude. Newsom's a piece of you know what. But you know who else exposed that was Charlotte Iserby. You know who she is? She is the woman that wrote the book The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America.
Nothing's up there. Press R to launch firework. Yeah, do that.
So there's something there's something you should watch on YouTube, dude, and it's you're gonna have it's not short by any means.
That takes so long to get right.
It's like I think it's 2.5 hours long or something like that. It's long, dude. Let me find it. West.
You know what I will say though? I'm glad people like this exist. You know? Because it's always nice, like when you're driving past or if you're walking past, I don't know, it just puts you in that holiday spirit. I can't be the only one that thinks that.
I don't know how to spell Charlotte.
Yeah, this looks cool. What's this music about? What's this? What does this do? What's that for? What is that? Oh, that's the firework. It's one of those
Let's see. All right, let's do this so I can. I know I spelled her name wrong. Okay, so Charlotte Iserby. Oh, I spelt it way wrong. Okay, so Um, Western Ed. East Shore. Um, oops. Is this it? No. They might have taken it off the off YouTube. Oh, is this it? No, this ain't it. I bet they took. Let's see if it's on Rumble. Oh, you're. Can you even get on Rumble, dude? Okay. Let me see if it's on Rumble. No, it's not in here. Alright. So if I go, let's Google it. Let's just do. That's it. Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Here, I'll just do this. There, I put it on Discord for you on your channel, in your private message. And there's two parts of this. This is the first part, right?
During my foreign service experience,
Yeah, this is the first part. And there's another part, and she talks
I
about.
would say the good Lord works in wondrous ways, being put in spots around the world or in my country where extraordinary things were taking place under the guise of change. And we've all heard that so much, you know, from the Obama administration,
hard.
Clinton, he was the first one, you know, change agents, etc. So for some reason, I was plucked out, and I found
she
myself
pulls
being
out
sort
her
of pushed.
little
My name is
her
Charlotte,
little black book,
Thompson.
and she starts naming
My maiden name
names
is
of
Thompson.
people that are
My husband, who I wanted to
associated
give
with
great
Bohemian
credit
Grove.
to at this point, was Belgium.
Because I guess her
from the
dad
Flemish
was part of it.
I met him. I'll explain that later in Europe when I was working
But
at the embassy in Brussels.
but she, no, I think
help
she died of natural
the last
causes.
30 years, certainly, when we came back to Maine.
No, she's
my
old,
work never
dude.
would
She
have
is so freaking old.
And,
She's got to
understood
be
that he had been highly
120. I
educated
mean, she's
in
old,
Europe,
dude.
And he understood
That's
the whole
obviously an
plan.
exaggeration.
In fact, about 5 years after we had come back to the United States, someone gave me Gary Allen's book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I was on the school board, and this lady called me, and she loved the work I was doing on the school board. Of course, nobody else did, but she said, I've got a book for you. She brought it down, and I read it, and I looked at it.
115?
I'd never heard of such things.
Holy
smokes. I mean, this is a conspiracy to really take over the world. Thank you, Gary Allen, who's no longer with us. And so I said to my husband, good Belgian, well-educated, do you know about this? And so he took a look and he said, yeah, sure I know about it. I said, you know about this? You know about the Illuminati and the Bavarian conspiracy. You know about all this, the plan to implement a
Do you
world
want me to full
order
screen it, Scott? I'll start this from the
And
beginning.
he said, well, yeah, I learned all that in school. And I thought, oh, okay. So thank you, Jan, wherever you are. I think that maybe you're very involved in helping all of us
Yeah, you're right.
straighten out this mess. We go back. I was born in 1930. Yes, I'm getting there. My mother was from
She
Virginia.
said okay, I'll start it from the beginning. She said she was born in 1930. And this came out, at least this guy posted it 11 years ago. But she said she was born in 1930. So yeah, I don't think they offed her. Yeah.
Charlotte Thompson Iserby served as the head of policy at the Department of Education during the first administration of Ronald Reagan. While working there, she discovered a long-term strategic
I don't know
plan
when this
by the
came
tax-free
out, but this guy
foundations
posted
to
it 11 years
transform
ago,
America
and to be
from a
honest, that's
nation of
about when I
rugged
watched it
individualists
the
and
first
problem
time.
solvers to a country of servile, brainwashed minions who simply regurgitate whatever they're told. We now present to you the secret history of Western education, the scientific destruction of minds.
Yeah, that's
The minutes
one
reveal that
downfall.
in
But
1910,
get that out of your
the
head.
Carnegie trustees asked themselves this question, quote,
Because she wrote the book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. Alex Jones just found her.
is there any way known to man more effective than war to so alter the life of an entire people? For a year, the trustees sought an effective, peaceful method to alter the life of an entire people. But ultimately, they concluded that war was the most effective way to change people. Oh, God. World War I. Horrible war. Oh, I mean, it made every other war look like nothing. They sent a confidential message to President Wilson insisting that the war not be ended too quickly.
Can you hear that? Pretty good.
After the war, the Carnegie Endowment trustees reasoned that if they could get control, here we go, of education in the United States, they would be able to prevent a return to the way of life as it had been prior to the war. And they recruited the Rockefeller Foundation to assist in such a monumental task. Education should aim at destroying free will so that pupils are thus schooled they will be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than as their schoolmasters would have wished. Influences of the home are obstructive, and in order to condition students, verses set to music and repeatedly intoned are very effective. It is for a future scientist to make these maxims precise and discover exactly how much it
I agree,
costs
Scott,
per head
100%.
to make children believe that snow is black. When the technique has been perfected, every government that has been in charge of education for more than one generation will be able to control its subjects securely without the need of armies or policemen. End quote.
Young people cannot be trusted to form their own opinions. It's our job to tell them.
I had never intended to become involved in the battle that all of us are involved in. I had no idea anything was wrong with the way the country was going when as I was growing up, and even during my Foreign Service experience, I found myself mysteriously, I would say the good Lord works in wondrous ways, being put in spots around the world or in my country where extraordinary things were taking place under the guise of change. And we've all heard that so much, you know, from the Obama administration, Bill Clinton,
Yeah, but people
was the
believe
first one
it.
to mention change agents, etc.
And
So
that's why they say
for
it.
some reason, I was
Because
plucked
they know
out,
people
and
will believe
I
it.
found myself being sort of pushed. My name is Charlotte Thompson Isserby. My maiden name is Thompson. My husband, who I want to give great credit to at this point, was Belgian, from the Flemish part of Belgium. I met him, I'll explain that later, in Europe when I was working at the embassy in Brussels. Without my husband's help throughout the last 30 years, certainly, when we came
Right.
back to Maine, my work
Well,
never
when
would
you
have
watch
happened.
this, a lot of this will be
And
like, whoa,
he
wait a
understood beautifully. He had been highly educated in Europe, and he understood the whole plan. In fact, about 5 years after we had come back to the United States, someone gave me Gary Allen's book, None Dare Call It Conspiracy. I was on the school board, and this lady called me, and she loved the work I was doing on the school board. Of course, nobody else did, but she said, I've got a book for you. She brought it down, and I read it, and I looked at it, and I thought, I've never
Yeah.
heard of such thing as this. I mean, this is a conspiracy to really take over the world. Thank you, Gary Allen, who's no longer with us. And so I said to my husband, good Belgian, well-educated, do you know about
True.
this? And so he took a look and he said, yeah, sure I know about it. I said, you know about this?
Yeah, I'm hoping
You
it
know about
does.
the Illuminati
I
and the
really am.
Bavarian conspiracy? You know about all this, the plan to implement a world order huh? And he said, well, yeah, I learned all that in school. And I thought, oh, okay. So thank you, Jan, wherever you are. I think that maybe you're very involved in helping all of us right now straighten out this mess. We go back. I was born in 1930. Yes, I'm getting there. My mother was from Virginia, a wonderful Southern conservative, wonderful gal. And my father came from Pennsylvania.
No,
He came
but I
from a
know who the
family that,
Rothschilds are.
in mining. And his father was a very recognized mining engineer.
Really?
Who ultimately went out to South Africa and opened the gold mines. And my grandfather knew all these people. My grandfather was Skull and Bones. My father was a wonderful person. He was mayor of several towns on Long Island, New York, and in New Jersey, and he was a real constitutionalist. And somehow he was a member of Skull and Bones, but he didn't have anything to do with the power structure there, right? He absolutely nothing, although he did go to their meetings, and he went out to the island for retreats and that stuff. He went to Bohemian Grove once. And so I grew up in sort of an atmosphere of, it was apolitical in a way, except for local politics, which my father was fabulous on. Anytime anybody did anything like wanted to break down local government or get rid of elected officials like regionalism does, my father would be right there with the Constitution.
Yeah.
So anyway, I went to private schools, and I got out of prep school in Wellesley, and I decided I really didn't want to go to college. A lot of people thought it was a mistake. I wanted to go to business school instead. I was tired of somehow I had a bad feeling about things that were being pushed in the prep school. Like I was a member of World Federalists. I was falling for this junk. But somehow I didn't want to continue that. So instead of going on to Smith or Vassar or what, I went to Catherine Gibbs Business School in New York City. Wonderful, wonderful, difficult school. But I learned best grammar, how to write, accounting, shorthand, which came in very, very handy, I can assure you, especially when I was in the Department of Education. I got out, I graduated, and the Korean War was on. So I was very patriotic. My mother had always worked for the Red Cross. She was a volunteer during World War II at the mental hospitals, bringing the guys in from the war. So I heard a lot about the Red Cross, which is, I want to point out right now, changed enormously from that time. And I wish I could say in a better way. I think it does very good work. But it's connected with all the other, non-governmental, non-profit groups, and they have all been infiltrated. I signed up for Korea, that's right, but they changed my orders. and at the last minute, I went to Guam. I spent a year there. My next assignment was Shitoshi, Hokkaido, another air base, fighter base, I think. I finished my tour. I didn't want to come home by air.
Yeah.
I wanted to go by ship. So I decided to go. A friend of mine went with me, third class, in the bowels of
That's not why
the
I
Vietnam,
don't
which
smoke
was
anymore,
a freighter. Luckily, I
that
was in
actually
third
helped
class.
my asthma a
So
little
I
bit.
was down, and we had very good food, because French have good food,
Yeah,
whether it's third
it
class or
actually
not.
did, dude.
With a big bottle of wine in the middle of the table, and the people at the table were coming out of North Vietnam, coming out of North Korea, and China. They were refugees. And,
okay.
of course, the Vietnamese ones spoke French,
Yeah.
and the Chinese were very well educated. They were well educated Chinese, so they spoke English. I spoke French, so the conversations were unbelievable. They would tell me what had happened, why they were coming out, what was going on under the communists, which we didn't let General MacArthur, move in and take over. Truman brought him home. We could have won that war. We could have kept the whole Far East from collapsing, but that wasn't the plan.
That old soldiers never die. They just fade away.
This one woman was taking her daughter to Paris, to the conservatory there of music, to study piano.
I tried that stuff
and she
before,
told me that
and
her
I loved,
father or grandfather, I'm not sure,
when I
was a
smoked
very
it,
famous
I loved
pianist
hash.
in China during the Cultural Revolution, and that they cut his hands off. And so that, I never forgot that. And then the other lady, she was from Vietnam, North Vietnam, and she told me that her grandfather, they killed him because he was opposed to the communist regime, and they cut his head off and they stuck it on a pole. And they marched around town with his head on the pole, which of course was to, warn the rest of the Vietnamese, keep your mouths shut. Don't go up against this regime. Then my father, he's a New York lawyer, absolutely wonderful person, great sense of humor, and I know he's skull and bone, so we have to forgive him for that. But anyway, so he says to me after, I've been gone for 2 years, mind you. This is his young daughter that he cried when I left, right? What are you doing going abroad? So after 2 months home, he said to me, Shar, well, when are you thinking about moving on? And I thought, God, I've only been home 2 months. I've been gone for over 2 years, and they want me out of here. And I thought, well, I guess he's right. I better not hang around home forever. And so I went down to the State Department. I had all the background because of Catherine Gibbs. That's the best thing that ever happened. I had the credentials to get into the State Department to work for ambassadors, which I did, assistant secretaries. I worked in Washington in Soviet affairs, in Middle Eastern affairs, when all the Suez Canal stuff and everything was going on. I took dictation from John Foster Dulles. I'll never forget once when he was this was really during the tremendous problems with the Suez Canal and everything, and he had Golda Meir and the ambassador from Israel, to the United States there. This is so funny because I was taking shorthand, and so all of a sudden someone kicks me under the table. Golda Meir, she's kicking her friend, the ambassador of the United States, whose name I can't recall right now, and kicked me instead. And I said, oh, gee. And she said, oh, I'm so sorry. She said, he's dictating too fast.
Those are good games there.
He's dictating too fast. There's no way you can get it. So anyway, those are little funny stories about the State Department. But anyway, and then I was in Soviet affairs. I saw very strange things there. I went to South Africa. I worked for the ambassador in South Africa. Fascinating because my father and my grandfather actually had lived in South Africa. Then I got sick and I came back to the States. And then they assigned me to work for Ambassador Douglas MacArthur Jr. That's the nephew of the general, and in Brussels. He was a wonderful man. He was not easy to work for, but he was a wonderful person, a good American. Was that? And that was at the time, again, you see where these things kept happening in my life.
I don't know why I couldn't get into that game, dude.
The Belgian-Congo
I tried to play it 2 different times, and I couldn't
and I was there. I saw all the cables coming in regarding the UN troops and how they were raping citizens and nuns, and people were dying and all. So I was there in Brussels. Here I'm learning, Charlotte's learning, that the UN
Yeah,
isn't what
Black
people
Flag
think it is.
is.
And all these
I
cables
like.
coming in. I meet my husband. I meet him on a train going skiing.
Yeah.
That's how I met my husband.
So.
My husband and I are engaged.
The game that
get married
introduced
in the United
pirate
States. He
ships
comes over.
was Assassin's
Then we go
Creed
back
3.
to Belgium, and we're there for about 4 years.
Yeah.
And then from there we go again to a hot
Dude,
spot.
that
which
game
I didn't realize.
right
I'm
there,
talking about the weird things that
in
happened.
my opinion, was the best game
hot spot
they
was
ever
Grenada.
that ever
I could see
Ubisoft
then
ever
from
came
our
out
house
with in
overlooking
the
the
Assassin's
bay,
Creed
the lagoon in St. George.
genre or whatever.
All this activity.
Dude, that game was
boats
good,
coming
and
in
then
with
Black
flags.
Flag came
Stokely
out.
Carmichael
And
came down there to
was
sort
a
of stir
pirate
up the
one
pot.
because everybody
The
loved
Canadians,
the ship
mad
aspect
at
of it.
The rich
So they came out with
capitalists who owned
Black
these yachts
Flag,
and all. It was really
and
getting
that was a
bad
good
here.
game too. That's
and
a
I knew
close
the
second
political
to
situation
3
well
in my
because
opinion.
we had Grenadians working on the boat. I had a lot of Grenadian friends
But
in
Assassin's
government
Creed
as well.
3, in my
Anyway,
opinion,
we left.
was
We
literally
were there
the
about
best
5
Assassin's
years.
Creed ever
And then when
made.
we left, I remember telling our Grenadian friends, "You're going to have trouble here."
Valhalla was
There's trouble
good. I will
coming.
say
And of course it
Valhalla
did.
was good.
In 1984, I guess. That was the one good thing Ronald
That one will
Reagan
keep you
did, which
busy
I was
for a long
opposed
time.
to because it was a UN move, but he saved a lot of my friends from being killed by the Soviet regime in Grenada by moving in there to so-called protect American students. But it was
This
really
new
the oil
one's gonna
pipeline, I
tank.
think, of Rockefeller that we were protecting. We're in Grenada. We go back to the United States. I put the children in public school.
Was it Shadows
So,
or
here we go.
something? Or
I had no idea that education would be any different from sort of what I'd had. I had a good education, a private school education, but I didn't know. And so they go into the public school system in Camden, Maine, and in retrospect, I believe that was a pilot school, one of them for the whole country, for changing our education system from an academic classical educational system to brainwashing for the international socialist government. Everybody has all the research on this. I have so much. It's all in my book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America.
You got to play
I hit
Assassin's
Camden
Creed 3.
and I start asking, I get on a little committee, philosophy committee, and we were all asked by the superintendent, highly skilled change agent out of Harvard, well, I want to know what all of you feel the purpose of education should be. And so I said, well, I think it should be to give the students a sound academic education in basics and also a strong sense of sound morals and values. And boom, they all looked at me and they said, whose values? And I thought, hey, what's going on here? I said, well, what's happened in my country? I mean, don't we still have the same values? I mean, what don't we all sort of agree? You don't steal, you don't rob, you don't kill babies, you don't kill people in war, a lot of things that I thought we believed in. You don't lie. Everything was changing, and I saw it, and I saw the curriculum coming in, and I went for the values clarification training myself to find out. I had a call from a master teacher who taught all over the world, and she said, you are absolutely correct. I was on the school board by that time. After 3 tries, I got on. And she said, you're absolutely correct. I want to pay for you to go for some in-service training. And I said, in what? And she said, well, it's called Innovations in Education, and it's how to become a change agent. She paid $100 for me to go. I went. And all these normal-looking people, nice, some from my own school district and all. And the guy is a facilitator, but he's using this big book called Innovations in Education, A Change Agent's Guide. And it has all these case studies of teachers and administrators and how to sneak in controversial curriculum such as death ed, sex ed, bullying ed, alcohol ed, drug ed, all these programs that have education hanging off the end of them. They have nothing to do with education. It's interesting. You don't have math ed and science ed and all. They call it math and science and history, right? But when you see anything with education hanging off the end of it, red flag, huh? In that training, he taught us how to identify resistors in our community.
I guess you put...
And They were the people who were smart.
Yeah, I guess you
who
put
knew
that
that these
remastered
programs were
behind
designed
it,
for
you can raise
nothing
the
other than
price.
to make children engage in sex, to drink, to take drugs, to do all
Yeah,
the things
dude,
that the
it's such a
programs,
good
the parents
game.
were being told the programs were to help the children. I was considered a resistor too. Here they were training me to identify myself, huh? And so I never ever got over that. Also, we were being trained to go to the important people in the community, and they're really very good people. We all know who they are. They're friends of ours and all, but they're head of Rotary, head of Garden Club, head of Historical Society. You go to them, and you explain to them in very, very good, highly skilled change agent manner, which is just lies, how important these programs are for your children. We've got to put these programs in. This was 1973, all the way through right now. Huh? That period in education, we call it the unfreezing of our children's values, the ones taught by the parents at home and the church, basically. Change agents were highly trained by the National Training Laboratories. We had the headquarters for that in Bethel, Maine. That goes all the way back to World War II. I have the original paper from that, and it said that what they're putting in is they want to change the values to unfreeze the system, and then they're going to implement the new values, the new communist values for world government. Huh? That was the goal, and they did a good job on it between 1970 and the year 2000. And now the values, as we can all see, people are saying, "Oh, well, we've got to be tolerant. There are no absolutes anymore.
Are you on PC
That's not
or are
fair
you on console?
To judge people. Don't be judgmental.
Yeah.
If your grandmother is dying of cancer and can't afford, you can't afford the medicine. It's okay to steal it. That's what you call values clarification with the education for a planned economy, using workforce training, identifying children at a very early age what they're going to do the rest of their lives. It's the Soviet planned economic system, starting as early as first grade. That's being put in now under the guise of school choice, charter schools, and using the performance-based, outcome-based Skinnerian Pavlovian
That's
method
too bad,
with the computer. Pavlov, interestingly enough, was a Russian. People think that he invented operant conditioning. He didn't. He went to Leipzig,
I think it's out of stock.
Germany,
No.
and he studied under
Xbox
Wilhelm
is
Wundt
on sale
in the
for $12.
mid-1800s. Wilhelm Wundt was a philosopher, German philosopher, who was involved in trying to figure out how you can get people to do change, understanding the
But I don't
psychology,
see it for
what makes people
PlayStation on here
click,
at all.
how you can get them to do what you want them to do, etc. And he became very frustrated with the inability to change people's behavior and their views and everything.
I wouldn't
doing
either.
the traditional way, lectures and this and that and all, and discussions and all. And finally, he realized that what he was dealing with was the human soul. The soul is a very difficult thing to track. It sort of floats all over the place, and it rebels, and it doesn't, it's independent. And so he came up with a scheme to attack the nervous system. That's really what it is. It's neurological. If you can get them to react in certain ways to what you want, like when the doctor, give you a good idea, the doctor used to, physical exams, they'd take a hammer, a little rubber thing, and knock your knee, and it goes, boop. So he figured, well, you know what? We can operate on that thesis, where we attack the nervous system, and it's a stimulus response thing. So you have to provide the stimulus in order to get the response. Well, if it was dog training, the stimulus would be a dog biscuit or something, and ultimately, when the dog sees you taking the biscuit out of the box, he's going to do what you want, right? And so it's pretty simple. I had never gotten involved in having to figure it out until a very good friend of mine, a teacher in Arizona, had to go through the first program that was brought out of 1965. One of the first ones, it was called Mastery Learning. And she quit education when she went through the training. She said it was so sick, and she had papers from doctors and all saying it even makes children sick. And I met her when I went into the U.S. Department of Ed, because I found her correspondence came to my office, And it was referred to me, and that was how I met her. And she was the one who educated me about operant conditioning and how awful it is. I mean, it can absolutely destroy free will. We had free will until we got to the computer. The computer absolutely destroys. The child cannot, there's no thinking going on there. There's no transfer being made. And you've got to understand that. All the documents in regard to this by people, not myself, by educators who have been trained in it, are in my book. So you don't have to say Charlotte said that. You know, you can say Professor so-and-so said that. I have one incredible paper in the back of my book by a leading educator written in the 60s that I managed to get. It was attached to the Project BEST application for funding that I talked about, the one I got fired for. And that paper talks about the need for computers and how wonderful they're going to be and all. But he says, if you don't agree with the message, morally and ethically, that's going on to that software, do not do it. And that's coming right out of the mouth of an educator involved in it. He says you have to have a conscience, because that software is so powerful that no matter, you may think, oh, well, the person on the other end, you know, he can do what he wants and make up. No. Once it's in the software, and once the child is clicking away on the computer and getting the little happy face as the reward, that's what happens. We all know that feeling when we get something good on the computer. He's not going to ask any questions. That's it. Finished. And it can bring the student to a certain totally opposite position in their thinking using Socratic questioning. So it's very dangerous. I can't tell you how dangerous it is. I mean, how dangerous is a method that can actually change, actually destroy one's conscience. That's bad news. And we were all softened up, and that's what we're looking at today. Now, the refreezing has to take place. The refreezing is going to take place with the use of the computer. Schools will be bookless. They are already some of these programs coming in. So anyway, I was on the board. I saw that. I went for the retraining. Then I got off the board, and I formed with Bettina Dobbs of Maine, a wonderful teacher and a nurse. We formed something called Guardians of Education for Maine. And we were in business for about 15 years. And we did a lot of very good work. In 1980, I went to work for Ronald Reagan, and I worked there for 2 years until I was fired. Right. But I had worked hard for him from 1978 to get him elected. Right. And then in 1980, because of the work I'd done and the work in education, I got an appointment in the U.S. Department of Education.
See you, dude.
Because the people in Washington, with the conservatives, they were good back then. They're not anymore. They were very impressed by the work I'd done in Maine on education. So they pulled me down and put me in the U.S. Department of Ed in what was the most important slot probably in the world in education. I know people out there are shaking their heads and say, why would they put her there? She doesn't have a college education, right? Why are they putting her in there? Well, they knew, first of all, Reagan had promised to get rid of the Department of Education, something he didn't do, and I will hold that against him forever, because he could have. Since that was the plan when they were staffing the department, they didn't have to put important people in those old slots. Like my slot that I got put into would have been filled by the former president of Harvard or Stanford or something, right? Or University of Chicago. That job had been held in the past by very important people in education. But since they were getting rid of the department, it didn't make any difference. So they just plopped me in. Now talk about the hand of God, huh? And all my files were full of everything they planned on doing. And so I don't even think my boss knew this. You know, he was a so-called conservative. But he became very suspicious about me because I was always busy. Even though I didn't have a lot of work to do from him, I was always busy because I had lots of things to read. And I would stay after work. I'd stay until 2 a.m. in the morning. When everybody was gone, I'd get into everything. Sure, if it had just been the job and all the files and everything had been whisked away by these former very important educational change agent communists, Marxists, I would not have found stuff, but all the stuff was left in the office. What I saw was so depressing. That's hardly the word. I mean, this was the education of Charlotte. It was the greatest horror story I had ever encountered. And at one point, he sent me, he wanted to get rid of me out of that office. He sent me up to the National Institute of Education, which is where all the research is performed. They send out all the grants and contracts to the universities or schools or whatever from there. I found out I was really in the belly of the beast right there, because I had access to all the computer printouts of all the grants and contracts of your money folks going out, not just across our country, but all around the world, about how to change the education system from academics to a brainwashing using Pavlovian, Skinnerian, operant conditioning computers and workforce training for the globalist economy, the corporate fascist, socialist, communist government that's coming right in this minute. I had a friend from Maryland who used to come and she had a huge Cadillac, and I'd get all my stuff and put it in, interesting for Maine people, LL bean bags. You know those big LL bean bags? Those huge ones. And I'd put all the papers in there, and at lunchtime we'd meet uptown for lunch. She'd come in, marvelous gal, Australian, who I absolutely love, probably one of the finest Americans who ever, she was Australian, but she did more for our country than anybody I've ever known. Brilliant. We'd meet, dump the stuff in her car, go have lunch. She'd take it home. She'd get some of it out to the people across the country. It was really marvelous. Well, once I had these two big bags, and two of these major change agents at National Institute of Education, they were coming down. I was going to the elevator, and they were walking down, and I thought, oh no, you know, I've got to get out of here. So I had to go in the men's room and hide. And I'll never forget that, hiding in the men's room. I thought, what if, I mean, there may be other guys coming in here, not just to the elevator. And anyway, nobody came in. They went down the elevator. I came out and dumped the stuff in her car. It was not a really exciting job. It was mainly to see if the universities, the schools, the different entities across the country that were getting money or around the world from the taxpayers, that they were getting their quarterly reports in on time. That's all. It had nothing to do with philosophy. Huh? And so one day I ran across a grant to Lansing School District, Lansing, Michigan. This was University of Michigan connection with my office. And it was a values clarification program for first graders, elementary school. And it pre and post tested those little children about what goes on at home, what religion do you... and I looked at this thing and I thought, what on earth are they doing? And so I turned to this bureaucrat who was working with the GAO about financial things, and I said, look, we're doing waste, fraud, and abuse. I know that. But I said, take a look at this. Don't you think that this is pretty wasteful, fraudulent, and abusive in another way? And so he took a look at it and he said, oh my Lord. He said, this is horrible. And really nice guy, bureaucrat, Washington. People sometimes get after all the bureaucrats. They're not all that bad. Some of them are just like us, and they care. And I said, well, look, you know, I'm only meant to be here 2 weeks, but could you give me extra time? Because I want to go through all these grants and contracts. And he said, you can have as much time as you want. So I spent 6 weeks up there going through all the stuff. And I can't tell you how horrible. First of all, even if you don't care about children, you don't care about education, you don't care about your country, you don't care about anything, people? Are there people out there who don't care about anything? They do care about their wallet, huh? You should care about this money that has been spent in the name of education. It's total brainwashing. Anything coming out of Washington is a total Marxist brainwash. And Marxism is the world of the future unless we stop it right now. I'm fired for leaking one of these documents to Human Events. It was the one that put technology into, with the computer on, with the curriculum on it. It was a grant going out to every single state with the computer curriculum for the state. Can you imagine? Designed by Washington and all the different government education associations. And within that big paper that I found, Better Education Skills Through Technology it was called, Project BEST, I found this one paper, one thing, this was sort of a draft, and it said, what we at the federal level can control and manipulate. That's a direct quote, colon. And then it listed, this is for us at the local level because we don't know how to run our own laws, and the state. I get fired. Then I write the president, I write Reagan, and I tell him what's going on in the department. And I said, you would be shocked if you knew. This place has got to be shut down, etc. And it was a long letter. I explained everything, that the U.S. Department of Education is a Marxist factory designed to destroy any semblance of good values, academics, etc., and to make sure our children march blindly into a socialist communist world government. That's the goal of the U.S. Department of Education. They didn't want anyone to know that Ronald Reagan had that letter. So I never got a reply. I tried to. I called Ed Meese. I went home, called Ed Meese, who was the chief counselor or whatever in the White House, and I said, I want to talk to you all. I want an answer to that letter. Finally, I went down and talked with Ed Meese's aide, Ken Cribb, and I said, he patted me on the shoulder, you know, that way they do that. Oh, Charlotte, aren't you pleased to know the president got your letter? That's an admission right there. I know he got it because John Lofton, a journalist at that time in Washington, called his office, the White House, back in 1983 or something, and asked. And they said, yes, it's on his desk, and he's marked it up. So let's get that straight. He had it. The purpose of that letter was to make sure that that department is abolished and the American public education is returned to its original status, run at the local level and with elected school board members and with no influence whatsoever from the federal or international level. That's how it should be. It was the best education system in the world. That's what I was asking for. Anyway, it didn't happen. That letter to Reagan, again, is on my website, Deliberate Dumbing Down, under a PDF. I wrote in 1985 a book called Back to Basics Reform or Skinnerian International Curriculum. And to make sure people read this little 39-pager, I decided to put an asterisk so that they didn't really have to read it. I put an asterisk which said, necessary for United States participation in a one-world socialist government plan for the early years of the 21st century. When the conservatives, the neocons, let's call them that, not Goldwater people, when the neoconservatives, Heritage Foundation, all of those groups, I'm sorry folks, when they saw that book, they boycotted it. They boycotted that book, which told Americans exactly what I just told all of you, what I've seen, and that we had to get rid of the department. It all happened under Ronald Reagan. You call it what you want, corporate fascism, socialism, communism, planned economy. You call it what you want. What is it? It's really, it's horrible. Your children have no upward mobility whatsoever. I told you earlier. I said, yeah, they're put into a slot early on. The government and the schools, they decide what your child is capable of doing the rest of his life. He might be able to sneak out of that sometime if he's brilliant and do his own thing, but it's unlikely. So it's fixed. This is the end of upward mobility for our children, end of freedom for this country. Planned economy is the end of freedom. It's a failed system, but there are people at the top who live very well by it. And then I find out that Ronald Reagan has signed an agreement with Gorbachev to merge the two education systems. Well, you can't tell me that conservatives didn't know that was going on, because I know of some who were at Geneva when this happened. And they didn't do anything about it, but we found out. And so we fought this United States-Soviet Education Exchange Agreement. The Carnegie Corporation also signed agreements. Basically, most of that was to do with computers and technology and critical thinking for little elementary school children. Those agreements were signed. We raised $5,000 to put an ad in the Washington Times to expose that. It was called Educate is Worse Than Watergate or something. And but again, we got no support because that information wasn't meant to get out. then about 4 years after the fact, my little article was called Soviets in the Classroom, America's Latest Education Fad, that nobody would touch. The conservatives, all the different conservative groups, media and all, would not publish it. And all of a sudden I got a phone call from a wonderful man by the name of Robert Morris. He was a judge from New Jersey. He calls and he said, I'm now the president of America's Future. And I had tried to get this article published by America's Future, Soviets in the Classroom. And I couldn't get it published. It was interesting because America's Future used to do a lot of articles on bad textbooks and everything in the United States. And I thought surely they would be interested in the United States-Soviet textbook agreement too, and exchanges. I was sure they, but no, they would not publish it. So this Bob Morris became president. He found my article in a drawer in the desk that was left there, the manuscript. And he read it and he thought, oh, what is this? Can you imagine? He's a leading conservative himself, very important person. He had not heard about it. He had not heard what Reagan had done. It's happened ever since 1958 when the first agreement was signed by Eisenhower with the Soviet Union at the peak of the Cold War. And then the various agreements have been signed all the way through until recently, one with China. So we have merged, and let me point out, just today, I was informed that there are forces at work in the state of Maine that are surrounding our wonderful people that we elected last November. Traditional Mainers, good, hardworking Mainers who were very upset about what's going on. They worked hard to get our governor in, a wonderful man, Paul LePage. And I want to warn all of you that out in your states, if you elected some really good people, they've been surrounded. And you've got to be very careful. You've got to let them know not to go along with any of the agendas that call for regional government or consolidation. Because regionalism, you know, the merging of services, the police forces in one town, police force merges with another one, the schools consolidate, all the little schools merge into a big one. They tell you that's to save money and all. They're lying to you because it doesn't. We know that. It doesn't save money. But what it really is, regionalism is communism. And I have an article. It's in Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. You can look up the name Zeitlin. You will see this communist writer for the Communist Daily World in the mid-70s talking about the need for the United States to implement regionalism and consolidation. It's communism. So any effort that you see out there where they use the word, they don't use the word regionalism that much anymore, they're getting smart. They use the word consolidation. They convince the people, especially in economic downturn times like right now, this tragic time we're going through, that this will save money, that it won't have as high taxes. Consolidate, consolidate, don't do it. We are the major country that's going down to communism, and the rest of the world will follow. They'll call it the global system, the international socialist global system. It is nothing but a totalitarian system. In 2002, President Gorbachev, in speaking in London, he called the European Union the new European Soviet. We know what we're looking at. The North American Union and all other regional entities throughout the world, whether it's the Pacific Circle Consortium or whether it's the Middle East. You think we went into the Middle East for any reason other than to destroy Iraq and to make it part of a region hooked into the banks? What they're doing is they're destroying the Middle East so they can restructure it as a region in this new world order. So these are all the regions. Their whole structure is based on the model,
I remember all of
which
that
is
stuff
the European
in school,
Union.
sex education.
So I ask Americans, what will you call?
Hearing about
what would Gorbachev
schools.
call
They even
the North
tried
American
that here.
Union?
Or not here.
He would call it
in
the North
where
American
I used to live, where I was growing up. And
how do we like that? Wake up.
Actually,
if there's
they're
anything
even
that is important for you to remember
about
from these
it
videos
here,
today is that we
the
are
high
at the end
and
of the
like
line.
that.
We are doing exactly what Gorbachev wants. Consolidation. Now, this is an interesting cartoon. This is regional government. This is the consolidation of schools, basically. And you see the little guy in the one-room schoolhouse. He's chewing a piece of grass or something. And he looks very happy. He belongs to Little Frog Lick Creek High School. He's chewing the grass with a smile. If you follow him through, you're going to see him looking more and more miserable as they merge his one-room schoolhouse to a six-room schoolhouse, to 8 more schools, and then into a central school, which is a region. And then you're going to see him at the end. He's holding his left arm out, up like this, clenched fist, little hair, very unhappy. And his T-shirt says, Our Lady of the Benevolent Dictatorship, One World Global Training Corps. And then the last one, he has on earphones.
And that could be,
like
but they still, they're still trying to get rid of the nuclear family. Clinton even more or less said it.
Interplanetary
Hillary.
Carbon Unit Reprogramming Pod. Well, I saw that in a very liberal left education journal called Phi Delta Kappa. Many people will recognize that, 1983. The title of it is Consolidation, going from the small school to the central regionalized school, and which is what regional government is all about. And you can get rid of all the parochial views that the children have in a little school where the parents can go. The school board meeting is just across the street, the school, and all the parents know each other, the teacher, it's a lovely atmosphere. And then you end up with all the children going long distances on the bus, which is no good for them, to the regional school. And then you have country boys and girls who are being mixed with city boys and girls. So then they get into the drug scene. So we've seen with consolidation that the test scores go down, the drug problem gets worse, the cost of education increases, although they tell you that consolidation is to make it cheaper. A lot of people just don't understand the word consolidation. Consolidation is consolidating all the services together under the guise of this is going to be cheaper for you. But in the process, what happens is you lose all your elected officials because all of these entities are being merged. So at the local level, you don't have
but they
any
want to bring them in to more or less
and ultimately,
government
you spend
raising
far
them.
more.
And
that's the whole
even
restructuring
Clinton was
of our
talking about how we live in this big village,
it's
or it might have
thrown
been
to the wolves in favor of
maybe
this
it was Clinton
regionalism
and Kamala,
consolidation system.
They
in
were
every
all,
area.
we live in a village,
education,
and parents aren't,
government
raise
bureaucracy,
their kids. The village
make
should raise
things
their
cheaper.
kids.
You name it. Planning. The word is central
They're still
planning.
trying
That's
it
the
to this
Soviet
day.
system, central
And
planning.
they're going to keep trying it
Regionalism.
unless something happens.
No matter how beautiful everything looks outside, no matter how good those restaurants are in your town, or the good funny movies, or the whatever, no matter whatever beautiful things you see in your life and your family, etc., folks, it's curtains. October 24, 1975. The World Affairs Council of Philadelphia issued a Declaration of Interdependence, written by well-known historian and liberal think tank Aspen Institute board member Henry Steele Commager. This alarming document, which called to mind President Kennedy's July 4, 1962 speech calling for a Declaration of Interdependence, Kennedy, was written as a contribution to our nation's celebration of its 200th birthday and signed by 125 members of the U.S. Senate and House. When in the course of history the threat of extinction confronts mankind, it is necessary for the people of the United States to declare their interdependence with the people of all nations and to embrace those principles and build those institutions which will enable mankind to survive and civilization to flourish. 2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order. We affirm that the economy of all nations is a seamless web and that no one man can any longer effectively maintain its processes of production and monetary system without recognizing the necessity for collaborative regulation by international
you gotta put all
authorities.
the dots together. So I want
This
you,
little blue book is called Conclusions and
after
Recommendations.
this is over,
and
I want you to watch
it has a weird
this.
title, and you'd think it only deals with social studies, but it doesn't. It's the report of the Commission on the
Oh, why
Social
isn't it?
Studies. It was funded by the Carnegie
Oh, I know
Corporation.
why.
And the book virtually recommends that the curriculum all be geared towards the Soviet system. Internationalism, planned economy, etc. It's been referred to by a leading British professor of British socialism as a plan for a
So
socialist
watch
America.
this after
This book is
this
at my
video
son's website,
and
AmericanDeception.com.
this
Thank
video
heavens.
in
Because
mind
this is the
when
only
you're
copy
watching
that exists
this
in the
video
whole
I'm
world.
about to send you.
Right here. All right, so that's dated 1934. And what they're
It's only
doing
like
there is
9
they're
minutes.
really talking about putting in a planned economy. So that's what we're putting in right now with the program that's just gone into our little school in Dresden, Maine. We've put in the Di Lorenzo Reinventing Schools plan, which I said earlier, your children will be graduating at 14 or 21. No grades, no ABCD, no kindergarten through 12th grade, because it's going to all be workforce training, and the curriculum will be based on the Malcolm Baldrige Total Quality Management Award. It has only in the past been given to Cadillac and Hilton Hotels and things like that.
The Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award gets results.
We're not there yet. We're continuously improving, and it's something that is so deep in our organization that the concepts and principles of Baldrige will be applied forever here.
So this same Carnegie Corporation in 1933 instituted the 8-year study, which went on until 1941. That's the Skinner method, performance-based, results-based. That's all what you can do, not what you know in your head. They don't want children to think or know anything, no history. It's what you can do for the good of the global economy. And the Education Commission of the States, a very important unconstitutional regional entity which controls education in every state as well, they had a little newsletter that I used to get. And one day I was reading it, and my eyes went down to the bottom of the page, and I said something. It said, outcomes-based education is, and of course I'd always been fighting outcomes-based education, and it said it was experimented with for 8 years in the 1930s and 40s
they are pushing,
by the Carnegie Corporation.
They are
it was
pushing
called
socialism
the 8-year study.
and communism. I mean,
nothing's new, folks. If we think the outcomes-based education that which is the biggest dumbing down education system that ever happened with children graduating at 14, if we think that it's new, no, it came from the 8-year study, which again was Carnegie.
They're pushing socialism and communism.
Now Carnegie,
they're doing that.
Well
they have been.
At the same time.
They have been doing it.
1965, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Carnegie was all involved in paying for the national assessment, which is all 60% politically correct. That's the test that all schools around the country have had to give for the past, ever since 1965. Now it is 60% politically correct. Your kids' ideas on global warming, sustainable development, a world government, the fact that Constitution's outmoded, all that.
Yeah.
So they paid for the national assessment. They were the ones instrumental in putting up the money for the Education Commission of the states in Denver. In your Senate Education Committee in your state, there's always going to be one person who is on the membership of
you
the
got all these kids that want
Education Commission of
socialism. Who's
States.
teaching them that? The schools.
State people. So they get their orders from the Education Commission of the States. That's Carnegie, paid for that. In 1985, Carnegie signed an agreement with the Soviet Academy of Science. At the same time, Reagan signed the agreements with Gorbachev to merge the two education systems. Carnegie signed with the Academy of Science to develop computer courseware for elementary schools dealing with critical thinking. That was an agreement signed. That's for our children, right? In first grade, critical thinking on the computer. Reagan, Clinton, the two Bushes and all implement the school to work agenda. That was the beginning of the planned economy under Reagan. So then Mark Tucker comes in, Carnegie. all the controversy going on in the 90s, Americans were up in arms about the destruction of their school systems. They would go in deliberately and destroy, because in order to restructure, you have to destroy. Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, David Hornbeck, who's big on compulsory community service, compulsory. He called for that when he was the superintendent of schools in Maryland. He was commissioner. Way back, he called for mandatory service. That's another thing, folks. You better watch out. We're going to be slaves. Mandatory service. So anyway, the same Hornbeck,
and on top of that, my mom was telling me,
goes into Kentucky, destroys that system, goes up to Rochester, New York. He goes out to state of Washington.
My grandpa, her dad,
Iowa,
was in the Air Force. They were stationed in Turkey, and on the base.
That's all
on the base that they were at.
And the latest information coming in,
they were teaching
for Maine
Marxism
with a complete recommendation. That is, who knows? Maybe our governor we can get to him fast
enough. And my grandpa found out and pulled
help
him
him
out
understand
of the school.
that we can't have charter schools.
Did private.
Charter schools are the vehicle to implement the planned economy. We can't.
And that was on the Air Force
They're
base.
unelected school boards anyway. We don't even have a school board with a charter school. They get federal money. Why no school board? They get federal money, so we have to give the federal test. No charter schools, forget it. So all of this is coming together, coalescing at the same time. The 3,000-page hearings of the congressional investigation of the Reece Committee, investigation of the subversive activities of the tax-exempt foundations. I bought the only available copy in the country, 3,000 pages from a really good friend of mine, a wonderful American. He had been offered any amount of money for that 20 years ago by one of the minions of the tax-exempt foundations. They did not want that copy to be floating around. The research director for those hearings, his name was Norman Dodd. I knew him. And the conversation that I'm going to discuss right now that he had with the president of the Ford Foundation, Rowan Gaither, was off the record in New York City at Ford Foundation headquarters. And Norman Dodd told me over dinner in Washington, D.C., in a restaurant in Georgetown, Rowan Gaither said to him, Mr. Dodd, basically, we at the foundations, we don't determine the agenda. The agenda has come from
you're probably right.
From the White House.
It is liberalism, but where did they get it from?
Right at the peak of the Cold War.
They didn't think it up.
And that agenda, our instructions are to use our tax-exempt status, your money, folks, change America so it can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Now, a lot of you may say, well, that never happened. Well, it's happening right now, folks. It's happening right now as we speak. Foundation-funded non-bloody revolution. Committee Chairman Carol Reece warned fellow congressmen of a diabolical conspiracy that a certain few foundations were financing the socialist and communist
because they're going to call it whatever they want to call it.
After World War I,
what it comes down to is they're trying to get socialism and communism in.
And there was tremendous opposition to that. And then you had opposition between then and between World War II. You had Lindbergh and a lot of Americans going before the Congress to keep us from going into the UN. You had all sorts of opposition, but they got their way. The Reece Committee learned that the Rockefeller Foundation and Carnegie Endowment for International Peace were, with tax-exempt dollars, funding leftist propaganda operations aimed at changing America through the brain, not the battlefield. Patriotism, national sovereignty, individual responsibility, and Christian beliefs were belittled, while the concepts of a one-world government, socialism, collectivism, and humanism were deemed essential for peace in the modern age.
And it's funny, it's only Christian.
A clandestine and successful non-bloody revolution had been masterminded by some of America's most powerful and devious men. Men who did not want to be exposed by a congressional investigating committee. The man chosen by Reece to be the committee's research director was Norman Dodd, Yale graduate, intellectual, and New York investment banker. During this writer's frequent visits to Dodd's retirement home in Keene, Virginia,
so let's just say liberalism took foothold and we heal the sick and feed the hungry. Where is it going to stop?
to undo the damage they have done
It's
to America.
just the foot in the
Unquote.
door.
Dodd
They're
sent
just trying to get the foot
questionnaires
in the
to
door.
numerous foundations, and as a result of one such request, Joseph E. Johnson, president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, invited Dodd to send a committee staffer to Carnegie's headquarters in New York City to examine the minutes of the meetings of the endowment's trustees. Now, this is Carnegie we're talking about, the one I always go after. These minutes had long since been stored away in a warehouse, and obviously Johnson, who was a close friend of former Carnegie president and Soviet spy Alger Hiss, had no idea what was in them. Don't forget, Alger Hiss headed up the UN in San Francisco. He was the head of the whole thing, world government. The minutes reveal that in 1910, the Carnegie trustees asked themselves this question, quote, is there any way known to man more effective than war to so alter the life of an entire people, end quote. This is in the minutes. For a year, the trustees sought an effective, peaceful method to alter the life of an entire people. But ultimately, they concluded that war was the most effective way to change people.
What I was saying on that is the most attacked religion
I mean, it made every other war
on this planet is Christianity.
Consequently, the trustees of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace next asked
follow
themselves,
Christ, you're a Christian.
Quote, how do we re-involve the United States in a war?
So you have
and they
China
answered,
killing
quote,
people.
We must control the diplomatic machinery of the United States by first gaining control of
they own
the
a
State
Bible.
Department. Now, don't forget,
you
this
have,
is 1910.
But if you do Buddhism
Norm Dodd
or,
said that the trustees'
Catholic,
minutes reinforced
Catholicism,
what the Reese Committee had uncovered elsewhere about the Carnegie Endowment.
Hinduism, or
that it had already become a powerful policy-making force
basically
inside the State
any
Department.
other religion does not
During
even
those
come
early years of the
remotely
Carnegie
close
Endowment,
to being
war
attacked
clouds
like
were
Christianity.
already forming over
Why
Europe,
is that?
and the opportunity
I know
for the
why.
enactment of their plan was drawing
I know
near.
why that is.
History proved that World
Because
War I
Jesus
did indeed
Christ
have an
is the
enormous
real
impact
deal,
on the American
and the
people.
devil hates
For the first
Jesus
time in our
Christ.
history, large numbers of wives and mothers had to leave the home to work in war factories, thus effectively
That's
eroding
why.
women's historic role as the heart of the family.
Call it what you want, say what you will. Christianity is the most attacked religion on planet Earth.
Changed that according
Period.
to Norman Dodd, quote, the trustees had the brashness to congratulate themselves on the wisdom and validity of their original decision, end quote. They sent a confidential message to President Wilson, horrible, listen to this, insisting that the war not be ended too quickly. Carnegie trustee Cleveland Dodge, one of Wilson's financial supporters, had direct access to the president, and as did Elihu Root, endowment president from 1910 to 1925. After the war, the Carnegie Endowment trustees reasoned that if they could get control, here we go, of education in the United States, they would be able to prevent a return to the way of life as it had been prior to the war. And they recruited the Rockefeller Foundation to assist in such a monumental task. According to Dodd, quote, they divided the task in parts, giving to the Rockefeller Foundation the responsibility of altering education as it pertains to domestic subjects. That was the Southern Education Board they set up. But Carnegie retained the task of altering our education in foreign affairs and about international relations. That would be UNESCO, UN, all that stuff. The foundations decided that the most effective method of achieving this goal would be to alter American history.
It can be seen, however,
so they awarded
it can be
grants,
seen,
fellowships,
but
and scholarships to those
history,
professors and historians who would rewrite American history
Christian
and promote
religion
one
has been the
worldism,
most
humanism,
attacked
and socialism.
religion
By the early 30s, the well-laid plans
on
of the
planet
foundation
Earth.
trustees had reached
and there
fruition.
was Christians
and
before
the Reese
America.
Committee staff report
There
concluded,
was Christians,
one, that there had indeed
and they were
been
attacked
a non-bloody
before
revolution in America
Christianity came
between
to America.
1933
They were
and
attacked
1936.
before
Two, that a certain few foundations
long,
had
long,
funded
long
efforts
time
to change
ago.
the beliefs of the American people through education and propaganda. And three, that these revolutionary changes had been accepted without resistance. To demonstrate how thoroughly American opinion had been changed according to the plan of the foundations, we cite the following historical example. At the end of World War I, Woodrow Wilson and his shadowy alter ego, Colonel Edward M. House, tried to sell the U.S. Senate and the American people on the idea of the League of Nations. This was, of course, the first concerted international effort towards a one-world government. Wilson and House failed in their mission, but a generation later, after another great war and much re-education via college international relations clubs, international studies, educational grants, and the like, the Senate and the people readily accepted membership in the United Nations. Roosevelt's foreign policy advisor Alger Hiss helped write the UN Charter, in which the Soviet Union was given 3 votes in the General Assembly and the United States only 1. And then, before his perjury conviction for lying, that's Hiss, about his Soviet espionage activities, he went on to become president of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Chairman Reese expressed justifiable rage
Well, Jesus
when he
did
described
say
what
that you're
was
hated
happening
because I
as
was
a
hated
diabolical
first.
conspiracy. The conspirators
More or
had left
less.
little to chance. Those
I mean, I
congressional
can
investigations
find
of the
it in
early
my Bible,
50s
but that's
into
the
tax-exempt
gist of
foundations
what
were
Jesus
mandated
said.
by the House of Representatives in a resolution stating, quote, "The committee is authorized and directed to conduct a full and complete investigation to determine which of such foundations and organizations are using their
No other
resources
religion
for
is hated
un-American
like.
and subversive activities,
I mean,
for political purposes,
there's
propaganda,
some
or
people
attempts
that make
to
fun of
influence
Buddha and
legislation."
some people
Now, folks,
that
I want
make,
to tell
you
you,
know,
the 3,000
fun of some other
pages of
religions,
testimony,
but
Reese Committee hearings,
a
is
lot
at my son's
of
website,
people
AmericanDeception.com.
joke with Jesus and God.
The person I bought the hearings from, the transcript, was offered 20 years ago any amount of money for that 3,000 pages. The foundations wanted it back. It was the only copy left available. And he would not sell it to them. So my friend sold it to me. My friend knew Norman Dodd very well. He sold it to me for $3,000, which is really cheap, right? A dollar a page. Huh? He'd been offered any amount. They said, "We'll pay you anything. You name it, anything. We want that copy." So it's now on the web for everybody to read. All right, now we'll continue. The congressional investigations, right? To determine which of such foundations and organizations are using their resources for un-American and subversive activities, for political purposes, propaganda, or attempts to influence legislation. The tax-exempt status granted to foundations by the Congress of the United States is a special and powerful privilege subsidized by the American taxpayer. Therefore, Congress has not only the authority but also the obligation to investigate how tax-exempt funds are spent. This should be the next investigation. Ron Paul should do this one, after the Federal Reserve. The Ford Foundation, largest of all the foundations, balked when it received a preliminary questionnaire from the Reese Committee. H. Rowan Gaither, president of the multi-billion-dollar foundation, summoned committee research director Dodd to foundation offices in New York City. At the meeting, Gaither asked, "Mr. Dodd, we invited you to come here because we thought that perhaps
religion,
off the record." You see, that's why it's not
because
in the
Christianity had
transcript
morals.
of the
Politicians
hearings,
don't.
what I'm reading you now. This was off the record.
That's clearly obvious that
office in New York
politicians
City.
don't have morals.
We invited you here because we thought
They
that
used
perhaps
to.
off the record you would be kind
And
enough
I believe
to
a
tell
lot
us
of
why
them
the Congress
went in to government
is
with
interested in the operations of
good
foundations
intentions.
such as ours. Gaither answered
But they all
his own rhetorical question
turn
with a startling
one way or
admission.
the other if they get
Mr.
threatened
Dodd,
or
all of us here at the
or
policymaking
whatever.
level of the foundation
But they all
have at one
turn.
time or another served in the OSS.
Not all.
The
I
Office
can,
of
well,
Strategic Services,
not all
the
of them,
forerunner of the CIA,
but the majority of them do.
or the European Economic Administration, operating
And it
under
could be
directives
money,
from
it could be
the White
threatening
House.
life or family. It could
We
because
operate under those same
because
directives.
look what happened
The substance of the directives
during
under which we operate
Obamacare
is that we
when
should
was
use
it
our grant-making
Roberts
power
was
to
against
so alter
it,
life in the United
and then
States
the next day
that we
all
can
of a
be
sudden, oh,
comfortably
this is
merged
a
with the
tax.
Soviet Union.
Oh, okay, so what really happened?
Stunned,
Right?
Dodd finally
What
replied,
really happened?
quote,
The
"Why don't you
insurance
tell the American
companies
people what you
were
just
standing
told me?
to make
And you could save
trillions
the
of
taxpayers
dollars off of
thousands of dollars
this,
set aside for this
and
investigation."
one person was
Gaither
stopping
responded,
it, and
"Mr.
the
Dodd,
very
we
next
wouldn't
day,
think of
oh,
doing
this is a tax. This is
In public,
not
of course, Gaither
unconstitutional.
never admitted what he had revealed in private. However, on numerous
It's like
public
what?
occasions, Norman Dodd repeated what
It's
Gaither
so
had
obvious.
said, and was neither sued by Gaither nor challenged by the Ford Foundation. The latest article that I've written with Debbie Niwa, a wonderful researcher, a magnificent person and brilliant, did all the graphics and formatting and a lot of her own research as well on change agents and how they brought Americans to have a totally different mindset using all of the sensitivity training. Debbie had some fantastic research of hers is in that article. As well as at the end of writing it, we came across extraordinary quotes from C.S. Lewis, who points out that if you substitute workforce training for education, that's the end of civilization. It's the end of the human being as an entity opposed to being an animal. It's the end of the human soul. It's the end of the conscience. And we have all of the evidence from educators and change agents, articles saying that the computer is fantastic for changing values. An educator with the World Institute for Computer Assisted Instruction, his name is Dustin Houston, where he talks about, won't it be wonderful when the child in the smallest school, most remote area in the country can have the curriculum developed by the world's finest psychologists, and nobody can get between that child and the curriculum. Parents, wake up. That means you, parents, you can't get between the child and that curriculum. You can't control anything anymore. You've lost it. This is going in right now. And they say this works too. What works? I always wondered when I saw this stuff titled What Works in the U.S. Department of Ed, and I didn't pay too much attention. And one day I picked it up, something, and what works? Yeah, dog training works. If you reinforce, if you give rewards and all. And mind you, folks, the rewards are being passed out galore all over our country now, not just in education. In my former town of Bath, the police, the community-oriented policing system, the police are giving rewards to citizens who do good deeds. They give them a little medal. They see them help an older lady across the street who has groceries. The police determine what the good deed is. She gets a medal. That's a reward. That's conditioning. That's operant conditioning. You're going to end up with a society that never does anything for the sake of it being right. And they're never going to take a stand against anything unless it's approved by the government. So that's going to be the result of operant conditioning. It's throughout our community right now. The Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, when he was in Chicago, with the Chicago schools, he even recommended paying students for good grades. Now, that's why teachers are up in arms about merit pay, performance-based pay. That's the same thing. They're going to pay the teachers for students getting good test scores. Now, wait a minute. First of all, you might think that sounds good. No, you got to ask yourself, what's the test? It's hard to believe that anybody would deliberately do this to children, but they are. They're evil people, and their agenda has been evil ever since this book was written. This is it. Proofs of a Conspiracy by John Robison, great Scottish scholar. Back in 1798, he was a Scottish Freemason, and he went to France and studied, French Orient Masonry, and was so shocked by what he saw, it was so much worse than the Scottish Rite, that he went back and wrote that book, which he actually did give a copy to George Washington. That book is like a global education textbook being used in the American schools right now. It talks about 1798. This is after the French Revolution. Get rid of royalty, get rid of religion, get rid of the family. That's basically what's in the book. They talk about dropping borders. Sounds just like a global ed curriculum. Turning the children against their parents. It's pure communism. That's why I say that now, basically, the only thing that we can do, certainly with education, which is being turned into nothing but corporate school-to-work agenda using the Soviet-Cuban Polytech system, where they pull the children out, send them over to the cigar factory, at noon to learn how to make cigars. The same thing here. That's being put in. It's been in the works for 30 years. The nail is going in the coffin right now. It's coming out of Europe. It's the program that's going through Maine right now is called Reinventing Education. De Lorenzo. This is all in my article, The Death of Free Will. all of this documentation about the final nail in the coffin, which will be school to work across the board for global corporate profits. Our children are nothing but human resources and guinea pigs to be trained like animals. Animal training using Pavlov, Skinner, all of which was brought into the United States by, we'll get on to, the order at Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones, the order at Yale, 15 of them selected out of every junior class. They paid. Wall Street financed Hitler, financed Stalin, creating communism, which is what they did. That's all very bad, and Skull and Bones is all involved in that with the order.
They concerned the
I'm not going to deny that,
of the
because
three types of
everybody,
socialism: Bolshevik socialism in Russia,
everybody
what we might call welfare socialism in the United States, and Hitlerian or National Socialism. And each book examines the financing and the contributions made by Wall Street, by international bankers, to the development of that specific form of socialism.
It also was involved in changing the American education system from a classical academic, brain-oriented thinking, destroying that, and imposing an animal training method, which Skull and Bones was deeply involved, and I think I would just say the only entity at that time deeply involved, and managed to bring that wretched system of operant conditioning, Pavlov, Skinner, whatever you want to call it, animal training, out of the laboratory in Leipzig, Germany, Wilhelm Wundt, and get it adopted by leading American educators.
Motivation and reward are crucial factors in learning. A motivated animal will learn any response which occurs and is promptly followed by a reduction in the strength of the drive.
My father and grandfather were members of the order. Skull and Bones was put together by William Russell in 1830, secret society at Yale University. And the connections with Germany are pretty extensive. You know, the Illuminati, I think it's got to be, I think there's a lot of research out there that I haven't read that is there, that does connect with the Illuminati. And the Illuminati, of course, was Bavarian Marxist society based on destroying the family, destroying the church, which at that time was Catholicism, destroying religion, destroying national entities, boundaries, no more. I have, you know, the Proofs of a Conspiracy by Robeson, an original copy of that, and it says right in there, you know, where the order, it's interesting, the order, right? The goal was to, just as I said, down with the family, down with the royalty. At that time, governments were royalty, and they were religious. That was Western European, right? Down with nationalism, get rid of countries, drop borders. I mean, and people think that that's new. The Illuminati order, this is Skull and Bones, see? The Illuminati order documents show that Raphael in the Illuminati is identified as the same Professor Karl Casimir Wundt. This is fascinating. Kirchenrath Karl Casimir Wundt, the one we're talking about, was professor at Heidelberg University in the history and geography of Baden.
The one I watched didn't have this part, it was part two. This guy put them both together.
Small neighborhood town. So Wundt was connected with the Illuminati.
This is where she names names that are in Skull and Bones.
Well, this is the background of Wilhelm Maximilian Wundt, who really trained the American educators in the behavioral psychology, stimulus response training type of Skinner, operant conditioning, bells, whistles, all that stuff, which does not teach, it trains. for the workforce. Now, this was the order at Yale was directly connected with Wilhelm Wundt. They sent educators over there to study under Wundt. Stanley Hall was the first one to go. This is so important, this stuff here.
Yeah, I think I'm going to play a game now.
The Hegelian influence on Hall. Between 1870 and 1882, a span of 12 months, Hall, an American, there's a lot of information on him here too, but I won't go into it. He was connected with Skull and Bones prior to going over. They probably
Oh, you're welcome, man. Have a good rest of your day.
Germany.
I'm going to make
and
coffee.
He says, I do not know of any other, this is Hall talking, any other American student of these subjects, philosophy and psychology, who came into even the slight personal.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.